Hi. Give me 1 second. think that's it now.
Okay.
Jesus. Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah, I think so now.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Hello, hello, just testing. Juliana here.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Let me know when I can share my screen. Should I give it a couple of minutes before starting, or should I just go ahead in the interest of time?
Yeah, you should start because we already lost. Yeah, we already lost 10 minutes.
Yeah. Great. Okay, I'll start. Hi, everyone. My name is Christian. I am the product lead at StakerDAO. Jonas is actually doing another presentation, so we decided to attack both fronts. But I'm going to talk to you a little bit about StakerDAO and what exactly is that we're doing. And so what I'm going to be presenting is essentially our pitch deck that we kind of put forward, but we wanted to share it with the rest of the community. And so, as I kind of mentioned, I'm the operations/product team lead. Before crypto, I was previously in traditional finance, and I was out in New York working at Deutsche Bank, specifically within research. I got into crypto a couple of years ago when I was looking for a role in research at a bank. But I connected with other individuals in the space who were also in research at a traditional bank, but had moved full-time into crypto. These were people who are now at Blockchain Capital and Polychain Capital. But that's kind of how I got my start into the space. In terms of Jonas, he's had a long entrepreneurial background, but he got his start in the space really around late 2016, early 2017, when he got hold of the Tezos white paper. From there, he really started to build a lot around community efforts, started to dig into how he could be more involved. And ultimately, when mainnet launched, he went live with his Tezos Capital Baker, which is the validator. And it grew to be essentially the largest validator in the space. I think to this point still remains largest US public validator, but obviously other exchanges have kind of come into the space now and overshadowed that. The last person we have here on our page is Pat Ellison, who is our legal and compliance lead. He has a long background being at big firms in the legal space. And we've also had some other newcomers, but unfortunately we don't have them on the slide here. Great, so let me kind of talk about StakerDAO and the thesis that we have. I think for all of us here in this house, we have a similar kind of thesis about the future. The first one is pretty simple, and that's just that all financial assets will be put on blockchains. We think that this improves liquidity. We think it's easier for people all over the world to essentially have participation across. And so that's our point. That's a little bit more controversial, but I think everyone here is aligned. And so what is StakerDAO? StakerDAO is a platform for governing financial assets, essentially. And so what you can kind of think about, and the analogy that I'll come back to, is that we are somewhat of a decentralized Fidelity or Vanguard, if you'd like to think about it that way, kind of like an asset manager. And so two of the projects we really built on top of was one, StakerDAO, one, Tezos for its governance model, and two, Maker. And so Maker kind of has a two-token model or a multi-token model. This is similar to our model. And so we have Staker, which is a security. It's fully registered as such and is compliant. And Staker is essentially equity. It's where the value accrues. But really the focus there is around governance. And so Staker is built on the Tezos network. We launched the contract on the mainnet on January 1st. And we've had essentially 3 proposals to go through it based on each month. And I'll get into that very quickly. And the first financial product or economic asset that we're launching is called Blend. Blend is a basket of proof of stake tokens. It's going to be on the Ethereum network. But I'll dive deeper into that too in the next slide. But first, let me go deeper into Staker. As I mentioned, Staker is on the Tezos mainnet, and essentially it has 2 functions to play as a Staker token holder. There's really an emphasis around governance. And what we kind of learned from MakerDAO is that direct participation is very difficult to essentially have all voters vote on every issue, sometimes on an ad hoc basis. And so we thought this model would be better, where you essentially have your representatives vote in your best interest. And so again, we come together once a year to vote for that council. The second responsibility that Staker token holders have is essentially to work with the operations team that I lead to come up with proposals. These proposals can be something like launching a new asset like Blend, or it can be potentially changing some aspect of that asset, right? And so our governance process runs 12 times a year. It's a monthly process, and essentially there are 4 cycles. In the first week, we have the proposal submission phase. In the second week, we have a discussion and debate. The third week is voting by the council. And the fourth week, we have essentially implementation of the Staker token. And so really, it's in the best interest of the Staker token holders to essentially participate in the governance of the system, because this is where the value will accrue from the economic products that we launch. And so what exactly are we launching? For the first product that we're launching, we're essentially thinking about proof of stake. We think that there's going to be an early majority that's coming into the space that maybe has a position in something like Bitcoin or ETH, but slowly will seek to find a position in the assets that exist in the proof of stake industry. But right now, that's very difficult compared to having a position in Bitcoin. There's so many proof of stake tokens, you have to keep up with everyone and do your individual research on all of those. You have to essentially do validator research if you're not validating yourself in terms of where to delegate to and manage all these appropriate wallets and nodes. And so that process is very difficult. And so when we talk about Blend, the way we like to think about it is we want to create essentially the easiest way to go long proof of stake. And so kind of the model we have here in our graphic is that we are working with CoinList. We're finalizing a contract with them to launch Blend. Blend will essentially have a supply cap of 50 million tokens sold at $1 a piece. All of the funds that we generate in the CoinList sale will go into an underlying basket of proof of stake tokens. Right now, that basket has Cosmos, Tezos, and Algorand. And then those tokens are essentially delegated to selected validators. And so let me stop right there and say that part of the decision that Staker token holders have is essentially, if we sell out this 50 million on CoinList, then we can raise the cap. That's a governance decision. If we want to change the constituents or the methodology of the basket, that's a governance decision. And the makeup of the validators is also a governance decision. And so I can start back into this graphic and say that once these validators start to generate rewards, there would be a small management fee on the rewards that flows back into the staker side in a buyback and burn model. So that's where the value accrual is, right? But the rest of the rewards are used to buy back Blend in a tender offer model. And so the way we thought about that is, rather than distributing the rewards generated to Blend holders, what we're doing there is a buyback and burn model. And so we think that could be potentially tax advantageous in certain jurisdictions. Of course, please consult your tax advisor. But this is just similar to a company doing a buyback instead of a dividend. And so Blend is really the first asset we want to get out there, but let me kind of launch into how the tokens are essentially selected, right? So initially we have a universe, which kind of screens for proof of stake assets that we want to consider. This is just a minimum market cap threshold and a threshold for volume, right? We don't want to have illiquid tokens in this portfolio. And so then, rather than just market cap weighting the basket after we've done that, we want to be a little bit intelligent about how we select assets, right? We don't want to just maybe get the top 10 proof of stake assets similar to what you might see in other indexes where you have a lot of controversial assets. And so we have 2 inputs where we rank the assets. The first one is staking ratio, which is kind of a quality metric for us. And that's just how many tokens are essentially staked on this network, right? How much participation is on there? How much do people actually want to be involved? The other aspect is more of like a growthy factor. Essentially, how much in rewards are being generated by this token. And we think that just speaks to essentially maximizing profit. But then once we have that rank, we essentially market cap weight the basket. We get the top 3 tokens, and there's a monthly rebalance. And so we think that once Polkadot comes online, that will be included into our basket. Once ETH2 comes online, we expect to see that within our asset as well. And let me dive into kind of the overall vision, right? So I think our goal is to essentially have $1 billion in assets under management by 2021. We think it's an ambitious goal, but we think we're going to get there. And I think we have to essentially get there if we really want to prove out the space with kind of the family offices and more institutional kind of players in the space. And so this is kind of just a model of how we think the token might trade. Obviously, it'll vary once we start to generate this kind of AUM and potentially profit or value accrual. But if we have $1 billion out in blend assets, let's say for the sake of an example, and you kind of think about it as like a 10% yield or reward that you're generating, that's $100 million in gross revenue, what we're calling. If there's a 20% fee, which we think is competitive with other crypto projects on the rewards, then essentially we're taking 20 million that goes to the staker side. This is essentially used to buy back and burn staker. And so if you kind of think about it and you apply some multiple, maybe of 25x, you get like a 500 million market cap divided by our fixed supply. It tells you the price per token, right? We have Maker here on the right side, kind of just as a comparable. Maker's a little bit more liquid, and the situation has obviously changed in the last couple of days as we've all kind of endured this bloodbath, but it's an example that we wanted to put forward. And so the overall vision is what I wanted to come back to, really around this decentralized Fidelity or Vanguard, right? Blend is the first asset that we want to launch, but our intention is to kind of move into this quarterly pace of launching assets, right? So we have a particular affinity for proof of stake, and so we have Blend first, but maybe we can do a small cap network proof of stake basket. Maybe we can do one that's region specific to something like Asia, but outside of that, we think we could launch on something like NFTs, an NFT basket essentially, or maybe just a basket that looks at every token out there and maximizes profit across something like synthetic or Chainlink. I think we have a particular interest in the Tezos ecosystem, and so really building DeFi out there. And so stuff we're looking at also includes liquid staking and stable coins. But over time, the grand vision, again, is to kind of have real world assets launching within a blockchain and kind of being able to be the place where those assets can launch. So Staker being this well-known brand where investors can come and essentially find the product that they'd like to invest in, right? And so this is kind of the roadmap that we have. We were seeded by Polychain in the summer of last year. We moved very quickly to essentially announce our project and get our contracts up on the mainnet. In January, we had our first proposal, which was to essentially launch Staker Council and establish the beginnings of our council. In February, we put forward the Blend proposal, and it was subsequently approved. And in this March proposal period, we essentially put in a fee structure for Blend. But in terms of the council right now, we have some great council members. We have Jonas, obviously, from StakerDAO. We have Olaf from Polychain. We have Luke Youngblood, who's a senior engineer over at Coinbase Custody. We have Spencer with DTC Cap out in Florida. And then we have Shishat Todi with Lemnis Cap. And they're all great partners that we're really interested in having in this round. But I think that's the majority of StakerDAO. Just in the interest of time, I wanted to move quickly through that, but please let me know if you have any questions. I'll stop sharing my screen, but if anything comes up, I can loop it back in. Sorry, how do I let people speak if they'd like to?
All-star, all-star, all-star.
Girl, I can tell you don't know what to do. And though it might hurt, I'ma tell you the truth. At least most of it. I use my priorities as an excuse, oh no. This girl, my priority should be you. Yeah, I got on, I was on. I'm alone, no one. Oh, priorities. Every lie told me if love me in the meantime. Baby, I'm crazy for not taking you serious. I guess I gotta live with it all. Guess I gotta live with it. I wish I had more for you, now this is it. I don't think I can live with this. Can't get any more real than this.
Yo, who's M? Okay, leave the music off. Hey, Dick.
Hey,
Juliana. Yeah.
Hello, live from São Paulo. I'm just
Hello.
chilling in all the possible chats to see if I get more people joining. Who's the amazing DJ playing this crazy electronic music here?
I have no idea. No one knows. Mystery.
No one knows. It's an AI, I think.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. So should I start in about a minute? Should I wait for more people? What do you guys think?
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and start, that'd be awesome.
Okay. Let me see if I can share screen and how I can magically do that. Share your screen. If everything works fine, you guys should be able to see. Perfect. So, good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday, first of all. I'm very glad to be here with you. It's a pleasure to introduce you to some of you that never heard about Meta Delta. And to those that are supporting, it's also a pleasure to have you guys around. It's really nice. So this is the story about this DAO that we started at ETH Denver as right after we heard about all the projects going on inside Meta Cartel. So to us, we're a group of girls that we didn't see each other in a real long time. We're involved in the crypto space for about 2 years already. So this is our house. We are hosted in the DAO house under the Meta Delta. So far, we have 11 members, and we wanted to be not another one of those Telegram chats that throws women into a gender-based category. We want to be some female founders that ship and do dope shit and actually deliver. So first of all, we wanted to create something fun, something that would get people involved, especially women. But it's not just women, it's also like inclusive in many other categories. So we, when I say we, initially it was Sydney Lai, myself, and Manny Mahoney. We were choosing which platform we would pick. And then it was literally, we started about 2 days before ETH Denver kicked in, while they were having some side events. And it was like a learning by doing process. Literally, we started clicking the buttons and see how things work. And that was the best school that we could have had because we got the best teachers. So the first big decision we needed to have was where would we host our DAO, and if it would be under the DAO Stack umbrella or under the Moloch umbrella. And the decision is that we do understand that there is a lot of granularity and a lot of very legal decisions that are today embedded under the DAO stack. However, because Meta Cartel has such a successful story with Moloch, and most of the DAOs that they're creating are under Moloch, so we picked Moloch as a no-brainer, right? So we didn't do a lot of research, but we knew we had to start somehow. And thinking back, it was one of the best decisions we did have because we're having so much support and so much history that we could access. And so based on the experience of Meta Cartel, based on their learning history, they were happy with it. Moloch was launching the V2, so we would rather like, should we wait for the V2 to be ready, or should we get going with the V1? So we started with the V1, which is what we had. And we thought, okay, maybe we join the V1 and then we all rage quit and then we join the V2. So it was one of the ideas that crossed our minds. But the idea that we had is basically things are doing smoothly and they're doing fine under the V1. So even though we are missing some of the new capabilities, we're still happy with what we have today. Reading the material, there were very, very clear articles. We were able to check a lot of what I call vintage DAOs. So DAOs that are out there for more than a year. They had a lot of history. So when we click on their Pokemons, we can learn so much about their past proposals, how they do fundraising, how they onboard new members. So given all that and all the social reputation that they are developing since 2019, we came with the decision to be listed under the DAO house. Some onboarding issues, of course, nothing is super smooth, but a lot of women actually are in the crypto space for quite some time, but they did not have real Ethereum. And to make them pledge and vote and have their initial DAIs was one of the biggest challenges that I didn't think I was going to have. But most of the ladies are actually not on the hackathon zone as applying as hackers. So they're contributing so much in the ecosystem. But as hackers, they're not very familiar with a lot of things that to guys it's pretty much like a no-brainer. So it's basically, is testnet ETH gonna work on the DAO? Basically, DAI, like how do we buy DAI? No, let me open an account in Coinbase. And I was just like, girls, look, this is a hackathon. Every guy over here has DAI in their wallets. Maybe we just do P2P. So the idea was to make the process as easy as possible, to have all the women of that hackathon joining our DAO. That was the first idea we did have. And so that's why today we have a pledge of about 10 DAI for 10 shares. That's the agreement that we did have for women, right? So every woman that joins us with 10 DAI only, they can become a member of Meta Gamma Delta. Meta Gamma Delta, again, is a Greek Greek name to refer a lot with the sorority history. And Sid has a lot of experience with sororities. She was a member of one. And there is all this culture of like, to join a sorority, you really have to be like pledging and doing, like you have to show that you're going to be actually doing stuff, right? So given that, we wanted also like the voting process to be really quick, but also like the slowest as possible, because we picked the quickest voting time possible, which is 1 day. However, 1 day in a hackathon that we have 3 days to go, it's really slow. So it was, to us, it's impossible to have every woman joining the hackathon and then by Sunday, nobody's really onboarded yet because it's still on the voting process, right? So it was, to us, a very quick decision making. Today we still take 1 day. It's nothing, it's hard coded. It's not that we can change that. But as we were studying more and understanding exactly how the voting goes, we were learning that also the marketing DAO had pretty much the same process, right? So every proposal, first of all, they get on a queue, and then they are going to voting period, and then they go to a grace period. And then after that grace period, that's usually when people can rage quit. After that, the votes are processed, and then finally it is considered complete. So whenever I say we checked some vintage DAOs, we learned a lot about their completed proposals, and then we could learn about what happened over there. So to us, it was, we were understanding how everything was working. However, we were like also at the same time having some Pokemon bugs, like, uh-oh, you as a summoner cannot vote yet. You have to wait for 1 more day to onboard your second member. So some real basic things we did not know. And today it's a pretty much a no-brainer. As a summoner, I'm doing that with my eyes closed, and I'm teaching every single girl how to vote. But that's how it works. Let me just check 1 second, because I see Hamad is texting me. Hamad, is everything all right with the sound? Do you want to talk?
Sounds great to me.
Do I need to do something for live streaming? Is there any button I need to click?
I think Hamad jumped off, or there he is.
Yes. Is it going fine? Do you need me to record all that? Now half of the slideshow is gone.
No, everything worked perfectly. It's all streaming and recording to YouTube.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. You were always taking so much care of us. So this is us. I thought about not just showing like the boring things and the things that you're super familiar with, but also like how we all got together. We hacked together. We got so much support. Those are the two Jameses, and Sid and myself, and then Manny on the last day. And so that's the idea we want to pass. We want to pass everybody that it is supposed to be a fun thing. It is supposed to be a lot of memes, a lot of Twitter activity, but also we're going to get shit done shortly. So fundraising is coming up, projects, and we're going to have women projects that are going to be funded via our DAO. So for the moment, this is what we did have as like a hackathon idea. We even submitted that as a project. So pretty much like we had as a submission about Meta Gamma Delta. And during those days, we were literally talking to everybody. We thought those Chinese girls did a super nice job on stage, so we invited them in. And today we have members from Thailand, Sao Paulo, New York, San Francisco. We have people in Germany onboarding, in France. So it's really, really nice to have that global group together. And this was the beginning, but this is where we are today. Today we have a manifesto, and the manifesto goes like 67% of the millennials have a side hustle. 2.2 of female founders receive venture capital. That is pretty low. Meta Gamma Delta is a community of ravenous humans who provide community, mentorship, resources, and grants for those who want to build dope shit. Meta Gamma Delta MGD was summoned as a DAO at ETH-Denver 2020. Meta Gamma Delta is a parody sorority on a real mission of providing support for women-led projects. Our crew is a virtual community with members distributed across the world. Rush Meta Gamma Delta for professional development, memes, and because you probably didn't go Greeks in college. So a lot of people that went to universities in the US, they really wanted to be part of those Greeks, sororities, and fraternities. So this is your chance. If you missed it, or if you have no idea of what's a sorority, just give us a call and participate. If you're not a member, this is what you can do. There is a weekly call that is open to the public. So if you go on our Twitter, I'm going to show shortly. But every Wednesday, we try to grab from Thailand to Berlin, all the possible time zones. And we're having very good participation of the members. We have lots of nice friends pledging for about a month. And we are holding them on the pledging list so far because really we want to have women majority. But I don't know if Alex, Van, or James are around, but you guys are on our hearts. You guys are on the wait list, and we know how long and how much you have been supporting us. So it's coming up. Don't worry, you are going to be a member. It's just going to take us some more time to get more ladies in. So how can ladies join today? There is a Rush application, also learned from Meta Cartel process. So the first thing we do is we put everybody on one more Telegram channel. So if you just go Meta Gamma Delta, there's a Telegram channel over there. Beautiful ovaries, by the way, that Manny put it over there for us. There is the Rush application, which is a Google form that they're going to fill up pretty much their intentions, their Twitter handles, if they have any websites or something that we can learn about who they are. After that, They pledge, and then we pretty much teach them how to get 10 die for the first time. One thing that magically happened is that I had one member that she needed die, and again, I'm like, you need to find someone else, OTC, to do a P2P transaction. Because I believe so much in privacy and anonymity, I really don't want to disclose who are those people. But I think for like buying $10 worth of dye is really not a big deal, and I don't think it needs KYC from any kind of country. But long story short, I asked the guys like, what can you take? Can you take Apple Pay, Amazon gift cards? Do you want coffee on Starbucks? Whatever. As long as I teach the girl or the lady to have their Ethereum address finalized, that they hold and they save their keys. And then the second thing is that I also teach them on the process about how to invest the money on Compound and also other DeFi projects. So I teach them about DeFi pools and where they can go if they want to have their DAI earning some funds as well. So not only the process of like getting DAI for the first time, but also going to Uniswap and learning other things that they can do with the DAI. So here's pretty much the Rush Meta Gamma Delta. On the next 2-3 months, that's our core focus. So if you know any lady or anybody that is crypto enthusiast, please join us. I have 5 more minutes, so I'm going to leave for Q&A. But the best way you can support us right now is follow us on crypto Twitter. You can spread the word about Meta Gamma Delta. Invite the ladies. We really want to onboard more and more ladies in our DAO. And yeah, that's pretty much what I had today to present. I would like to come up with Q&A if there's anything that you guys would like to know from our story. Sid, you were around. I just closed my camera. I see you there. So I'll pass the ball to you.
Oh, well.
Did I forget anything?
I only joined the last part, but I'm just excited to be here. Yeah, hey.
So I was telling them the whole thing about like sororities for people that did not have the chance to join their Greeks while they were in college. Rush, Meta Gamma Delta, this is your time. This is the best crew as possible. We're building like really dope shit, right? The intention is like to have fun, first of all, to build memes, to build stuff, but also like there is a lot of serious people. We have Simona Pop, we have Anu Bardwash, we have Sydney Lai, we have like women that make a difference in the crypto space. So it's not just jokes, but it's also like those that make it happen, right? So we want to have more of them. Xenia, by the way, Hannah from Eat Denver, she's also a member. Zaji, who else am I forgetting?
Kelly's interested in joining.
Yes, Caroline as well is coming up. And then we also have the support of James, and Peter Pan, of course. I don't know if Peter's around. So yes, if there is any questions, please let us know. This is how you can contribute. Teach someone how to get DAI, how to find us on our Telegram. We're very open for if they have any kind of questions about what a DAO is all about. But we have a lot of fun in our weekly calls. So there's always work to be done. There's always support that we need. So it's going to be great if we can have more people joining.
Hey.
Super cool.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was just going to say this is super awesome. Yeah.
What do you guys like the most?
Well, so thanks. Great talk. And also, you're such a great addition to the whole ecosystem. And so thank you for like kind of lessons learned and sharing that today. Is in your opinion, the one question I was thinking about was, so the kind of staking price to get in. Have you had any like feedback on that? Are people more hesitant to join because it costs DAI to get in, or what have you noticed?
from what I see, okay, it can be like one or two very isolated cases. I don't want to speak for all, but I think the die is not the big deal. The big deal is sometimes they still want to let it mature and let it see how this evolves to first join in. So I think like some ladies are still skeptical to join, and that's fair. We don't have a long track record. We don't have a long history yet. And they might think it's like, oh yeah, what this is all about. And yeah, I'd rather just be on the Telegram channel. But at least from my point of view, from what I heard, some ladies are still skeptical to join to see where this is going to lead. And what I can reply to them is after a month of participation is that this is not just like steam that came up from Eat Denver and died over there. Absolutely not. We get so much more traction after the hackathon ended than actually while we were over there. Over there was like, of course, a lot of socializing, a lot of learning, but I think like most of the members were onboarded by word of mouth, sorry. So I think there's still chance for them to join and join at least the call and see if there's something that they wanna have. It's not that we're gonna just throw a lot of work for them and it's like, hey, you're gonna be like volunteering and doing a lot of things. There are a lot of initiatives that we need to get going. We need to have a website. We need to have a proper Twitter. So specific roles are being created right now. On our past call, we decided like pretty much who's going to be doing what. So we have some more focus on who's more on the fundraising part, who's more on the admin part. And those tasks are still being divided. So there are still things to do. But I think overall, like participation is what we want, right? We just don't want this to be a Telegram thing.
Deacon, was that your question? Is that Deacon? Or just a random person?
Yeah, that answers it. Thank you. It's actually really cool, and I think I'll send a few women I know your direction. I also think it's really cool how you're kind of doing this like in-person onboarding, and it's really approachable for people.
Yeah, I think another interesting thing is that I've recruited, I think only so far 2 people that are not in the blockchain space. They've never heard of Telegram before in their lives. And so when I pitched MetaGame at Delta, I actually pitched them the vision of both the parody itself, but also like just supporting women-led projects, creative development, side businesses, whatever. And they're super on board, right? And I think the funny part is that once they've taken the bait, they're like into the mission, they're interested in the community aspect. Then I have to explain like this is what a wallet is, and just having to explain that. And my personal interest is how do I onboard Web 2 people, because the mission isn't hard to sell, but it's like that very tactical, like, all right, get a Telegram and explain what Telegram is to them, right?
Or even like some women that have been speakers of like in international conferences, like long-term blockchain speakers, but they never had MetaMask before. So it's a challenge, right? Sometimes it's like you're a global persona, you're talking to United Nations, you're shaking hands in Davos, but then it's the first time that you're actually buying 10 DAI. And I like the fact that like once they experience, that's when they learn. I think like what excites me the most is the fact that joining a DAO is literally skin in the game. So for you to vote, you have to have some skin in the game. We did it like as easy as possible just to have that participation. It's symbolic to have 10 DAI, but it's something that they can have and they can interact with it. Well, I think we're running out of time. Do we have any more burning questions?
Well, I think this was covered already, but just to recap, if we know people who are interested, the best thing to do is send them to your Twitter and then let them know that they can hop on your community call to talk to you and ask questions and engage. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yes. On Twitter, there is the Rush application. Twitter, Telegram, they're both like, I think, the best onboarding processes. For the members only, we have a Slack channel coming up, and we also have Trello. But initially, I think either Telegram or Twitter, and then we are going to take care of it. Just say, hey, I heard about you girls in the DAO, House of DAO conference, Intercon, and then we're going to know that it's coming from you.
Awesome. Perfect.
And I just linked the Twitter in the chat so you guys can find it there.
Yes, Meta Gamma Delta. Gamma double M, don't forget this. And thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Cool.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This is great.
Where's our crazy DJ now?
We're actually not sure where the DJ came from, and we're also not sure where they went to. So
It's coming from
we shall
space.
see.
It's
Yes,
the satellite.
indeed.
It's the satellite sending some vibes.
Yes, it comes from the source. Potentially.
Awesome.
So I guess looks like on the schedule next up we have some stuff happening in the stress test arena as well as the House of Adoption. So if you guys want to hang out here and chat or whatever, you're more than welcome to. And there's going to be another talk here in about 35 minutes. But yeah, until then, I guess the space is just open for anyone who wants to talk or chat or whatnot.
Each room full of entities was the screen the items of value.
Okay.
we did the event in Prague, that was the first time when we had a gas price continue for over 100 gwei for over 1 week. During that time, that was again, it was, yeah, people couldn't withdraw. So one of the stuff I do is like, I it's still the same. Is like we make my contract not so much depending on the time. So currently, I think one of the reason why people try to put the high gas price is like make it out these things get liquidated. So you really have to act fast. So everybody got panic and try to put more gas. In my case, even like yeah, I mean RSVP is the only time you have to RSVP on time. But most of the time, people don't make a. There are more than a couple of days time lag, so people usually have enough time to RSVP. Having said that, that was like people. If you try to put a gas price in one way, and the gas price goes like 20 or 100, suddenly your your transaction gets slower than you actually going to the venue. So we had a couple of people who said, "Hey, I did RSVP, but when I tried to check in, the transaction was not there." And when I looked at it, the transaction was still pending. So I had to kind of front run that transaction to lower the cap of the kickback, so that if it goes through, it gets rejected. So something like that. So these things kind of still happens. So your smart contract, yeah, don't make it too time sensitive. That's kickback kind of lesson learned. And now it's a history of ENS. ENS is a lot bigger project, though it kind of started. I didn't know. I was just checking the commit history of ENS, and it turned out like Nick Johnson started his first commit like probably 2 weeks before I started my kickback project. But ENS is really kind of fundamental project, high profile, and it could have hold lots more stake than kickback. So it did. And also I think how it started is in the very beginning, I think Nick was in the Swarm team, and the Swarm is like a decentralized storage system, just like IPFS, and they had a long hash the content ID. So it made sense to have an ENS to map the content hash information of Swarm into ENS. I think that's how it kind of started, but quickly turned into its own project. And it launched in May the 4th, 2017. Initially, it used to be the Pi Day, I think 14th of March, but we discovered the bug after the release, so we had to postpone by 2 months. So it became the May the 4th. And we knew from the beginning that we still don't know whether this is a final style, format of ENS. So Nick Johnson kind of architected in a way that what he deployed is a temporary registrar. So we had a plan to upgrade 2 years afterward. So we did the upgrade 2009, 2 years later. Yeah, so that was planned. And after that, also when we first auction I think I'll just move on. I think now, this graph is showing we had a spike in the very beginning. Then we have a gradual increase, and then now there's about 400,000 names registered, of which 345,000 are .eth. So the rest of 80,000 is either other names, just space, which I can touch upon later, or a subdomain such as Makoto Argent XYZ. Okay, so when we first launched, that was I think that was an interesting moment when from April till June until status ICO, ETH price surged from $10 to $200. And when we first started, I think it was taking up 30 to 40%, I think 25% of the entire Ethereum traffic. Then suddenly other ICOs came in. So that was a time everybody, I think that was a time people really noticed that gas cost, because until then, when ETH price was $10, people really didn't care about the gas price. But so when I first deployed, I think I had set my gas price for 50 Gwei, but I didn't even notice it because the gas costs were negligible. But now that ETH price got more than 20x, suddenly people start really caring about gas price. And in this time, we had like 180,000 names auctioned. Only names longer than 6 characters, because we didn't know like we thought like ENS won't be popular among like Ethereum community. So if they're short names are more valuable. So we kept short names, and we only did like 7 characters or longer. But the 180,000, I think someone's eating. Maybe better to mute. Thank you. 180,000 names auctioned, and the interesting style was this was a deposit system, so that like rather than you pay for the name service like normal DNS system, you basically you deposited, but like you still had to auction how much to deposit, and we had about 168,000 ETH locked on our locking, how to say, deed contract. And these were the name, like high price names, which was, so another thing, interesting thing is we were using a Victory auction. So like a Victory auction is a second prize winning auction. So that East Phoenix was the highest bid name, which was 200,000 ETH. But the winner, East Phoenix, only paid for the second highest, so it was only a couple of ETH. Whereas that was on the left column, whereas the right column, it was like a dark market is was actually the amount it's been paid, so 20,000. And one of the challenges, like we did 7 days auction where you commit for the first 3 days with a seal bid, and then you review following 2 days. And during that time, that kind of we still Ethereum have no notification system, and people forget that kind of stuff. So if you forget to reveal, I think you lose your bid. And for that purpose, I think about 0.3% of people of the deposit auction bids were actually lost. And also we figure out that like, because of the deposit system, meaning if you release the name, you get the deposit back. So there's no like kind of slashing mechanism. So there are lots of people who like bid for like thousands of names, because like if they don't like it, they can just put it back for no risk. So that kind of changed our direction. That when we did the permanent registrar, we changed from a deposit system to rent, and we also changed our bidding system. Currently, now that because we are not releasing new names, we changed to bidding process in a lot shorter, simple system, so like you only wait 1 minute. And after that, we actually did a short name auction through between 3 to 6 characters, and we had this time about 50,000 bits and of 7,000 names. And in this case, one of the big changes, like we changed our ENS name to make a non-fungible token. This is another thing, is like NFT didn't exist when ENS first launched, but like as part of the transition, Nick actually made it into NFT, and we had a lot of like high profile names. And for example, Amazon.is, still people are squatting, but it was like 100 ETH. But the difference is now that I think first auction price, you had to pay one off, and after that you had to pay like I think $5. You still have to keep paying. And that was as planned. Then like in just a couple months ago, we found out that, well, after the DevCon, we found out we had a security vulnerability, so we need to quickly shift to the complete new system. That was whole on its own problem. I mentioned about what happened in my talk at ECC in Paris last week. So if you're interested, please watch the video. And just is like because we had to transition all the names from one system to another, we ended up spending like about 140 ETH to just migrate names. And the challenges, I think it's almost 20 minutes, so I'll speed up a bit. So challenges for Kickback, there are 3 things. Kickback, so the difference of ENS and Kickback is a completely different system, but I mean, ENS is for the non-profit, so they're kind of making money is not really their priority. Was Kickback is kind of commercial project I'm running, so I'm very interested make it sustainable. And also there's some incentive design, and also as a meetup that we have coronavirus issue, that like incentive design that many people said, well, many people kind of like the fact that you get the money if you come. So they said, why don't everybody use Kickback? But if you just put the system, people have a tendency to avoid, taking risk. So this is one event, like, no one RSVP, though they just crashed. So I'm still kind of struggling to find the right balance of designing an incentive model. And also sustainability is a big issue for most dApps now that we don't really have ICO as a ways to raise funds. So we already actually currently charge for the event organizers for fee, but we are looking for other models such as staking from putting the money stake into something like Compound and get a fee, or when people withdraw, we allow people to kind of pay tip or contribute donations, and we get transaction fee. And the event services I want to touch upon is that, so due to the coronavirus, all the events get canceled, and then we just saw like, I think Consensus event got canceled, Israel got canceled. So we kind of trying to transition to online events. And like as I mentioned, I tried a couple of VR things. So I'm trying to have a lot of interesting idea. And this is where we could try with lots of different incentive models. So this is where I'm kind of working on. But the idea is there are lots of challenges, but it's a great way to introduce with new kind of ideas. So I think we will just take it as opportunities. And for ENS, I think I have 3 or 4 slides left, but like adoption is the biggest challenge. That like ENS is just a key value store, and all the source code is open source, so anyone can just make a clone easily. But it all comes down to wallets and dApps to support. So we currently have 34 wallets and over 80 dApps supported. And also, I think it's kind of one way to complement that, like, seeing the success of ENS, we start seeing several competitions mostly in the different chains. I think Unstoppable is in between Zilliqa and the ENS, but there are some chains like ENS, EOS naming service, and they are basically doing the auction in a whole new level that they basically have all top level domain as they like, and they're selling in quite high price. The differentiation we're trying to have is we're trying to make it as rather be the good citizen of the internet. That ETH is the namespace which doesn't exist in the internet yet, because it kind of technically belongs to Ethiopia. For that space, we keep using an event model, but we have a ways to make your internet domain as an ENS name. So like in this example, you can actually look up with .xyz. Currently, it's limited to these 5 domains, but our goal is to make it applicable to 90% of the internet domains. And for these, again, rent is a way to prevent from squatting. And if you have these internet domain, there's no reason for us to charge you. So like that, these ENS names on the ENS will be free. And also some top level domains doing more kind of tight integration with ENS. So that one example is .cred. They actually issue ENS name if you buy internet domain .cred from their side, but they actually put their internet IP addresses called, I think, zone file into IPFS, and put the hash of IPFS into ENS, and so that I think you can kind of control this internet address through IPS and ENS, which is kind of like, there are a couple of internet domains who issue ENS if people buy domains, but I think in their case, they sell their domain name as a non-fungible token, and if someone purchases a non-fungible token, then they watch Ethereum events and create, I think, internet domain, and put the IP address into IPFS and the Ethereum, which is like kind of making Ethereum as the infrastructure of the internet. So these are kind of, again, they're a threat, but we want to make it as an opportunity. So these are the kind of quick history of both two projects I'm involved. That's it. Okay.
Awesome.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Hello, hello? Hello, hello. Test it. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. You.
Okay, perfect. Great. All right. So I think in a minute here, Peeth is going to show up and do the keynote on what the hell is going on. So yeah, stay tuned for that.
Yo.
Hello, hello. Is all good here?
Hey, I can hear you.
Hey, hey. Good, that's good.
Can everybody else hear Pete?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, so now is the time we've all been waiting for. Pete is going to give us an excellent overview of what the hell is going on. Pete, take it away.
Thank you, thank you. It feels a bit okay. There's a good mix of people. Yeah, I wanted to say it feels weird to be introducing MetaGame when the people out here already know it. But yeah, we got some new people. That's good. It's a good mix.
Pete, you there?
Yeah, can you not hear me?
Hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Yeah. Hearing you.
Oh my god. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just get started. So one of our people built this interspace website, which we decided to use for hosting our MetaGame calls and also hosted a MetaCartel meetup. And then I thought, maybe we can organize a conference here. And then as that was going on, like at the same time as this Corona stuff, it kind of blew up and it became a lot bigger than expected. So that's why we had a lot of technical difficulties so far. But I think it's turning out good, and especially now that Hamad is here and was able to hook up the streams back on and the hubs and then by Drew. All right, so that's good. That's good. I don't know, I need to share this screen. Contability. All right. So yeah, this was actually the presentation that I made for each CC. That I'll just get into it. A lot of you know this chili already. It represents the MetaCartel, which is a group of people that came together to solve some user experience problems in the Ethereum space. Basically started by solving the meta transactions, because previously you need to have a bit of Ether to use any application on Ethereum. So that's like a major obstacle for most normal people that don't have any crypto yet. And so, basically after they did that, they decided to stick together and do other things for the Ethereum community. And they put together a DAO with a fund. So they got, I think by now, about $200,000 to give away in grants to people that have life. And just some people that build cool shit. MetaCartel gives them money. But it's about more than money. Like MetaCartel is more about helping people generally build stuff. So this is the MetaCartel. But yeah, when I got into it, there was no ecosystem map like this, and it was just so there's just this chat that I needed to figure out what the hell is going on and who are these people, what are the projects and whatnot. Let's just quickly introduce this. Basically, we got the MetaCartel DAO, in the middle, which is like giving out grants and helping people to connect with other people that are willing to work. We got the SignalDAO for like vetting ideas. So when you have an idea, you go to SignalDAO and people there tell you like if it's a good idea or not. We got the Manufactory, which is the first community-owned, I guess, brand, but not just a brand because you can make your own brand through Manufactory. Yeah, it got a bit complicated than it started, like it started. So Hamad will be able to answer some more questions about that. We got the Raid Guild, which is a bunch of people from the Meta Cartel that also do freelance work and just got together and put together a guild. We got the Venture DAO, which is supposed to be like a real investment DAO for the projects of the Meta Cartel and the wider ecosystem. Then we got the DAO House for launching, searching, and managing the Moloch DAOs. We got the newsletter for sharing news. We got these chats. We got the Wizard of the Apps podcast for talking about apps, interviewing the people from the Meta Cartel that are building cool stuff. And we got the Meta Clan, which is the first decentralized gaming guild. And then there's all these projects that MetaXL gave grants to. That yeah, I'm not gonna go into all of them, but
and then there's all these projects that Meta.
Right. So yeah, when I got in, basically this started as a project for the Meta Cartel to sort of come up with some kind of structure, a map, and whatnot. It became basically this thing, a massive online coordination game. Which it's sort of like Facebook meets Upwork meet the World of Warcraft. So you got it has all these usual MMORPG stuff, like players and guilds. And guild is basically any group of people with a long-term goal. So it can be a startup, it can be like raid guild, it can be specifically like a marketing guild, or it can be an investment fund or whatever. We got maps and guides, which are like really needed currently in the space to make sense of what's going on and really find your place and know what to do next. What naturally comes out of that is the roles and skills, so that you are able to tell who does what and who has what skills, quests and challenges to progress through the world, solve stuff, titles and achievements to get recognition, and shops and markets, which are basically always needed as a part of the ecosystem. So this goes through like why gamification is powerful. So this is based on the Octalysis framework, which was made by this guy Yukai Cho, who was basically a guy just addicted to games that also studied economics and psychology and was into like and was into behavioral psychology a lot, and basically came up with this framework that explains why games are why people like games. Basically starts with epic meaning and calling. What is going on? Someone is talking without a muted mic.
今見に行きたいの?
Makoto. all right.
10分で終わるの? 50.
Can you share me,
その後2人でそこちょっとお散歩して、
this is where the problem
で、ちょっとそこで食べる。
without the ability to moderate.
Moderator in this room right now.
Yeah, but the moderator doesn't have actual rights. That's the problem.
2日前に買ったチキン
Makoto.
レフトオーバーを温めてそれで。
I'll just call him.
I might be a teacher.
All right. That's better.
Okay.
So we got
he's muted now.
All right, that's good. We got epic meaning and calling, which basically like when you get into any RPG game, you're basically thrown into the center of the universe and you're like here to save the world, which comes with challenges, with like you build your character, level up, progress, kill bosses, get accomplishments, with which feels empowering. You get new items, you get like congratulations for leveling up and stuff like that, which builds into the ownership which like when you build your character and progress through the story, you feel attached to that character. And then there's community relatedness, which is strong, really strong, like in games like World of Warcraft, where people like basically come back again and again because they're connected with the community, which is their guild basically. We got scarcity and patience because people don't really like when things are too easy, so it has to be challenging for people to want to do something. There's the unpredictability that comes with the unknown, and then there's the loss and avoidance, which comes with when you stop playing the game and you lose your character and whatever. Going forward, so we're trying to build this into a real life game, so that we're not just playing games but actually solving real world problems and building projects. And it started really simple, basically just with a Discord and a leaderboard, which was just me. At the beginning it was just me, and I was from like day one noting everything that I did. So like I did an hour of work, I would just note I did an hour of work, and arbitrarily said that 1 hour of work is worth 10 seeds. And so how much are 10 seeds worth? Well, however much we agree that your time is worth. So maybe if you're a programmer, you get 20 seeds per hour. And that's how I started basically inventing like the value structure. Then we got the Arrogant DAO. We got the first quest, which is basically just get familiar with MetaGame, read the articles, subscribe to the newsletter, follow us on Twitter, retweet, things like that. And when we gave out that first quest, actually a lot of people started joining and completing the quest and becoming players of MetaGame. We had the first raids, which were people that actually made me really happy, because the first one happened at East Denver, at DevCon, and that's basically when I just first started MetaGame, and I wasn't there, so just a bunch of people talking and spreading the message of MetaGame around DevCon, and I wasn't even there. It was great. We got Achievement Factory, which was made for minting achievements, like NFT achievements, for the people that do stuff in the MetaGame and like the wider MetaCartel and Ethereum community, which we hope to build into this achievement network where other organizations can join and mint achievements for their own companies and guilds. We have Interspace, which at the time of making presentation looked like this, but you can see that a few days ago the graphics were updated for basically for this conference. And we got the Meta Radio, which is only getting started, and started as a podcast for the MetaGame, but really it's meant to be like a network of podcasts. So we got the MetaGame podcast, we got Peter's Wizard of Devs podcast. We're probably Pretopia is likely to join, and some other friends. And this is showing also like the very primitive version of how we started gamifying the process. So when you join the MetaGame, part of Quest 2 is to open this battle plan, make yourself a character basically by copying one of these purple triangles and connecting yourself to the project or task that you want to be working on. Forward. Yes, and so the first version of MetaGame is meant to be like really simple 2D like this, just to break the silos by bringing projects together and share more information. For example, one of MetaCartel projects is currently going around and trying to raise money from VCs, which his information will become really helpful to other people trying to raise money inside the MetaCartel and MetaGame. And so as it currently stands, every project needs to discover this information on their own. And we really want to build this resource hub where projects can put down information and share it. And in that process, with that process and bringing together guilds that do different parts of projects. So we got guilds that build, guilds that promote, and guilds that fund and whatever. We'll be establishing this sort of decentralized factory, where like the meme that I came up with was do for Web3 projects what Henry Ford did for the automobile, which I think captures it really nicely, because the idea is to have one place where you can share ideas, get people tell you if it's a good idea or not. Then you get people that are going to help you build it, people that are going to help you fund it, and like take it to the market. But then there's the MetaGame 2.0, which is really what I wanted MetaGame 1 to be, which is actually bigger than crypto. So at that point we would be able to start focusing on like real world problems, like players of MetaGame would be expected, for example, to offset their carbon footprint and things like that. And like we would come up with this virtual operating systems that will be open source, that other communities and potentially corrupt nation states of the third world could basically use to start their own metagame that would be connected with us. And this would establish this sort of web of opportunity where you don't need to anymore change your physical location to get access to opportunities, but just connect to metagame. And the long-term goal is to establish this sort of resource-based economy. So it's no longer important to have a lot of money to build stuff, but simply have all these guilds that all produce some kind of a resource. So the building guilds produce this sort of build token. We got the marketing guilds producing these meme berries. We got consultancies and advisories producing stratagems, and like all the resources that we need. That we would then be able to exchange between each other without having to rely on having like bags of old school money, which would then part of the reason for that would be that unlike for example Moloch or MetaCartel, well, MetaCartel is also accepting now, but the point is that we don't need people to pledge money to join. They can just pledge their time or whatever resource they're producing, and yeah, on the way of making it, it will make it easy to see what we have and what we need. And yeah, and this was basically when I announced Intercon, which was 10 days ago, and it came very fast. Too fast. It was announced like 10 days ago in advance, which is about the same time that I started planning it. So thank you, Hamad, and thank you everyone who really pushed this technical side, because I couldn't have done it otherwise. And that should be all from screen sharing. All right. Do we have any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
We made it.
Woo! Are there questions in the chat? Nope.
How can people
tell me in terms?
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
My question is, how can people get involved in metagame, and what do they do?
Oh, they need to drop in our Discord. The Discord. Let me grab the link. And when you join the Discord, you have this signpost channel, which then tells you anything you need to know, directs you further. There we go. All right. Leon wanted to say something, or?
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to ask in terms of development of the interspace, and I mean all the services like Jitsi and everything we're using right now, did you have any cost besides from time or development, or do you pay basically the space?
Everything.
Like the
Everything was like
conference room.
pretty much.
Metagame, like so far we spent I think about $500 on everything we did. It's all basically people just build it.
Okay.
We share seeds, which are the ownership of the project, and that's it. But most of Interspace was actually built before MetaGame by one of the people that joined the MetaGame. So yeah, that's one of the ideas of MetaGame, is to just bring together projects. So we don't want to be reinventing the wheel. So like we use Interspace, which was built by another guy at a hackathon. Like we are not building our own reputation system. We are using SourceCred. We are not building our own identity system. We are going to be using Freebox. And
yeah, makes sense.
Do you have any more questions?
I think there might be some questions on
YouTube.
No, in the Jitsi chat, I think, but no, never mind. It's just trying derivative.
Yeah, I didn't understand the question.
Yes, basically, it's like Fight Club metagame is. Me and Yaler talked about this at ETH Denver. We all push each other to be the best version of ourselves.
But unlike Fight Club, tell everyone about metagame.
Yeah.
And
yeah, the only rule of metagame is tell everyone about metagame. All the time.
All the time. Expect people to know. Like, hey, you playing metagame? What, you don't know what's metagame? What?
And tell me, is there a next Intercon planned?
What?
Is there already a next Interconference?
Is there what? I'm sorry.
A next conference planned?
No, Hamad said something, and I didn't hear it.
Okay. So I will text it. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, is there another Intercon plan? Well, when I started doing this, I planned this to be like a series, so it was supposed to be going on, but I don't know, it will take me some time to decide to do this again, because it was a lot more stressful than I expected. But we're non-con, so one of the people that built Interspace, they have another conference by the end of this month. It was supposed to be in Vienna as a replacement to EdCon, but EdCon got cancelled, then they made non-con, but then non-con got cancelled too because of the bans, and now they're making it a virtual conference.
Okay.
So I can share you a link to that.
Thanks.
Man. Yeah, and speaking of virtual conferences, Dragon Quest is coming up too, all month.
The hackathon, right?
So, yeah, get into that.
Is the name?
Dragon Quest, yeah. It's a dragons questing metagame. It's pretty great.
Yeah, Yeller will be introducing the hackathon, I think, in about an hour. Yeah. Yeah. At 6 p.m. Half an hour, actually. Yeah, there's only one thing in between. Where is that non-con? Non-con.
I'll find it, man. It's fine. But thank you.
So these are the people organizing non-con. And the hackathon is already in there. That's good. All right. So next up we got. Hey.
Oh, sorry. Hey, I wanted to clarify my question, kind of. It's like the Fight Club thing that I mentioned wasn't necessarily about like onboarding. Well, maybe it is a little bit, but it was kind of like, I want to know if there's like a way to like bring the ethos of the metagame to the real world. Like by that I mean like when there's the scene in Fight Club out back behind the party store, and the guy like takes his ID and he like points the gun in his face and he's like, "Go live a better life," you know, like. I want to know if there's things that we can do to challenge each other in day-to-day stuff that you guys think is aligned with the online stuff to actually bring it into like more of like an actual cultural phenomenon that is the metagame.
Yeah, one of the ways I wanted us to do was through this social accounting channel, which was like kind of misunderstood as only being for reporting what you did and claiming seeds, but I meant for it to be sort of for like just so we share, okay, today I'm going to do this, and like so we share what we're doing and we can encourage each other, and like afterwards ask each other, hey, did you do that shit that you said you will do, and things like that, if that's what you meant by your question.
Oh, it's the one. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly like I wanna use this in my as part of like the larger transformation, you know, like crypto seems like everything, you know, it seems like even like a blockchain model of like the substrate of the universe could be applicable. And I like the optimism out of the scene, and I want to spread it in my community, and I want to use things like MetaGame to onboard people to live a more programmatic lifestyle, like where people are code and like that's their life online instead of just being passive and going on Facebook and stuff like that.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's just hard to get normal people excited about these things.
Guys, I'm telling you, octopus face tattoos. Everyone's going to be doing it. Everyone's going to want to be involved.
I mean, now is probably not the best time, but I think what's usually helps me to get people onto Ethereum is just telling them like that you can have like 8% per anno by locking a stable coin and this like computer finance application. I mean, the economic incentive of earning this interest gets them sometimes.
Yeah, that's a good one. I think it's easier to get people like that than with like at least the people that are really risk averse. They were more likely to be interested in earning that stable interest than joining crypto. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, 28, which means other talks are about to start. We got Intro to SignalDAO and Summoning the Intercon DAO by James Duncan in the stress test arena. And we got the local impact hackathons in the House of Adoption. Yeah, we need to jump into one of those.
Cool. Yeah, I'll be over at the
around,
stress test arena with.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're moderating that one. Great.
Yeah. So I'll be over there if anyone wants to hop in. And yeah, way to go, Pete. Way to go, MetaGame.
Right. Thank you for listening. See you around.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Hello?
What up, Alex?
What's up, Ahmad? Yeah, so yeah, mini meetings and stuff. So now I'm game. I'm way too late, right?
No, they're still going on. The next talk is in the stress test arena, and there's another one in let me see, House of Adoption. James Duncan is giving it in the stress arena.
In where?
stress test arena.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go. All right.
All right. Peace.
See ya.
Quarantine zone. We're live. Thanks for being here, everyone. How many we got? We got the typical crew. Non-Connor, is that Eric Connor? Who's that? Or you can be anonymous either way.
No, it's not.
So it's who?
I don't know. Maybe Yellow. I don't know.
Okay, cool. Anyway, yeah, glad everyone could be here. We, in this talk, are just going to be, so we've forked the Signal DAO for the Intercon, and it'll be a sort of system for people to come in and make Intercon proposals for either like ideas that they want to see at Intercon or different tech stacks, or just, you know, sourcing ideas and like crowdfunding like community sentiment around how to make decisions for the Intercon. I'm James. I think most of you obviously know me. And then Barada is going to be helping host this as well. He's been extremely helpful, and we've been working together a bit on a DAO ops system for all
the things.
Yes, for all the things. Sorry, I was a little distracted by a message, but yes, for all the things. So I guess we can kind of get started. Can I share my screen? Is this a possibility here?
Yeah, there should be a little button in the bottom left somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, here. And let me see just a second.
James, do you want to shave your head?
Do I want to shave my head? No, I would rather not.
Yeah, you want to do it live?
I do not want to do it live. No. Well, I mean, depends. Like, what, you know, what's the
incentive?
You get seeds, man.
I get seeds. Oh, I hear seeds are pretty cool, actually.
Correct. Dude, get in. They're like Mako. It's like MKR early days, man. Come on.
Yeah.
When are you shaving your head? Which time and room, dude? Like, dude.
I have to. Let me see what availability we have. I'm shaving my head. No.
Completely voluntary. Are you really in it, to be honest?
Me?
Well, yes, shaving your head is the first step to enlightenment.
Yeah.
It shows that, you know, you're really in it, right? You're like really down for the metagame. You're about that life. Yeah, no. When they do surgery on your head, you have to shave the head anyway. So That's how you cure coronavirus, man. The brain is sick.
Gitcoin has their live stream in like an hour and a half, so I'll probably do it there in the House of Daos.
Nice.
Maybe stress test. Yeah. No. There you go. Yep. It's up to you.
DAO launch.
It'll be the virtual conference for the future.
Tell everyone about
Get people to shave
MetaGame.
their heads.
Tell us. Yes.
Just drop the virtual bit. Just like tell everyone about MetaGame.
No, I think it's good. You are. Yeah, no, you're in the right room.
Yeah. How much does it cost to launch this now? How much does it cost to launch it now? Because I heard the Moloch costs like $200 or something to. Ah, right. Okay. How do you do that? Alright. Start. I wrote in start, but nothing happens.
We have to fill out the form and stuff, or does it just drop us right in? So that's you.
This just got real.
Okay, I just applied. Yeah. Whew. Cool. Awesome. And then once members are onboarded, they can onboard new members, right? Great. Perfect. Cool. And then so what we need to do is then sign up and give the links to everyone so everyone else can drop in and then like, you know, share ideas or signals or whatever through the DAO. Cool. And the link we share is the link to the Intercon bot, right? The onboarding bot. That's the one we want to share. Okay, great, great. All right, and while we're filling out the forms and whatnot, does anyone have any questions or stuff about the DAO, the bot, the things? All right, cool. Well, the idea here, right, is that joining a DAO is as easy as just clicking a link to join a Telegram group. And then from there, you can signal things or make decisions or share ideas by just voting within the chat. So literally, it's just like clicking a like button. So voting is as easy as liking stuff. And then you can use that to signal preferences and do whatever. And then the screen here that James has is like how a DAO summoner might create their DAO. So it's a cool kind of like no code situation where you can wire stuff together and build a DAO bot thing that does the stuff you want. And then from there, all your end users have to do is just join a link and like stuff. And then they will be on their way to voting in the wild world of Web3. Oh, also, how long does it take for the application to get processed? Because I haven't been added to the chat yet. Or the
maybe just chill, talk about at a what's everybody.
You're muted.
Wasn't talking.
Wait, no, you're not. You're muted.
Oh, there's a little feedback.
Wait, no, you're not. Wait, let me. You're next, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up next doing the Dragon Quest.
I'll be shaving my head here in an hour.
All right, can't wait to miss that.
Are you gonna be not here?
Shave your head, but don't shave your beard, right?
Oh no, of course not.
I look like a salty old pirate when I do that or something.
Yeah.
It's pretty close already though, so. Oh boy.
Yeah, man.
we got live self grooming. We've got music. We've got talks on community building. We've got demos. This thing's off the chain.
Yeah.
Also, I have you entirely to myself here. I have two of you and no one else.
Oh yeah, the other.
I'm really excited because like actually now I can just like talk to you about the conference.
Yeah.
or the hackathon. We can do like a Q&A.
Yeah. Definitely. It's going pretty good though right now, right?
It's going great. I feel like people are like they're there and they're getting in the rooms like, but once it's smooth and like people don't get kicked out every now and then, it'll be like so good. It's gonna be great. Yeah. I'm actually stoked. Like it's just people are syncing up. Like once we get this format dialed in, it's gonna be over. Like this
like,
thing's gonna be.
If we had some budget, we could have like spun up dedicated servers for each room, and like
yeah, for sure.
Just have a stable thing that way.
Yeah,
but
for
yeah,
sure.
like I've been watching all the streams, both the House of Adoption, the House of Daos, and Stress Test Arena. They've all been going smoothly on YouTube, so they'll be auto recorded as well. I think nice.
Yeah, House of Adoption was
look back
great.
On it.
I was really stoked about that. Yeah, that's great content too for like, all right, like here where or we could actually see like where the most people were for what talks and stuff. Yeah, I'm super down with that. All right, I'm gonna tweet out this room real quick.
I'm getting pinged.
I'm supporting the Stay the Fuck Home challenge and just chilling with people through my laptop. From other side, I'm kind of curious, why would a conference in World of Warcraft or something? So you can already like get a character and go around and build some faces. So because from one perspective, it's very fun. There are some virtual reality projects that technically do exactly that. So you do like an
What up?
What up, Messmage?
What's up, Yellor?
What's happening?
I don't know what's happening.
Favorite talk so far? Go.
I just saw one, so I would say James Duncan. I had a couple of meetings. Like I'm on the European time zone, so like be kind with me.
Perfect. So SignalDAO.
Hey.
Yeah. What about you, Yellor?
Favorite talk was Simona Pop. talking about Web3 communities. What is it? Oh, building strong Web3 communities. Basically, she just
Nice.
shilled Intercon for the whole time, so it was great.
Ah, nice. Yeah, congrats on this. This is awesome. It's going smoothly.
Yeah, I mean, should thank the Peether.
And Hamad.
And Hamad, yeah, the stream master.
So when is he shaving his head? Hamad.
In 1 hour.
In this room.
Okay.
I will. Yeah. Here, come here. Hamad, someone wants to say hi.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Here's Hamad.
Yeah, I know, but the
Just
lady,
say hi.
I heard the lady say hi. Can't hear anybody now.
Okay. Well, anyway, she wanted to say hi, and she says she's speaking at in
At 2:30.
2:30 MST. So that's
Oh, sweet. Which room?
House of Adoption.
I couldn't.
House of Adoption. Where did it go?
9:30 CET.
9:30 CET. There you go. Hamad shaving his head in an hour.
Why?
He says why? Just
For MetaGame.
fun. For MetaGame.
Anyway, I hope you can come.
Okay. Sweet. Well, I guess we're here, so we might as well kick it off for MetaGame. It says.
Yep.
Cool. Welcome. Sweet. Maybe we'll wait a few more minutes so that everyone can arrive and gather. What up, Heath? What up? What up? Look at that. Repping the OG Ethereum shirt.
I heard there's a cool hackathon being announced here.
There is a quest. A quest to supersede all the rest. Nick. Whoa, whoa.
Hi there.
Hey, hey. Is that Johnny?
No, David from Slovenia.
Oh, David. What's up, man? Nice to see you here.
Yeah, a bit busy with kids, but I see that.
Hey, hey. Bring the baby
This is
into
Ella.
the future.
She's Ella.
Hi, Ella. Ellen.
Ella.
Hello. Ella.
Ella.
Sweet. Well, let's kick it off because we are about to talk about the Meta Cartel Dragon Quest virtual hackathon. So, hi, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Yaler. I am a tavern keeper at the Raid Guild, a shaman at the MetaGame, and a newish member of the Meta Cartel. And we decided to put together a virtual hackathon because of all of the things that are happening right now. It's a little bit crazy. A lot of events have been canceled, and we wanted to do something for the community and keep the energy and the enthusiasm rolling. Dragon Quest is the official hackathon of the Meta Cartel. We hope that the format will set a new standard for virtual events to allow the cartel and members to provide support and sponsorship for all the builders in the Web3 ecosystem. It's always been Meta Cartel's goal to build a better Web3 and to promote builders who are building cool stuff. So why remote? Well, as we know, there are tons of issues happening globally right now. We've got travel bans, events canceled, viruses, lots of people getting affected inside the community. So it's really important to have resilient and remote events that are kind of unstoppable, just like Ethereum. To begin with, this is something I think we've been thinking about for a little while is that there's a barrier to entry to events to begin with, hackathons at physical locations. Even though they may be free for attendees sometimes, it is expensive to take flights. It is an energy drain to be there for the whole entire time and to stay at an Airbnb, to go back and forth in between. There is visa restrictions for people from certain countries. And so it just makes a lot of sense because we have all the tools we need to deploy these kind of events in a virtual setting. Why not set up a system and a structure that can continue to support people who want to work from anywhere? We know builders are coming from anywhere and everywhere, and that you do not need to be in a physical location to collaborate with a team. So Metacartel really wants to support people who are motivated to join teams and to build amazing products and collaborate online, but also to help kind of like retrain people so that we can keep these events going in through the future without interruptions. Like, these events need to be unstoppable. We can't be closing up shop basically and stopping development on all of the things that we're building just because, you know, we have a little virus sweeping the world. So the ethos of the event, of the Metacartel hackathon, and I'll go ahead and share my screen because we've set up an awesome website. Pop, pop, pop. Can everyone see my screen? Yeah, looks like it.
Yep.
Awesome. So yeah, the intention of the event is collaboration over competition. There will be 5 top winners, 1st through 5th place. We wanted to reward as many people as possible, but the idea is to have fun, be creative, to, you know, form teams that are well-rounded, who are tackling interesting issues and using some of the tools that exist inside the Metacartel ecosystem. So there's a ton of sponsors. We're also accepting new sponsors right now. So if you're interested as a project or as a founder to sponsor the event, we are accepting bounties. And the bounties are a great way for hackers to get introduced to your tools or what you've developed so far. We're working with already a few great organizations such as Peppo, who just spoke a few moments ago. We've got 3Box, DAP Hero. Of course, the MetaGame is sponsoring, although I think the MetaGame actually accomplished all their bounties before the hackathon even started, which is great, but I'm sure we'll have more. So there's more spots left for people to jump up and support the hackathon, because this hackathon is different from all the rest. There's no charging for sponsors, and all the money goes directly to the hackers. So the bounties will be set up in a way where they're all visible to the community, and then each of the sponsors has a channel where they can connect with people who are asking questions about their bounties, basically. So it's a cool format. We want people to make things that matter. We want to make it easy for them to deploy cool tools. And we want to watch this virtual community thrive. We've got some interesting ideas for what might happen after the hackathon, but we'll save those because we want to execute a good event. And we want to make sure that all of the attendees feel like they've got the right direction, that they were able to get through the event and share their ideas with people who are also interested in connecting with them. So we have the tools for total remote coordination. We have chats, we have Figma boards, and we have payout systems. Like we're using Bounties Network combined with F12, which is a super easy way for teams to collaborate and build squads. And now we have things like Interspace. Interspace is also a community tool where people can just connect anytime and link up to have a chat room, which is a awesome tool that will continue to be developed. So we believe that teams who know how to execute from anywhere are stronger, more aligned, and we want to make sure they're prepared for any situation. That's kind of like the spirit of the hackathon. It starts on April 1st. It runs for 30 days. The judges are still being defined, but we have some good ones so far. Zach Herring, Dan Elzer, Jake Brookman, Rick Burton, Lily Shashka, and Zephram Liu. We're also accepting new judge applications. These could potentially be for the next event that we're going to do, because we hope to continue hosting these remote hackathons as more people find out about what we are doing. We can improve this system. We can create an environment that allows us to progress under any conditions. We really want to train hackers who are ready to execute. And I think that the Dragon Quest Hackathon is just the beginning for us. We would like to see more events like this done, maybe on a quarterly basis. And we may be even able to roll in DAO functionality with some of the winners. So you could see something happening like the Grandmaster champions of the Dragon Quest Hackathon are then entered into a DAO that allows them to vote on the winners of the next hackathon. So they're automatically enrolled into the DAO. It's something that's still in talks, but it's a very interesting, exciting prospect for us. More DAOs, basically. More DAOs for more people. Yeah, so that's the gist of the event. Like I said, it's starting up in about 2 weeks. You can go to hackathon.metacartel.org and you can apply as a hacker, apply as a sponsor. It'll dump you into our Discord, where I am paying close attention to new members, any questions that need to be asked, and get things sorted out. There is all the answers to most questions are in the pinned messages of the channels, just to make it super easy for people. And Zephram from the F12 team are there as well to answer questions about F12. All of the bounties. Let's jump into the bounty section real quick, because we can look at that. Actually, no, we can't do that right now because I'm on a different computer. But yeah, so if you go through the hacker application, basically, you'll be able to jump into the Discord and look at all the bounties. And the bounties are being put up as we speak. Basically, sponsors have 2 weeks to put those bounties up, and then they'll all be available. And then the sponsors themselves decide basically who is going to be winning those bounties. And then the panel of judges is going to be deciding. We're going to release how all the judging information will be done in about a week and a half. We'll be drafting a second blog post and releasing that on the MetaCartel Medium so that people know how to submit properly and what we will be looking for. A little bit about judging. Zach Herring put together a nice little judging flow for us to make it easy for the judges to come in and evaluate the projects once they're submitted. The projects will have to be submitted by... that's good. I'm not showing it right now.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I can't get into Discord at the moment. Or I would. Yeah, so basically what we'll be looking for in winning submissions is there'll be a prototype, pitch deck, possibly a video demo, a link to the submission, and there is all those creative bounties. They can range from being project specific, non-specific, micro dApps, brand new projects utilizing functionality, or with the judges using scorecards weighing individual factors. So we'll release, like I said, that in about a week and a half, and it will be made really clear to all the attendees. That basically covers it, though. That is the Meta Cartel Dragon Quest Hackathon. If anybody has any questions or wants to find out more, you can go to hackathon.metacartel.org and jump into the Discord, start asking questions, start sharing ideas with other teams, and find out how to get a project rolling in there. The end. Sweet, someone dropped the link in already. We have a little bit more time here. If anyone wants to, let me see when the next talk is.
I was just gonna jump in here real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'd love feedback on this. I want to do so at East London, because I mentioned a little bit earlier in my talk about communities that it's sometimes very hard to get like tips and help when you really need it from mentors. We were going to do the addition and so on. I want to do the same for design, because I think, again, it's like a big problem typically at hackathons. I've seen so many people kind of go, oh, I need a designer, please help, and, you know, frantically Googling things. Do we think this would be helpful just to have bite-size design tips happening with links to component libraries, I don't know, any kind of write-ups, any kind of helpful information, if you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, so we have a link section in the Discord now. It is basically going to be all of the helpful things that people might need.
Right.
Definitely how to execute on submitting the final submissions. But I think that those links could also live in there. We might also be able to, I mean, we could totally just open a design channel. So it's like, if there's design-based questions, they could be dropped into there, or the videos could be dropped into there directly so people can consume them. But I think that would be helpful. It's an interesting thing that was worth like investigating for sure, because if people have questions or where to go to resources, sometimes like you spend a lot of time when you could just talk to an expert, and like the experts will already be in the room. So yeah, definitely their help channel is also there. Basically, we wanted to try and make sure that there's enough support from A, the sponsors who are experts in their field, and B, the grandmasters, the judges, the helpers who are part of Meta Cartel, who can answer questions and give feedback. So yeah, there'll be plenty of people like paying attention and stuff, but all the resources that can be added should be added.
When I have the question and I need the help. That's why I was thinking. But yeah.
Well, I mean, let's say that if you put all that content up, it's evergreen, right? The content can be reused or recycled, so it can live in a tool where those live, or they could live in a GitHub repo or something like that. Okay. So yeah, definitely. Why not?
Cool.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
It just this last part of the talk of your conversation reminded me of the thing we talked like a few days ago. You remember the science repository? So
yes.
Taking the harder way. So it's not on the GitHub. It's not in Discord. It could be, but just to try an experiment. What happens if you share your resources from your laptop directly? So more dynamically, there is one aggregating server, and anybody that searches in this server searches directly on all people's laptops which are currently connected to that server. And this is how you can dynamically share resources that you just mentioned, like for design, for anything. And we talked about this in the context of science and scientific papers, and it's a harder way to do it, and it's not obvious if it's better or not. But everybody is just using the established infrastructure and everything. So I want to be a little bit an outsider and start small and test a little bit, you know. So maybe this is something I'm thinking of applying for. Or what services are people using that are not because people don't have their own servers, and it's very cheap to have one. And if you install something on it, then magically new vistas open potentially. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, no, I think
So
that like kind of non-centralized resources are great. We should absolutely explore that. As long as I have a feeling that it should be as easy to access as any of those other services. And maybe it's even easier to access at some point, because then you don't have to use an email to log in or anything like that. You just query the server and then the information's available. But it's the tipping point, right? Where does it become easy enough for people to use? Whereas they're like, oh, look, we don't need to use this anymore. I'll just query the server. But it's definitely like a really interesting thing. And I think creating decentralized tools that are around these kind of like these ideas of building decentralized communities is a great way of starting, right? Like if we can do it with these little things, then we can make the transition away from all these. Because I know personally I have so many accounts, you know, to use all the tools and to share all the information that I need to. And I wish I didn't, right? I wish my email inbox was not exploding with offers from Notion and GitHub and
yeah, thanks. Maybe something else we can be. It's different for sure. It's more sporadic. You don't get same search results all the time. It depends. But yeah, thanks for confirmation that there is something in it. I'm actually sure it is, but I'm glad even without the prototype shown that some people or a lot of people here maybe can sense that it's worth exploring and would be willing to help test something. Thank you.
Definitely. Well, you'll get feedback from the MetaFam community for sure. If you're in there, you'll plenty of testers.
Thanks for now.
Yeah. So up next we have. Oh wait, who's emceeing this room? I don't want to take over.
Oh, that's technically me.
Is that you, Barada?
You're doing great. So like, you know, keep on keeping on.
No, you're doing great. Actually, everyone's doing great. I think so far the talks have been really fantastic, and it's the platform is holding through for the first iteration. So let's see. Up next is Bright ID. Oh, this is a great project. So we have, I think it's Philip Silva from Bright ID, speaking about decentralized, unique identity for everyone. And I'm just gonna check and make sure. Is that right?
Well,
7 p.m.
I think it's Strategies for Surviving World of Continuous Legal Uncertainty by Marina.
Yeah, that's what I see too.
What room is that
That's
in?
in this room.
This room.
Oh, I thought I was in the House of Adoption. But I'm in the House of Daos.
Yes. But also, if you are interested in that, go to the House of Adoption. They have very cool things too.
If you're interested in decentralized identity, go to the House of Adoption.
Yes.
But if you're interested in this, actually, I'm really interested in this next topic, so I'll be excited to hear that. Oh no, I should clarify. Bright ID starting at 7 and
double down on 3box and Bright ID. Tag team, they'll tell you all the cool things about IDs.
Back to back. Is Mariana in here?
Mariana, hello? Nope.
Let's see if we can page her in the lobby.
Excellent.
She is in the building. Just getting her the link now. Bless you. Is that you, Mariana?
Yeah, hi.
Excellent.
Can you hear me?
All right. Yes,
Okay,
you
perfect.
sound great. Strategies in a world of continuous legal uncertainty.
Hello. So thank you for this introduction. My name is actually Marina. No worries. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Just a moment. I have a short presentation. Can you see me?
Looks great. We can see your screen.
Yeah, perfect.
Yep.
That's great. So hello to everyone. I'm Marina, and I'm actually a lawyer. So this is why I'm talking about this topic. I had a recent presentation at the token engineering event, so I thought that would be also interesting for you to hear more about that. I've been in this space for the last, I would say, 3-4 years, working with blockchain startups in a blockchain accelerator, and now working on different projects at the moment. And one of them is also a research project that we're doing with a token engineering event. And some of the thoughts and some of the things that I'm going to say is also connected to what I learned through this project. And actually stay tuned. I'm sure that Angela from the token engineering community, she will share more about that, because this was actually her idea. So how to survive in the legal uncertainty. We are used to have legal uncertainty in all the different industries, also in the past, like fintech and other industries. But I would say that the legal uncertainty we have here at the moment in the blockchain space is very high and very different. And this Latin combination of this Latin words actually is saying that there's always society first, and there's law that comes after that. So there's always something that we see changing in the society or in the tech, and law always comes next to that. So we are used to have innovative innovation coming up, but then law is always taking some time to just follow up with it. And also in the last years, we have seen very different projects aiming to build something like a decentralized world, something that would be different and would have no legal restrictions or even no nations or states. But unfortunately, when we lawyers come in, this is the reality that we bring. We bring the reality of different regulations and different laws that you need to or you should be compliant with. So that's unfortunately the reality, although we are living and working in the digital world. The news in the last years, most of it is actually talking about laws, and is actually talking about what are regulators saying about different things that are happening in this space. And this is one very interesting from my point of view. The SEC commissioner talking about the safe harbor for ICOs. And that might be a very interesting and like a potentially interesting thing for projects that would want to raise money the way they did in the past. Also, the other trend is that it's getting very, very expensive to be compliant. So although you are not a startup that is like a very new startup, but you're in the space for some time, the costs of you being compliant are raising. We can see here Kraken talking about it, and also they tweeted about it. The cost is just getting higher, and you can see in this lower left part, the costs in 2015 were so lower than the ones in 2019, and they need to cope with that. And whenever you are building something, or whenever you want to build a startup or a network or a DAO, you actually need to work and to have an idea of how much money and time you're going to spend towards building your idea. And if you have this legal uncertainty, it's really hard to understand when and how to do that. So if we're talking about DAOs, there have been various different, projects already working on that, and different lawyers, very innovative and very courageous to work in this space. Most of you already are familiar with the LAO projects, or for example, the BB models, or models that are non-profit models like foundations, or a series of like intersecting different entities like profit and non-profit models. But DAOs are something that are very, very interesting for lawyers, I would say, and also interesting, of course, for the builders. But why most of them are working in this space, because it's much more interesting than doing the legal stuff that we are used to. And the interesting part that I wanted to talk to you about is actually the model law that Koala is drafting at the moment. So I'm a part of the organizations that is called Koala, and these organizations have been in the space for a really long time. Primavera de Filippi and Constance are the ones that actually are working within these organizations and are leading all the activities here. And in the last months, we have been meeting and working towards designing this model law for DAOs that was actually help DAOs to have like a legal framework that is more suited for them than the ones we have now at the moment. So this is, I would say, a very long-term approach. It's not something that you would use right now if you want to build a DAO, but it's something that would need to happen in the next years. But still, I think we need to start working on that and maybe see changes, not right now, not at the moment, but I'm sure that this is going to be very useful for DAOs in the future. So actually the aim of the model law is to assist governments in crafting their own DAOs and laws on DAOs. And it's actually something that is not that new, that has been used before. A model law usually is drafted to help countries to frame a certain legislation on different topics. And one of the most interesting one is actually the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law has drafted one on electronic commerce. And it's somehow connected, or maybe similar to the one that we are designing, because they were actually, their aim was actually to remove legal obstacles and increase predictability for electronic commerce. That means that bringing equality when we are talking about paper-based or electronic-based information. And this is something that this law has been very successful and has been used by many countries. And this is where we were also looking into when we were designing the model law for DAOs. So the model law, as I'm saying, is a law that is actually helping projects and helping countries to design laws, but it's a really long-term approach. And we're using the functional equivalence approach, which was also used for the previous model law that I was talking about. And that actually means that the equivalence of the underlying process and the functions of traditional paper-based legal requirements were assessed and were actually thought about of how we can use the internet, whatever we have now in the digital form, and maybe use it instead of using the paper form. So the Koala model law for DAOs would like to specify legal rights and obligations of DAOs, but what is very important is without requiring them to register to traditional corporate law rules. That means that for very simple DAOs, you would not need to have a legal entity. You would not need to have an LLC or a foundation as we do have now, but you would still need to be, I would say, compliant with this DAO law. And we are also using the functional equivalence approach, which means that we would want to satisfy the relevant legal provisions through technological means. So we all know that blockchain is bringing an additional layer of trust to whatever we're doing, whatever we're using blockchain. And I think that it would be great from the regulator point of view to understand that and actually to bring it to the legal framework that we have today, and maybe not that actually the blockchain is bringing. So beyond DAOs, there are so many other legal questions and legal problems that we have, and that are connected to the industry that we are working in, to the market and to the jurisdiction. We all know that it's very different if we are operating in Europe or if we are operating in US, to your funding strategy. So if you want to have like an ICO or an ETO compared to selling your shares or to selling equity, and the legal entity you have and the definition of the token. So a token is again a very important part of whatever we are building, of our industry, and is very, very novel for I would say for the legal world. So the first time lawyers heard about tokens, they were very I think surprised. They didn't actually know what was that. I think that we have seen a lot of improvement in this space also from the legal and regulatory point of view. Sometimes when we are building startups, networks, or DAOs, it's very important to have this legal certainty, because this is how we can predict the timeline and the funds that we are that we need in order to build our solution, but also later to know which is the market that we are addressing. And again, bringing this legal clarity would help a lot of startups. And how we are doing that, I think you're already familiar with different organizations that are talking to the regulator. And I think that in the last few years, they have been very helpful. I'm based in Europe, so I basically know some of them that are from Germany or France or Slovenia or the Netherlands. I know that they are very active and they have brought a lot of clarity to the regulators, and I think that all the community, the whole community is actually gaining from this. And some of them are using sandboxes, some of them are trying to define new regulations, but most of them are also issuing opinions based on the talks they had with different projects. So one example that I wanted to show you is, again, the token and the different definitions that we have in different states or countries. So this is why it's very hard for a startup and for a project to understand, okay, what is a token? I just need a definition and tell me what I need to do. And I mean, this is what I need to do in order to build my whatever I want to build, my product. So there are few tokens, and the names of the tokens that are used from different regulators, from their opinions that were issued mostly in 2018, I would say, or 19. The FINMA, the Swiss regulators said there are 3 types of tokens: so the payment token, the utility token, and the asset token. The Malta authority have 4 types of token, and the most important one I would say is the financial instrument, which is usually a security. So this is why it's important for us to understand if it is a financial instrument or not, and then it can be an electronic money or virtual timelines in order for us to be compliant. And of course, the last one is the Liechtenstein token container model, which is a very interesting model to my opinion. They are actually talking about the token in a form of like a container, which means that it's not really important how we call it, but it's very important what is in the token. So the lawyers are not really interested in the white papers, in our, I mean, in how we are defining that, but they want to understand what is the functionality of the token, and this is how they define the actual token. So I think this is a very good, I think, usage of the token, because it's easier for non-lawyers to understand what a token actually means, and that the technical part is just like the container, everything that is around that, but the substance is the important part. And when I'm talking to projects and also listening to different presentations, I always hear when they're saying, okay, there's like the technical part, there's no friction in the technical part. This is not the hard thing to do. We are kind of solving that right now, but the problem is the legal part, and how can we bring the technical and the legal parts together? So unfortunately, again, we cannot work in this digital world that is without boundaries, but if we want to be compliant in all those different jurisdictions, we would need to understand the definition of a token from each and every jurisdiction, and to understand how do they define this type of a container, and what we need to do in order to be compliant. So actually, to conclude this presentation, the strategies to work towards understanding or towards having more legal certainty in this industry is to evaluate your business idea and to understand how much time do you need actually to work with the regulator, or maybe just with the lawyer, to be compliant, and which markets are the ones that are hard to crack, which markets are the ones that you need to be compliant, working with the regulators. And I'm sure that most of the organizations that are doing that are very active and representing some of the projects. And the last one is to stay informed. There's so many different news popping up from all over the world, and it's really hard to be informed. But I think it's very important and crucial if also you want to build, for example, a startup, and you want to be compliant, or a DAO, just for you to understand the risks that you're going through, and to be informed about those risks. So that's actually the end of the presentation. I'm happy if you have any questions, because I think we still have some time left.
Woohoo! So I have a quick question. So like, there's a lot of communities, right, that are doing super cool stuff, and they just kind of exist on the internet, and then they're kind of building DAOs and deploying them to do some things. What would you recommend for communities who are DAOifying, as far as like thinking through if they want to actually like create a business model around their community, or take a product to market or whatnot? What's like the easiest, minimal viable way for them to do that in a kind of safe and sane way from a regulatory and compliance perspective?
So this is a very good question, but the answer would be it depends. Because it depends on what you're building, and if you want to be a DAO, or if you want to be a startup, or it depends the industry that you're in, and it also depends on the market that you want to be in. So I think the most, it's very important at the beginning when you're building your product, or when you're actually brainstorming about the ideas, to think also about this legal perspective, and to understand that the most complicated things are probably going to be the ones that need more compliance, and that are going to be also costly. And we have seen also in the past, startups taking different approaches. Some of them are thinking about it from the beginning, especially the ones that are having institutional investors in. And of course, they also need more investments from the beginning, but also some that are just trying to experiment with the tech for some time and seeing, okay, maybe this is viable. We have a solution or we have a market for that, and then thinking about this legal part and trying to raise money also to overcome those problems.
So it's complicated.
It is.
Great. Do you know, is there like an if this then that decision tree where you can look through and say like, okay, if your token has derivatives, explore these things. If your token is simply used to buy a thing, explore these things. If you're, like kind of like so people can pretty easily understand like, okay, my token does these things, I should be aware of these kind of issues. Is there like a kind of like a simple model or getting started guide like that exists anywhere?
That would be actually very cool. I think that at the beginning, like 2 years ago, there was this Howey test document with a lot of questions where you can answer those questions and understand if your token is a security or not. But I think it's very hard to have something like that, to have something that would be really easy for you to understand. That's why, if you have something complicated, like a complicated product, you would need different lawyers in the room from different jurisdictions and from like specialized in securities law or in some other like topic. So I think for to start, actually, I know that Felipe did something like a canvas for DAOs, for example. I think it would be interesting to start from there and also to put the legal parts and the legal aspects there.
So if there's someone who has these questions, how would they reach out to you or relevant people in the space to start to understand how to move forward and better understand these things?
There are some very cool Telegram groups where we lawyers meet. But also here you can see my email. And I don't know if there's a possibility to share some links or some Telegram groups for the guys out there. I think that would be great.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to drop them into the chat here on the sidebar chat window, you totally can. And then also if you want, we can coordinate to get those links, and then have after the Intercon, we can send out like a newsletter or blog post or something saying people did cool stuff. And then in your section, we can drop in like the links to how people can engage with you and the relevant legal community.
Okay, that would be great.
Cool, awesome. Does anyone else have any other questions?
Are any questions in the chat?
I don't see questions on the Intercon chat. I don't know if there's YouTube questions though. YouTube wasn't really working for me when I tried it.
Okay.
At least I didn't see any.
At YouTube and see if there's any questions there.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks for sharing all this stuff. I've actually looked through the Koala model. You guys have a bunch of really cool docs there, actually. So yeah, thanks for working on all that stuff, and thanks for sharing some general high-level things for people to think about as they're kind of DAOifying and tokenizing and all that stuff.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, this is going to be a very long way because first we would need to draft this law, and I think we'll see. I think there's going to be very interesting things coming up, but also trying to find and talk to a regulator, somebody that would actually be interested in doing that, and drafting this law with them and seeing what the future will bring.
So we've got one question from the YouTube, coming from Arseny Ivanov. Outside of security tokens, what's the legal consensus on blockchain-backed transnational ventures?
Blockchain-backed transnational ventures. Okay, this is very interesting.
That just means a DAO that operates globally, right?
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Okay, cool. So I think that, again, it really depends on what the DAO does. And if you have a token, how are you using the token? If you are funded by a token and stuff like that, I think that we can learn a lot from the legal part, the legal work that was done for the DXDAO, for example, and the terms and conditions there. And yeah, this was a recent example that I think was the most interesting one. We were also looking into that when during this Koala workshops. But it's like it's really, really very important if your token is a security. If it is, it's going to be very, very hard to be compliant, because at the end of the day, if we're looking at ICOs as something that was happening 2 years ago, there is no global compliant ICO or STO. Like all the STOs that we see right now are really focused on one market and are compliant with this specific market's regulation, for example, in Germany or Liechtenstein or Switzerland. So being global actually brings a lot of problems, but I think they could be solved if this global project is not that complicated. And for example, if you think about donation purpose DAO, something like that, if we think about a DAO that would have a token that would be a security, it's a lot of work.
Got it. Yeah, they're definitely saying as a DAO, not as an investment vehicle. I think that answers it.
Okay.
We have one more question from the Telegram. There is a lawyer who's asking how a new lawyer might get involved with this or start in a space that you're familiar with.
Oh, that's a great question. We love new lawyers. Again, I would say that this Telegram groups are really, really important, and you can learn so much from there. There's the Lao Telegram group. There's some other legal Telegram groups I'm going to share later. I don't have the names now. And also from Twitter, there are a lot of lawyers that are very vocal about what they're doing on Twitter.
Awesome. So yeah, I've just pinged you in the Telegram chat, and you can drop the links there for people.
Cool.
We'll also drop it in the public chat. That covers all the questions, though. Thank you so much, Mariana.
Yeah, thank you.
Marina, I'm doing it wrong again. Marina.
Bye.
Perfect. Okay, who is up next? We're in the house of DAOs. Up next. Oh. Oh, it looks like we're going to
just
the community, the Gitcoin community call. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's just the community call and the Bright ID stuff. But it says outside link. So does that mean we just go to Twitter or YouTube or something? Or
good question. There is a link to Twitter here on the schedule. I wonder if they're going to pipe it in. Let me check.
So I just followed the link, and it looks like it's actually a Zoom call.
Okay.
So yeah, dropping that here into the chat. But yeah, consensus, chillin' and chillin', Gitcoin live stream for ETH 2. So yeah.
Okay, well, the link to that is there. And then the talks here will resume at, well, they're also continuing on in the House of Adoption. If you want to go over there and hear Bright ID speak, or what time is it?
I'm gonna be shaving my head here in like 10 minutes.
Stay here and watch Ahmad.
All right.
Head. And then at 8 o'clock, we've got SourceCred, which will be one not to miss in the House of Daos.
Also here.
Also here. Right here. 1 hour. Or it's not 1 hour.
Guys, for
yeah, it is 1 hour.
like next like 20 minutes, we can just like chill here. This is like the metagame lunch break.
We could chat. We could totally chat. Oh, there's a lot of people in here.
How-
What's up, people?
How's it going for everyone? Intercon.
Give us your Intercon hot takes. Do you have
It's
any?
surprisingly awesome.
I feel the same way.
yeah.
This morning at 4 a.m., it was hard, where I was like, oh no, I want to just run away now. But now it's running pretty smoothly.
Yeah.
You were asleep, and I was like, I couldn't sleep. And I was just like, they were like, where's the links? What's happening? I was like, oh. I'm gonna
I went to bed early just so I could wake up early.
Good for you. That's a good plan.
Something was to be happening, so.
Nice. Yeah, the onboarding process was a wee bit rough, but then once you get the hang of things, then it's working and it's pretty awesome.
Well, the problem is if you're a busy guy like yourself, Barada, then there's no way for you to actually pay attention to the amount of information that you had to sort through to get involved. It was like drinking from a fire hose.
Yeah, like I did my best to like comb through it all, but then I'm like, wait, but the links changed, then you go over here, and then you need a different browser.
Yeah.
There's like 10 steps, but yeah.
And I mean, like that's
I have
the
to
thing.
spin up my own node to go to this conference? What?
Like what we're trying to attempt is like basically for free do have this like crazy ass setup where we can have like 5 rooms of like dozens of people having conversations in virtual reality and stream to YouTube at the same time and record it at the same time and like have the proper moderation tools. Like it's like for how much we spent and how much time we had, like it's working surprisingly well.
No, this is awesome.
Even if we have to use setup of browsers and stuff. So yeah, I mean next time we can like set up dedicated servers and actually like battle test it beforehand if we have some like budget, which I think will definitely V2 will definitely be a lot better.
Yeah, no, this is like super impressive, especially for like a 10-day thing. I mean, like, damn, I don't know if anyone's done anything this cool in 10 days, so this is great.
Spinning and sinning. All right. Manu, what's up, bro? How's things? I see you. Deacon.
Made it.
What's up? You're here for the head shaving.
Head
shaving commence.
When does it actually start, the head shaving? I'm just here for the head shaving, actually.
What time? What's the time? Launch time.
I mean, we should announce it. Yeah.
Yeah, we should all tweet that, like, for show.
Absolutely.
Hamad, send me a picture of like your head with the shaver, and I'll crop it up for the Intercon.
I shall do that.
So what's actually the reason you are doing it?
So this is an initiation into MetaFam. It's like committing your life to working on.
Yeah, I was thinking about something like that.
Coding doesn't matter. tokens don't matter. Like, so basically, if you shave your head,
totally
it's like
naked.
nude. Yeah, I preferred like shaving the whole body would be a real commitment. I think.
I'm growing my hair out actually. I think I might
shave
shave it again. Yeah.
I'm waiting for you to shave your eyebrows, Peter. We
Yeah.
need a real commitment.
But
do you know what we should do? We should all grow our hair out and, all shave simultaneously, like at once on a live stream.
How
All
about
of
we
us
all
stand
grow our
like
beard?
in a row. Everyone like virtually in a row, just kneeling down and like getting our head shaved.
This is exactly how it should look.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's something to shave at.
Deacon, you're going next. You should just cut your hair. You barely it's shortcut anyway. So
I could
you,
shave it.
you have
What if
no.
I, like,
You're gonna
What if I shave my face? Would that be the
no,
opposite?
no. Yeah,
Yeah,
no. You gotta look. You can say you're doing it for charity.
Let's do
but MetaGame is a charity, right?
Let's do it for our
I am my own charity.
charity.
We're all charities in Web3.
Everyone will be up for auction and like
charity. Ethereum's the largest charity in the world.
How much free labor?
But actually, I was assuming that this is okay if Intercon really takes place and we have at least some stream, then Hamad is going to shave his head because nobody believed it. Was this the case? No.
He's gonna be the third person who shaves his head.
I know. We got the second head shaver here. Tiptoe's in the room.
Yeah, Tiptoe.
Okay.
You want to show your head?
Tiptoe, show us your dome.
Sure. Do it.
But yeah, I feel like I should get credit for doing it anyway because I went like a month before you. I just didn't announce it.
Do it again. What?
That doesn't count.
Okay.
But yeah,
I know.
with the coronavirus, like I'm not going to be going to the hairdresser for a long time, so I might as well just shave my head and not have to worry about it.
Yeah.
But this would be also nice. We don't cut our hairs and faces until we have the next event and meet each other again. This would be also nice. Just imagine how it looked like in autumn. I don't know.
Yep.
Come on, are you gonna shave your beard or is it just the hair?
Oh man, just the hair. The beard stays.
Go full.
Are you leaving the beard?
Yeah, of course I am. The beard has to stay. Look like an infant otherwise.
They're kind of. So Hamad, you have to nominate someone else after you shave it.
I have what?
Deacon, we summon you. Deacon, after Hamad does it, you have to do it.
I think it'd have to be for
YouTube is working.
a couple ETH. For the cut, I wouldn't take it. But
Ben, you should shave your head. You can't go out anyways, right?
What? This beautiful hair, man? It's my only trait that I have
man.
to attract the non-ladies in the Ethereum.
It's like, sorry, my hair's my only personality trait.
Yeah.
Can't get one.
Nobody else talks about me. It's all I got.
Man.
Why did my name disappear?
I already lost it. How many people do we have in here? Okay.
Most crowded channel at the moment. 20.
That's I
You
think
cannot. You're on your bathroom. This is. By the way, Nick, you should create a
how
hair
many
cutout.
do we have?
what? What did you say? Well, let me. Wi-Fi is bad.
There should be a remote-controlled hair clipper. So we send transactions to a smart contract, and it just it turns a clipper on for 3 seconds.
Yeah, streaming clipping.
Could be like pixel, like each person gets a pixel in the haircut. Could shave chilies in people's heads and
No,
things.
actually, can we like, can you send us a tiny bit of your hair? Like, you send it all across the world. You know, like it's like a DAO. You know, you're summoning a DAO, and
Just dip it in some Corona first.
Yeah, like
yeah, cough on it first. You have to. That's a packaging. You have to do a packaging video where you're coughing on it beforehand.
I mean,
I'll give it to people. If you
the full shave's all right.
I'll give you some of my hair for some seeds. You can buy my hair with seeds.
I think you should go full Friar look. Like
no.
The shave.
So, Hamad, I will actually buy your hair. You will send your hair to me, and I'll buy it for 30 seeds.
Say again. My wife is being shit.
I will sell you 30 seeds for your hair, mailed to me to Sydney.
I'll send it.
Proof of hair. I have what?
Proof of gold.
I can put it in one of these hacker boxes. You know, like next time these kits, these little boxes, they're gonna have you know, like hair in them.
So good.
Funny how most of us then go to the Gitcoin community call.
Yeah.
This is so much better content.
Way better.
This content. This is way better than talking about dApps. What are you talking about? Watching a guy shave live, like, is it?
Right.
Can we tip him? Like,
it'll be even better if you cry.
You guys
Can we set up a Savior stream for your hair, Ahmad?
What?
Can we set up a Sablier stream for your hair?
Yeah, do it.
Absolutely.
Solve that for me.
it totally makes sense. It's composability, guys.
Tell Pete to join. He doesn't believe this is happening.
He'll believe it when you send him hair.
To be honest, can we allow people to pledge into the DAO with a shaven head? Like, and a photo, like, of like a Metacartel logo next to them, like, and proof of shave.
Yeah,
like that can be a replacement for
Must be done
that's
live.
Good enough commitment. Yeah, no, that's good commitment, to be honest. That's like same as 10 ETH.
And then it comes with a glass of Kool-Aid.
What?
I was saying it would come with a free glass of Kool-Aid.
1 in 100 is spiked.
Oh, bless you.
All right, should we start?
Yes.
Yeah, let's start.
Moha.
Yeah, how do you cut it first? The sides or the
head? On top of the head.
Definitely like right
Come
down
on,
the middle.
are we recording this? Are we recording this, by the way? Just checking.
I think it's always live.
it should be streaming to YouTube.
I'll check
the
YouTube.
channel.
Moha.
Please, yeah. Can we double check before we go in? I want to make sure this is. Hey. Yo, relax, buddy.
It's live on YouTube. We're looking good.
Also,
Okay.
mute so we
let's do
can
it
have
then.
all focus on
Okay, yeah, everyone mute.
mute. Everyone mute so we can have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold up. There's a brand sponsorship by MetaFactory sponsoring this haircut. You guys can unmute yourself. I pinned myself to the video, so it shouldn't go to your
Cool.
video if you guys keep talking. At least I
All right,
think
cool.
So we can heckle now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Let me double check.
Oh no, it's not. It's not pinned.
So
It's not pinned. It's not pinned.
I'm with Drew. I'm with Drew on this. I think we should
It's
start in
not
the middle top.
Everyone just mute.
Mute.
I mean, we can all self-pin too, I think.
Deacon mute.
James Young Youth.
Yeah, it is pinned.
Deacon mute. Deacon.
You guys can see. It's pinned.
Okay.
You guys can talk. You don't need to mute.
Oh wow, it's super recursive.
Like the YouTube stream is pinned.
Amazing.
Whoa.
That's amazing. No, keep it there. I want to see the.
The Inception.
It's no fun muted.
Oh yeah. Product
Are you
placement.
gonna catch the hair in the attack?
It'll be safe.
Oh yeah, that's what we should send to Peter.
Start from the crown. Start from the crown.
Alright. Down the middle?
Definitely start from the crown.
Right down the middle?
Yo yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No. There we go.
Yeah.
Hold up. My iPad to see myself.
What are we doing here, guys? What is this thing?
Getting a good afternoon shave going on.
You actually look like a lot fresher, man.
Nice, man.
There you go.
Oh, nice. Racing
Just
style.
leave it like that. That's enough.
That's good.
Don't do it.
Leave it like that. Go fast. Tamad.
The crowd.
Go fast and go alone.
The crowd is pleased.
You guys are seeing my disgust.
He shaved.
I mean, this is the benefit of having a live stream. You have something on your crown. Yeah, now you got it.
It's gonna be so patchy.
Here, we can guide you with your neck. Turn around. It's good.
That's
Good
perfect.
night,
It's off.
you guys. I think we're pushing capacity.
The hottest stream of the day is Dave.
You have to keep the beard though.
Yeah, 100%.
I agree. Yeah, you go get that sick fade into the beard.
Isn't this inspiring for anyone else?
Better be.
It's for you, Peter.
Wait.
Can you guys see it?
Looking good.
The pledge. Very good, man.
You missed a few spots in the back.
Yeah.
No.
And done.
Okay, we good? Am I back?
Yeah, you're good.
Hold on, let me turn off my.
You kind of look like Malcolm X.
We need a Telegram sticker pack of everyone's like shaven.
And done. Like shaven. Can we get a shot of the back? Really want to see that back. It's probably perfectly shaved octopus in the back.
How happy are you, Peter?
I'm delighted. Just like the real question is, who's next? I'm challenging Alex Mashmash.
He doesn't
This is
have
a direct public challenge, Alex, if you're watching. Well, I challenge you, Alex.
Maybe he'll do.
I
He'll
directly
bonus if
challenge
he
you
does it
in
on
public.
people.
I just said it. How do you feel,
There you go.
Hamad?
Feel good?
Nice. Let's see the back.
Back's terrible.
Yeah.
What does it look like?
That's totally. It's totally
Oh, fuck.
Beauty.
Yeah, get the back.
No, it's a new fad, man. It's called the
The Dreamer.
The Dreamer.
Oh, we got another taker. OE Ed is planning to shave the head tomorrow. Make sure you post it.
Who is?
OE Ed
Who?
in the chat. Ed.
No.
Oh yes, no.
Yeah.
Joe.
Tag
doing it.
the
Nice.
MetaFam.
Yeah. You You gotta tag them. Yes, son.
The rumor starts here. I heard Corona lives in the hair. Shave to stay healthy.
That's actually brilliant.
It's like,
Sure, that's brilliant.
It's a vaccine.
That's probably.
Dude, shaving your head is a vaccine.
I guess if your hair is like really fat, Corona has a larger chance of like surviving in it.
Yeah, I mean, technically, I guess it is probably true.
Yeah, it's scientifically proven. Math checks out. Drew, what are you
There's already
shaving?
a mass mesh. Look at this. Look at this guy. The shaved head mass mesh. Bring it back.
Yeah, dude, Alex. He said he might do it. Nah.
How do I look?
Good, actually.
Yeah.
This is the metagame aesthetic. It's just shaking heads. We're gonna reclaim this aesthetic.
Yeah, I'm gonna moisture.
People are gonna think we're just effective monks.
Yes, we're monks.
The meta monks.
Yup.
Joe, are you next?
Who's next?
Joe?
Y'all better give me the one-ups on the Coletta XP.
I think Alex Matchmakers is actually getting them up.
There you go. There is Joe.
Mesh will do anything for Alex coins. Actually, who's got some AML left? Peter, do you got AML?
Yo, I love that.
I only have 9 AML left. I've been repaid most of the loan.
I love that screenshot of me in the hubs in VR. That I'm gonna mint that as like an NFT.
That's awesome.
You guys can buy that NFT. How's ETH holding up? Did that make the ETH price go up? Nope, it went down.
Your sacrifice is noted.
Yeah. I'm happy that like I didn't wake up to like $30 though.
Well,
there's always Monday.
Yeah, there's always Monday, right?
So ShaveDAO?
Yeah.
Yeah. Follow me on Twitter. Like, subscribe, all that.
We should have a Gitcoin grant just for the shaved players of metagame.
Yeah, we should. Like, actually, let's apply.
It's like donate.
Mine the coin by doing.
This is the hair.
You should put it in the MetaGame box and set it on fire like that guy did.
Man, that would smell. Yeah, no.
What's next in the agenda?
SourceCred. In half an hour. I think Gitcoin is right now though in their community call. Oh, is everyone muted? No one else can talk, that's why. Yeah, Ex Machina. I love that movie. Yeah, I don't think anyone's up next in this call, but there's gonna be one in half an hour. Do I have to give a talk now about my head?
Hello, can everyone hear me? It looks like there's been, a little bit of a change of plans. I think we're doing Eric and Mel on this channel. Eric and Mel, are you present?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. So you'll be talking about the Blockchain Education Network, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. When you're ready, do it.
Let's give Eric a minute there to join on, if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem.
Minute there to join on, if you don't mind. I'm hearing myself. Is that normal?
Hello.
Hey, Eric.
Oh, hey, it's working. I was just using an incompatible browser. All right.
How's everything?
Ooh,
All right.
good.
So, welcome everyone. I'm Mel Vera, Vice President of the Blockchain Education Network. And joining us, we have Eric.
I'm Eric Pinos. I'm the president of the Blockchain Education Network.
So we, the Blockchain Education Network, will give you some background.
I think there's a delay from YouTube.
There's a delay. Should we just speak slower?
Is someone watching where everyone's on Jitsu? Is that right?
Yeah. I'm on Jitsi as well. Is it mine that's delayed, or is it both of ours?
It'd probably be better if one person speaks and then we transition here, unless you both need to go back and forth.
Sure.
Yeah, it's fine.
Eric, I can give the background on Ben and our story, and then you have a really great background with the students and your experience. Are you good? We do it that way?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, cool. So Blockchain Education Network started about 6 years ago from the need of university students around the world really wanted to learn about, at that time, it was cryptocurrencies. They really wanted to learn about cryptocurrencies, and there really wasn't there weren't any opportunities or resources or support for that. So originally it started with University of Berkeley, MIT, Stanford, and Michigan. And so there were clubs that were created to be able to learn on campus about cryptocurrencies and blockchain. Now, from that, lots and lots of other universities had an interest. For example, Wellesley College in Boston had an interest of creating a club, and we actually supported and helped create the first blockchain club in Wellesley College. And the university closed it down because of the fear of cryptocurrencies in the space. And not in the space, but most of all in the college. And they, improper Wellesley girls aren't allowed to learn about these things. Now, 6 years later, they're interested and they want to be able to give these students the opportunity to learn about blockchain and cryptocurrency. So what we've learned in the past 6 years has been that One, the education is a great way to lead adoption, and it starts with professors and students in universities. 6 years later, we have over 8 national offices, teams, including Colombia, Canada, US, Italy, India, Dubai, Vietnam, and Australia. And what we're seeing is that in a lot of these countries, education looks very differently. For example, in Vietnam and Colombia, university clubs aren't a thing. And so what we've done is we've adjusted. We created the first blockchain class in the National University of Colombia. And we're really seeing a large need and interest in Latin America, especially for education, because the crypto and blockchain space, as we all know, in the beginning had such a skepticism around it. And in Latin America, though there's a huge need, there is still a lot of education and knowledge that needs to be spread so that people are less afraid and are able to take advantage of it. And so that's what we've been working on over the past 6 years all around through the world. And so now we have over 80 blockchain clubs. Eric has recently done a really great job with Turkey, and in Turkey we're seeing a large interest as well. And so from these past 6 years, what we've done is we worked with the club leaders to really create resources so that they can go to their club meetings and present right away and not have to worry about creating the content to teach their students. And originally we were adding it all into a large Google Drive where people could go and share all around, right? And give credit to the authors. But that 6 years after, when we had hundreds of lessons in the drive. And so now what we've done is we've created the playbook. The Bend playbook. The idea with the Bend playbook was to be able to, from the past 6 years, what we've learned of, how to empower students with internships and job opportunities that we've been able to provide for students in this space, how the conference and hackathon tickets that we've provided, as well as Airbnb and flight sponsorship. For example, in India, we were actually able to 2 years ago work with the government in India to provide visas for our students in India to come down to the MIT Bitcoin conference. So, what this playbook, the idea is kind of the roadmap as to success in blockchain for a student, for anyone, to add the lessons that we've created over the past 6 years, and to be able to create activities and more opportunities for the community on that end. This is something that Eric and the whole community has worked really hard. And what we've seen is that over the past 6 years, as we've seen, crypto has gone up, crypto has gone down. There's been a lot of different movements in the space. But as a nonprofit, the reason why we've been able to survive and keep going as the largest and longest running network in the space of students is because of the trust in the community that we've built. We started as a need for students. We started as support, and we started as a movement of students, right? We always say we're #Generation Blockchain, and that's really one of the reasons why we've been able to continue strong. And Eric can talk some more about this as well.
Thank you. Yeah, that was great. Hopefully there's not too much of a lag on my voice, but building off of what Mel had said, we've been around for 6 years that we've been working with these different blockchain clubs across universities. Up to this point, we have about 80 different university blockchain clubs spread out across the world, with obviously high concentrations in the US and Canada, in Latin America, and now most recently of all places, Turkey. We just had 5 blockchain clubs onboarded from Turkey to kind of form the initial Bend Turkey community. So they're really excited about blockchain over there. But we've also grown past clubs in the sense that now we see this trend of professors and faculty in school universities now want to get blockchain, and they want to put blockchain into their schools, which is something that we hadn't seen before, and previously schools have been very antagonistic. So yeah, we're working with professors, we're working with faculty, all the content, all the curriculum. We're also focusing a lot on online events, which we've kind of always had to do, because since we're global, we always try to, what are the things that we can do as Ben that are the most inclusive and are the most far-reaching? And so that's why we've always kind of steered away from conferences or from meetups. We've done intercollegiate meetups. We've done meetups in cities where there's a high number of Ben clubs, like in Philly or in Boston or New York. But for the most part, we've stuck to our online workshops, our online meetups, our online discussion calls. We just started doing meetups in VR, and we started doing different tracks, different sections for different groups of audiences, like professors for professor calls for professors. We've done women chats, women calls for the women of Ben, just like bringing them in from all over the world. So now we're seeing, right, everyone else, with everyone else's unfortunate, all our offline events are mainly handled through our partners, and we're seeing like all of these events being canceled. So our partners, Bitcoin 2020, had to cancel their event. Our other partners, Blockchain Summit LATAM, well, they didn't cancel it, they postponed it. Blockchain Summit LATAM also postponed it. Right, Consensus just announced earlier today that they're going virtual with their Consensus event. So New York Boston Blockchain Week New York Blockchain Week is postponed. Boston Blockchain Week was postponed. So everyone's kind of going online right now, and it should be interesting to see, because in some ways it's unfortunate, in other ways it's also going to be a lot more inclusive, because we have the opportunity now to get people that wouldn't have normally been able to fly out to our conferences or to all of these conferences to now join because it's online, and we'll be forced to figure them out. We'll be forced to figure out the good tools to use. We'll be forced to experiment with the right speaker format and the right way to do these things, so that they're actually entertaining and so that they're actually useful, because the alternative is just not do any conferences at all. And I don't believe that's a viable solution. I think there's a real need and a real need for a community to tune in and to be able to participate. And that's what we've seen with our students. Like the students from all over the world, they join the Slack channel and they post in the Slack channel and they tune in to our online events. And we try our hardest to fly them to our partner conferences. We get their Airbnbs, we get their flights, but at the end of the day, like, there's only so much you could do to get someone to actually fly out. Sometimes it's a visa thing that stops them from being able to come. And we've paid for students' visas before. We've paid for visas for students from Ben, India to fly to the MIT Bitcoin Expo 2 years ago. So, yeah, so we do what we can to enable travel, but I'm actually excited to see the proliferation of these virtual conferences, and I hope that they'll still have a place once everything blows over and people start meeting up offline again. So I'm excited to see over the next few months. We have these meetups. Members of Ben are welcome to join these meetups. You're welcome to become a member of Ben. You don't have to be a student to become a member of Ben. You can just go to blockchainedu.org and see all the details there. And we have a variety of stuff. So we're going to be doing like speaker series, more hangout sessions in VR, just people coming and meeting each other all over the world.
Great. Could you say the address again? Was it blockchain edu, please?
Yes, it is blockchainedu.org.
Great. Yeah, thanks. That was really great talk. So you guys are based out of MIT, is that correct?
So I went to MIT. I'm based out of New York. Mel right now is in Colombia, where she's been back and forth between Los Angeles and Colombia, like a true crypto nomad. I'm over here.
Yeah. We're pretty decentralized, and we have a team all over the world. We have, as I said, 8 national teams. Our head of Italy, Emiliano, actually does his fair job at being decentralized as well, between Panama and the States. He works really hard as well, and really want to kind of send all the best energies to Italy right now with everything that they're going through. But
Oh, wait,
you know,
speaking
the
of which,
community stays strong, and
that's
actually, Emiliano has launched a program to campaign to be able to support the community in Italy by getting more research and more resources to those who are in need in Italy. I'm pulling up the information right now to share it with you guys. Sorry, Eric, go ahead. What did you want to say?
I was going to say to go to the Ben Twitter to look at it, but it's also a really good idea to post that information right now. They're essentially doing a Bitcoin fundraiser for hospitals and just to like support.
Yep. I'm taking a look at it here, and I will share it in the group as soon as I'm able to find it. If you find it before I do, Eric, feel free to post it. But in addition, you know, we really want to open up the space for any questions or any comments you guys have. And in the meantime, we'll be posting the information from Italy as well. And in a little bit, I can also share my screen and walk you guys through the website and our playbook, so you'll be able to see a little more of what that looks like.
Sure. So quick questions. How much do these courses cost for someone?
So for a student and a professor, they're free. And actually, you can go online and you can take a look at some of the lessons that we have there available to the community for free. In addition, to join the community and become a professional member, it is $10 a month. And so that really provides the ability to sustain the community, you know, continue supporting students, continue hosting online workshops, continue growing and providing the support that we've been doing over the past 6 years. For those $10, on top of that, as we said, we often partner with events, and we often have, you know, if it's not free tickets, it's discounted tickets, so be available to take advantage of that and be a part of, you know, have the support from the community through our Slack channel, be able to join the speaker workshops and series where you'll be able to ask questions and interact further with our partners. And in addition, really, as I said, over the past 6 years, we've been able to support and see our students grow to really high positions in the blockchain space, which we love, and we're so proud of all of our alumni. So in addition, have access to those resources to do the same.
Great, thank you so much.
For sure.
Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, then yeah, I will you know, reach out to you and get a Slack group from you, and you know, post that in the YouTube channel as well. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So yeah, my next talk is in the stress test arena. I've got Rare Art Festival in New York City with James Wong. So I'll see you guys there. Have a great day.
Oh, is this what's going on here? Hello, hello.
Minutes to go for the talk for SourceCred. It's already, we have a speaker already in the room. No, obviously not. So, okay. We'll wait for another couple of minutes. Music, please.
Hi, this is Dandelion. Just letting you know I'm here.
Dandelion. Okay, cool. So you'll give the talk on SourceCred, social algorithm, right? Okay, stage is yours.
That's right. Okay, cool. Well, I figure I'll wait 2 minutes just so we'll start officially on time, but maybe I'll check my screen sharing. Let's see.
Absolutely.
System preferences. Okay, are people able to see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Cool.
Let's go.
Yeah, there we go. Now we've got the nice depth recursion thing going, I'm sure. Cool. So, how's everyone doing in our day of, digital conferencing and physical panic?
It's magic. With music and new haircuts. Absolutely amazing. And great talks, of course.
Of course. That's pretty exciting to be able to throw together digital conferences so quickly.
Yeah.
Usually when let's see. Well, we'll be starting in 1 more minute.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's 59 at the moment, so we'll wait for another couple of seconds. Yes! My clock says 8 o'clock.
Cool. Works for me. All right. Thank you all for coming to my talk. I'm going to be talking about SourceCred. Just a bit about myself. My name is Dandelion, and I'm the temporary benevolent dictator of SourceCred. So we're taking the classic open source model, but explicitly making it a temporary thing.
Hello.
I use they, them pronouns. Oh well. So, I've heard a bit about SourceCred. It's basically a social algorithm for measuring valued contributions. And it's a crypto economic system for then paying those contributors. So it's getting used now by a couple different projects. For example, SourceCred and MetaGame. I'm going to actually ask that other people mute because I'm hearing just a fair amount of people kind of moving around in their chairs and such. So please just unmute yourself if you're actively asking a question. So let's talk first about the social algorithm. So the origin of SourceCred is basically, I was hanging out with my friend Juan Benet, who is the CEO of Protocol Labs. And Protocol Labs is developing cryptocurrencies like Filecoin. And those projects are themselves depending on other open source projects that they're sponsoring, like IPFS and libp2p. and then of course on the rest of the whole open source ecosystem. And so given that they are making cryptocurrencies, Juan was asking, why can't we just use cryptocurrencies, which are open source projects, to then pay all of the other open source we depend on? So we kind of started brainstorming about how to pay people in open source. And you get your objective metrics, like could we pay per commit?
I'm sharing my screen. Does everyone see it?
Code?
Can you hear me?
Sorry, I think you are you trying to present here? Because I think you might be in the wrong.
Cool. I guess I'll just
who's
get
trying
started.
to share the screen?
Great, thanks a lot.
Okay.
I'm on this presentation screen, so I can't see the chat or anything like that. Let me know if you have questions. My name is James Waugh. I'm here to represent the Rare Art Festival and hopefully inspire collaboration between the meta community and the crypto art world.
James?
Wait for a moment.
To get started,
There
I've got
seem to be two
take it
speakers
back to
in
the
the house.
OG Rare Art Festival, which was my first experience at a
I don't think he can hear us.
crypto-related conference, and it blew my mind.
Can the
I was
moderator?
never interested in
Yeah,
Bitcoin, but Ethereum really caught my eye because of all of the creative use cases. Like CryptoKitties came around, and there was CryptoPunks, and then all these crypto art platforms started popping up. And there's a gathering in New York called the Rare Digital Art Festival in January, like right at the peak of craziness. It was actually, I think, 2 weeks after the all-time high of Ethereum. We had this gathering. It was packed, like not even standing room only. Ways to use crypto and blockchain for art and other creative use cases like games or any sort of collectibles. So that led to a lot of different opportunities for people. Just wanted to
I don't really know what to do about this.
just tweeted about it a few weeks before the event happened, and it came together organically, sort of like the Intercon.
Hold on.
And then there's Mac Laveau.
Call is a place for beta testers to figure out what the heck they're doing with the app. So
and by Data, which is super cool. If you haven't checked out their platform, it's a great example of collaboration happening in the crypto art space. Just wanted to share a few pictures. We had an auction at the end of the day and sold this Bacchus Pepe on the left for $500 worth of crypto. And then we had Simon de la Riviere talking about radical arts and all kinds of fun legal issues and political issues. Got Austin Griffith handing out collectibles like the burner wallet, the paper wallets, but these are for NFTs. It was really cool to see him like build that and launch it within a week, like during NYC Blockchain Week. Jason Bailey, who's our keynote speaker, is one of the leaders of the crypto art space. He writes a blog and He's a curator, and you can check him out at Artnome, ARTNOME. I forget what domain it is, but I think it's .com. You can just Google it. We had some cool swag as well. Some participants in the Create-a-thon. They're drawing, and it's really anything goes. It's no budget, completely organized by the community, and led to some really awesome collaboration happening IRL. More swag here. You can see DJ Pepe on the bottom right. He's the DJ of one of the performers of the after party. We had a few others as well, including John Block, the musician. And here's a list of the speakers. I'll just leave it on the screen for a minute. We had a ton of representatives, many from the original Rare Art Festival, and some even had new projects they were presenting.
All right, you got 7 people in here.
Okay, yeah. How long should we wait? I mean, I think there was like 30 in the room when I started talking in the other spot, so I guess we haven't had everyone make it over.
Oh,
Yeah, well, yeah, very, very, very strange one. You wouldn't really expect that.
Hey, is it working now?
It seems to be. At least we can't hear James now, so.
We can't what?
We're not hearing James anymore from the other room, so it seems better.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good. That's really weird. I think it's some Jitsi bug. It can join both of those rooms. It's a glitch in the space-time continuum.
Yeah, either that or there was some user that was like in both rooms and was like looping the audio or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Okay. We are back in the call.
Okay, should we restart now, do you think?
I think it's best to restart. Sorry for that. We had a speaker just had both tabs open, and so you can hear, of course, obviously, his voice in both rooms. Okay. Dandelion, please start again with the SourceCred talk.
Cool. And Angela, if you could just, while I'm talking, if people are transmitting or like
muted.
random noises, could you just mute them? Oh, you can't hear me.
Mm-hmm.
Can anyone?
I can hear you.
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Peter, you said you can hear me? Okay, so Angela, it might just be you that can't hear me.
No. Can anybody hear Dandelion?
Yeah, I think you have a problem.
I hear him.
Okay. So it seems to be on my side.
Okay, so we're having.
All right,
we're learning
go ahead,
the gist of
Dandelion. Sorry, I'll
lots
fix
of
this on my
desired
side.
as a digital conferencing. Okay, well, in any case, let's get back to business here. Let's see. Okay, so I'm just going to start over from the beginning, but I'll move at kind of a faster pace. I'm Dandelion. I'm presenting on SourceCred. It's basically a social algorithm for measuring contributions, and it assigns cred scores. Well, you can call the scores anything you want. And then it's a crypto-economic system for paying the contributors with incentives, with reasons for rational participants to want to fund the commons. So you might know it in the context of SourceCred. We call the scores cred, and we call the tokens grain. But for example, MetaGame is using SourceCred and having its own MetaGame flavor. So the scores are called XP and the tokens are called seeds. I'm just going to go through kind of how the mechanics of SourceCred work. So it's a social algorithm. In terms of its origins, we kind of started from the point of just being able to pay open source contributors using cryptocurrencies. So I was hanging out with my friend Juan, who's the CEO of Protocol Labs, and they sponsor a bunch of open source work like IPFS and libp2p, and then they depend on the rest of the open source ecosystem, so projects like Go, Node, and everything. And Protocol Labs is in the business of making cryptocurrencies, most notably Filecoin. And so I was talking to Juan about, like, why couldn't Protocol Labs just pay everyone in crypto? Like, why do they need to hire engineers? Why do they need to depend on all of this volunteer labor? If we're actually making money with open source projects, shouldn't we be able to fund open source development too? And the issue is figuring out how to pay people in a way that's robust to gaming. So you might want to start with objective metrics. You'll say, we'll pay per commit, we'll pay per line of code. And these are all basically counters. You know, you're counting the number of times some kind of activity happens. And the problem with counters is that they're really easy to game. It's just way too easy to make a ton of, typo fixing commits or just re-indent the whole code base to, refactor something in a way that doesn't produce a lot of value, but does game these metrics. And so you might turn from there to subjective approaches. You might say, let's have the contributors review each other. Let's give a rating to each contribution. Maybe we'll have like a council rating each pull request. And the problem with these approaches are that, one, they're very easily biased. It's very easy to have it just succumb to an in-group that's deciding how much everyone gets rewarded. And because of that, it doesn't scale very well past Dunbar's number. If it's a small group, you can probably go with a very subjective approach, but once it gets large, you start to have these weird cliques forming, it starts to become very political, and it doesn't scale. So SourceCred's approach basically is to build off this really cool algorithm called PageRank. You might have heard of PageRank because Google, the Google founders came up with it and then built Google based on the power of this idea. It's an algorithm for assigning scores to nodes in a graph, where the score of every node is based on the score of the nodes that linked to it. So in this example, we might imagine that these are web pages, and maybe B is a web page like Wikipedia that gets linked to all over. C is maybe some web page that's only referenced once, but it's referenced by this very trustworthy website. And then these little teal nodes are maybe like spam websites that nobody ever linked to. And a naive algorithm, E would get the most score because it has the most connections from all of these spam websites. But with PageRank, the spam websites get very little score. And so the score tends to accumulate at trustworthy sources. We're taking this idea and applying it instead to contributions. So we say, okay, what if every single contribution if this feature is a feature that no one ever uses, then we're not going to mint very much cred to it. It's not going to be a source of much cred. And so writing the pull request that implemented the feature no one used won't get you much reward. And so it gets robustness to this kind of spammy attacks where people are just putting in lots of low value effort. And this mixture of being objective and also community curated makes it intersubjective. It means that this system is starting with the kind of like objective ground truth of our project, but it is mixing in the values and perspective of the community that's running the algorithm. And I think intersubjectivity in general is really powerful It's really something we should be aiming for, because when we're building intersubjective systems, it means we're building social systems, and social systems are what makes us successful as a species. It's what makes our economies work. It's what makes our political systems work. So I'll go over a couple properties of CRED. The first thing to know is it's totally community specific. We're not imagining some global CRED network where everyone is being evaluated based on the same rubric. That winds up really looking dystopian, really looking like, maybe China's social credit system. Maybe it looks like the Black Mirror episode Nosedive. But in any case, it's not what we're going for. And that's why, for example, MetaGame EXP is a totally separate system from SourceCred CRED. CRED is minted. So what that means is that, as we define this graph, we're defining how CRED will flow, but the CRED has to start somewhere. And that choice of where CRED starts is going to be really important. So for example, we could say, we value pull requests, so we're going to mint some CRED for every pull request. And that, might be a reasonable starting point, but maybe it's an issue. Maybe you have people then come and open a bunch of, empty pull requests just to mint CRED for themselves. So you kind of want to have CRED get minted at some point in the graph where you're really confident that a valuable contribution has been made. So an example would be minting CRED for merged pull requests would be more robust than for pull requests in general, because pull requests need to be reviewed before they merge. Minting CRED for liked forum posts would be more robust than minting CRED for forum posts in general. But minting CRED for stuff like features, where there's an explicit step of community review saying, yes, this feature was something we cared about, is going to be the most robust of all. CRED is also retroactively updating. So it's always changing. And what that means is, let's imagine that you go and you create a feature. And this feature is actually brilliant. It's like a really important API. Maybe it enables performance improvements. But at the time that you worked on this, no one else recognized that it was very important. And so you didn't get a lot of cred for it because other people weren't depending on it. Other people weren't sponsoring it. You don't actually have to worry about that too much, because if you're right and the thing you built actually is really valuable, then your cred will retroactively update, because in the future, people will start depending on it, and then the algorithm will just kind of flow more cred to you for your past work because it's now clearly valuable. And what this means is that in SourceCred, you don't need to be like paranoid every week, like, oh no, is my stuff getting fairly valued? You can just focus on building stuff that really matters and kind of trust that the system will come around eventually. Cred is also non-transferable. So in the same way that like a scientist can't transfer the cred that they have for having come up with big discoveries, you can't transfer the cred you have for the work you've done. It's directly tied to your identity. Finally, it's totally configurable. This is an open source project, and every project that's using it is just running their own instance. And so they can choose what the rules are. They can choose what the data sources are. They can choose what the heuristics are. And so the idea is every community will be just tuning it to suit their needs. Now, really astute question you might be asking is, isn't the PageRank algorithm quite gameable? Isn't the system just going to be fall prey to spam and gaming and attacks? And the short answer is yes, PageRank is gameable. It does have, it's got some amount of Sybil resistance for the reasons I talked about, that Sybil nodes will probably not have a lot of score. But for a motivated opponent, you will find ways to game PageRank. And this is not the end of the world for SourceCred because we can depend on moderation. And I think it's important to note that gameability is a property of social systems in general. If you think about the social system of having an election or the social system of getting promoted in a company, there are ways to game all of these systems. If you spend a lot of time like sucking up to your bosses and like, sending out company-wide emails in which you seem to be really on top of things, maybe you can game getting promotions, even if you're not that talented. If you are really good at like, obfuscating the press and getting free attention, maybe you'll do really well in elections, even if you're not a very competent candidate. But the fact that a system has vulnerability to gaming doesn't mean it's broken. It just means it needs good moderation. And so on the SourceCred front, we're focused on making SourceCred scores really transparent so the communities that are using SourceCred can moderate those scores effectively. I like to think of it as, incentive vulnerabilities, if there's some way to get a lot of cred without actually contributing value, that's an incentive vulnerability. And I think of this as being kind of like a software vulnerability. What we've seen from software is that a good way to approach vulnerabilities is to do stuff like responsible disclosure, have lots of eyes on the code, have everyone able to like be looking for ways to attack it, and then looking for ways to make it robust. And in SourceCred's experience, just ourselves, we've seen a couple of these sort of like soft attacks come up. Nobody has actively attacked SourceCred as far as I know, but we've seen like incentive misalignments where we were minting cred for every discourse post. And that just made it way too incentivized to make a lot of posts that other people weren't reading a lot. And so we changed it. So we no longer mint cred to posts, and instead we mint cred when posts get likes, which was a bit more robust. And so I think there's going to be a long iterative process of like discovering ways that people can get too much cred and then working together as a community to fix them. This brings me to Grain, a cred-based token. This is kind of where the crypto economics come into SourceCred. So the first thing to know about Grain is it's a token, like an ERC20 token, and it gets earned by contributors with a retroactive catch-up. So the basic idea is that we're going to give you Grain in proportion to your lifetime cred. And so if you did a lot of work 6 months ago and it didn't earn a lot of cred at the time because people didn't really see how important it was, and then just today everyone like wakes up and was like, whoa, your contribution, that was actually amazing, and your cred score goes up, then you will get a bunch of Grain today as well to kind of make up for your in the SourceCred model, what I could do is I could buy a bunch of Grain in that project, and I could use it to sponsor my bug that I care about. That means that my bug will suddenly become worth a lot of cred, which means that all of the contributors in the project will be incentivized to care about my priorities. And so in that sense, as a sponsor, I'm able to incentivize other people in the project to work on the stuff that I think is important. And this is just from an economic perspective, exactly the model that we should expect, which is that if you're willing to spend money, if you're willing to fund the project, then the project should care about what your needs are. Sponsors are also incentivized to sponsor because, remember, they're going to get a share of cred in stuff that they sponsor. So if I see that there's a really important issue, maybe it'll benefit me a little bit to fix it, but will also benefit all of the other users of the project. If I sponsor it and cause it to get fixed, then that contribution will earn a lot of cred if I'm right that it will benefit the other users as well. And so I actually have the potential, because I'm earning so much cred, to actually get back more Grain than I put in as a sponsor. So it essentially creates an incentivized model for sponsoring the commons because you do get reward if you are sponsoring valuable initiatives. And in that sense, you can think of sponsorship as providing decentralized management. One of the major things that management in a company does is they allocate scarce resources in ways that will benefit the organization. But it's a very centralized permission structure where you have to get like the permission of the CEO, you need to get hired, you need to be given budget or headcount. And in the sponsorship model, anyone can decide to become a manager if they just put in the capital. And if they do a good job, they will get more cred, which leads to more grain, which means to more influence. And if they do a bad job, then they'll just kind of disappear, having sponsored a bunch of unimportant contributions. But either way, they're paying the contributors. Finally, we can think of SourceCred as a protocol. And that comes from the fact that it has a plugin architecture and the fact that its underlying data model, that of contribution graphs, is extremely simple. So we already have a bunch of plugins already. We've got a GitHub plugin that automatically creates a graph from your issues, your pull requests, your comments, your reviews. We've got a discourse plugin that creates a graph from your posts, your likes, your topics on a discourse forum. And there's an initiative plugin which allows you to kind of manually add in important work that maybe is like project management, or maybe is whole little sub projects, maybe it's organizing a conference. Basically anything that you can't discover automatically from GitHub or Discourse, you can encode manually using the initiative plugin. We've also got a couple plugins under development. We've got a working prototype of a Discord plugin, which we're kind of collaborating with MetaGame on. And I believe Raid Guild is working on a Telegram plugin, although it's in early stages. And for example, for the Discord plugin, the idea is that you can have certain reactions mint cred, so that everyone in the project, if you have a channel called like #DidAthing, someone can post in that channel saying, hey, I just went and like deployed a new version of the website. And then if people in the community think it's valuable, they can give reactions to that comment, and that will mint and flow some cred to the contributor. The other thing I'll mention is we have an identity resolution system that's cross-plugin. So for example, if you do some of your contributions on GitHub, some of them on Discourse, you also have a Discord, you can just bind all of your identities together. So you'll get a single cred score, regardless of what platform you were using to contribute. If you wanted to write a plugin, it's basically a 4-step system. You need to, 1, figure out what your contributions are and add a node for each contribution. 2, figure out how contributions are connected to each other and add an edge in the graph for each connection. 3, you'll also need your contributor nodes, so you just add nodes for them as well. 4, you need to decide which contributions are going to mint cred. So what are kind of the sources of cred? And maybe that would be like merged pull requests, maybe it would be completed bounties, maybe it'd be GitHub releases, but it's basically up to you to decide which contributions you're going to trust as sources of cred. And if you want to learn more about the technical details, we've got a YouTube video on the SourceCred plugin system that is just kind of a walkthrough of the different pieces of a plugin at a code level. Yeah, that's it for my presentation. I invite you to come drop by the SourceCred Discord if you want to ask any questions. We also have a community call every Tuesday at 7 p.m. CET or 11 a.m. Pacific. And with that, I will switch to questions and answers.
Great. Thanks a lot, Dandelion. And just to let everybody know, so the next talk, which should have started at 8:30, has been moved to another room, so we have enough time to answer on all questions. So feel free to reach out to Dandelion now.
Oh yeah, and I will share the link to the talk. That's right.
Thank you.
Polycarp, just go ahead. I have a question. This is a funny noise.
No, I just wanted to ask clearly.
Just go ahead. Ignore it.
It's pretty hard and very funny.
I know.
Okay.
So did anyone have questions? Or are they all getting suppressed by the weird high-pitched echo?
I have a question. You mentioned that also contributions that happen in real life could be measured. How does that happen?
So that happens, so I mentioned, so the question being, how are we going to record contributions that are in real life or otherwise not on GitHub or Discourse?
Yeah.
So we actually just did this for the first time yesterday. So I mentioned there's an initiatives plugin, and the way the initiatives plugin works is that you can hand define, here was an initiative, and here's like kind of why it mattered, here's how much credit it should earn, and here are the contributions and contributors that were involved in it. And so as an example, around the time of ETH Denver, we hosted a week-long SourceCred conference called CredCon. And a lot of work went into organizing that conference, into giving talks, into getting Airbnbs and food. And so we use the initiative plugin to manually track those real-world contributions that went into it. So basically, start with the data that can be automatically generated, and then manually add whatever contributions are missing.
And how do you measure the impact of the contributions that are happening in real life? For example, my question would be like, yeah, go ahead.
So as an example, with this case, we got the whole team together and we said, okay, we're going to use a Fibonacci scale to try to assign an impact score or a cred weight to these different contributions. And so the Fibonacci scoring, meaning that the scores would be like 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, say I'm a really great like therapist. I'm really just good at helping people emotionally. Maybe, you know, I wouldn't be able to get you to pay me very much because you can't assess easily that I'd be really good at helping your team like grow and stay healthy. But if I were to actually join, then maybe I would help all of your contributors become more productive and stay longer and be happier and have more healthy social dynamics, and that would be hugely actually valuable. And SourceCred would create a way for me to get rewarded retroactively based on that long-term value, rather than just compensated based on my negotiating power at the moment that I'm hired. It also allows you to have a way where you just don't need to do any hiring, because you don't need to make this big upfront investment. You can just say, hey, you want to contribute? Like, awesome, come and start contributing. And you will start getting rewarded based on the value of those contributions. But you don't need to like pass like a gatekeeper test first. You can just come, contribute, and get rewarded.
Awesome.
Cool. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much all for coming to this talk. We defied the Jitsi technical problems by moving houses. Yeah, have a great rest of your Intercon.
Thanks, Dandelion.
Thanks, Dandelion. Appreciate you.
Thanks a lot. And I guess next talk is at 9 o'clock at the House of, wait, the blue one, House of Adoption, 9 o'clock. And it's going to be re-architecting culture for the digital metaverse. See you there.
Thanks.
Woohoo! Someone's going to keep the stream open, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is Defiance. We need to move. We're in Defiance now.
To move.
Yeah, Stress Test Arena stream is already going on YouTube.
Okay.
But House of Adoption.
It looks like
House of Adoption stream by Kay, right?
Defiance talk starts here at 9:30. Risk, tokens, and venture capital and DeFi.
Next one. Yeah.
Sweet.
And the 9 o'clock talk at House of Adoption is as scheduled, right?
Yeah, looks like it's on board.
Re-architecting culture.
Yep.
Okay.
Sweet.
All right.
See you over there.
Peace.
There's the screen share button is just grayed out for me, so there's no way for me to actually share.
What if you just going through a direct link?
I can see the thing. Yeah, I tried it directly from Telegram.
Okay.
What is it?
Yeah, and I guess you need to stop sharing your screen if it's still on share.
Of course.
Who's AA?
Last speaker. Anna.
Yana or Anna?
Yeah.
They're sharing screen. Oh, they disconnected now.
Oh, but now they need to time out.
I stopped sharing my screen right away, so. Maybe I need to disconnect and it will be okay.
Am I sharing?
Yes.
Yeah,
then it's not that.
I see someone's screen.
Hello? Yeah,
Whose is that?
no idea.
And what happens when you open it through Jitsi directly?
Same thing.
No mod?
What if I just shared your slide?
Do you have Keynote?
What?
Do you have Keynote?
Keynote, no.
Does someone who has Keynote, can I send you the file that can share screen? Can people mute too?
No mod?
Dude, I don't know who that is. There's someone with like an echoing like voice that's like high pitched. So it sounds like someone mocking you all the time.
Oh, that's still happening.
I'm happy to mute people or kick them.
If you can.
Can you?
Dude, you can share with me.
Manu is a moderator, but he's not here.
Then he should kick AA.
Yeah,
I am here.
Can you kick AA?
But it still won't solve the problem. It's not AA making the sound.
No.
It's AA sharing their screen.
But she just left and then returned, so it's not on her side too.
Alright, who has... Someone send me an email.
Drew, you can share with me.
Okay, I need your email.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
Can you kick the person that's echoing? Or just mute?
No mod?
Yeah, someone has a filter. Manu? Is Manu around?
I'm here, but I'm not able to kick anyone.
Whoever just spoke, can you mute?
Once you start talking, sure.
Or now?
Yeah, whoever is doing that is trolling
It is really good.
I thought we were waiting on the slides. Sorry.
It's muted now.
Yeah.
Manuel, I'm still waiting for your email, bro.
I sent it to you here on the chat.
Oh, I thought you were doing Telegram.
Drew, you can send me the slides too.
All right, I'm sending you, Hamon.
Okay,
Is
so
it
we
saying
stay.
Denver.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can send it on Telegram or whatever.
Yeah, if it'll send. Might be too big.
I have the send one. You want to use those?
It's coming through on Telegram now. Yeah, I don't know why I can't share. It's weird. I turned off all my ad blocker.
Are you using Chrome?
Yep. Shouldn't take too long.
Wait, who's sharing the screen right now? The screen is up.
Maybe Telegram.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was me just trying to see if I could share the screen, but yeah, it is.
The whole thing's a trip.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I'm just.
Hey, person, can you please mute? Seriously.
Hold up.
You can send private messages in here too, so I just sent them a message.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Looks great.
There you go.
Okay.
You're in charge. Play. Play. There you go. Just do play, bro.
Do you still see it? Or does it break when I click play?
Just.
Because when I play, it goes full screen, so you might just have to do it like this.
Okay, whatever. All right, cool. We're here, I guess. Everybody's here. All right, cool. So yeah, welcome. Yeah, I am. My name is Drew, one of the founders of MetaFactory. We are, it's a combination of many things, and pretty excited to kind of get into exactly what we're working on. The premise of everything we're doing, as you can see, was inspired by a combination of streetwear, gaming, digital art, NFT art, and crypto economics. Specifically, it's a crowdfunding platform for creation of limited run custom goods with an initial focus on fashion and apparel. And even more specifically, we are working to create some of the world's first digi-physical brands. So what's meant by that is products that exist as both physical apparel or physical goods and digital ones. In terms of apparel, digital wearables. We handle all the auction, production, fulfillment on behalf of both the artists and the creation side. And as a result of that, we're able to democratize brand creation and empower anybody who wants to create and grow their own culture economy. All buyers, participants in the auction, are also rewarded with a proportionate share of sales based on their kind of support level. And as a result, the creators and communities, through these aligned incentives, are able to work together to cultivate brands that we think will collectively resonate and highly accelerate growth of those brands. So yeah, this quote here by Dr. Charles Sager talks about belongingness being one of the core basic human needs. And talking, we mentioned how one of the inspirations was streetwear. Looking at the success of like the hypebeast culture specifically, and those brands, the Supremes, the Yeezys, Off-White, obviously a lot of that's driven by the speculation on scarcity and secondary market potential. But
So that's it. You won't stay here and I can't go with you.
It would be the wrong thing.
You don't think either one of us could ever change?
Right now, it doesn't seem so.
Okay, let's test if we are good to go. Attendees, say briefly hello. Can you hear us, see us? Brief reaction. Ooh. Okay. Okay, all right. I'm not sure. I hope everybody's able to see and hear the talk. I'd be glad if somebody just says hello.
I'm just thinking I was here 20 minutes ago and the picture was the same. So I suppose there's no one in here. But MetaDreamer came just several seconds ago. Are you here, MetaDreamer? Can you hear us?
Hmm. Okay, I think we should start the talk since it's going to be streamed on YouTube. Okay, now there are more people joining.
Hello.
And yeah.
Hello,
Optic,
great to
just
hear.
start your talk.
So, okay.
Are you there?
Hi to everybody.
Hi. All right.
Me? Yeah, yeah. So, do you hear me? It's okay?
I can hear you. And there are more.
The people are coming.
Yeah.
The people are coming. So, everybody, hello. Please mute. The people are coming. The people are coming. So, everybody, hello. Please mute. People are coming. People are coming. So, everybody, hello. So, I suppose there is an echo.
Yeah, it's. You don't have any other tab open from, let's say, from the YouTube channel or anything else? No.
No, just the interspace MetaGame WTF.
Okay. But now it seems
Now
to
it's
work
okay?
again. So, yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Ivan. Maybe just 1 minute about myself. I'm a lawyer with 15 years of practice already. I'm in crypto space since 2016, and I'm diving into the programming languages and trying to dive deep into the protocol of cryptocurrencies. And I investigate decentralized autonomous organizations for about 2 years. I'm reading lectures here in Moscow, in Russia, in Moscow University of Economics about decentralized autonomous organizations. And I heard a lot of questions about what do you need these DAOs for? We have a lot of old school companies and it is very easy to work with them. Why do we need them? And this was the really hard question for me. And it is very hard to talk to people, and the answer that I found it was that DAO will be convenient inside the crypto economy. There is no need to look at the real world. We should look at the digital world, and I did so. And I found it a lot of opportunities, and one of these opportunities for DAOs was the metaverses. First, my investigation was through NFTs, through ERC 721. Then I found it that there is a huge space for crypto economy, and this space is metaverses. Metaverses. And so now I'd like to share my view on what is going on. Just a brief introduction, and more to say. I made this presentation that you are looking on. I made it an immersive presentation inside one of the metaverses, inside CryptoVoxels. I suppose you had already heard it, and suppose most of you know about CryptoVoxels and about what is going on inside. But I will try to, I will show you how do this immersive presentation look like, just a bit in several minutes. So let me start. As I'm saying, we are now suffering a lot of troubles in the real world, and just as much troubles we have in real world, in real economic, the more potential and the more opportunities we have in the digital world, and everything is moving inside these digital worlds. And inside these digital worlds, there are metaverses, and they are ready to summon all the economy in itself. And when I started, so to say what is metaverse is pretty simple. It's just a virtual world. It's just a computer simulation of the real world. And there are people, they are walking inside metaverses in their avatars, and there is no gameplay in this world. It's just a space for communication between people, and this is fantastic to be inside and to communicate in such a way with them. And as I investigated metaverses for some time, I founded another investigators. One of them is Ryan Schulz. He investigated a lot of social and virtual worlds, not only on blockchain, but any virtual world. And for now, it is 140 metaverses in the space. Just imagine the amount, 140. Not all of them are working perfectly, but nevertheless, it's a huge amount. And the space is now ready for this, I don't know, revolution, maybe we can say. And just one example for you to understand how this economy works is Habbo. Habbo, for now, not for now, there is a data. This is a game. This is a multiplayer social world, not a game. And there are 273 million avatars inside this game already. They are not, of course, all of them unique, but the data is that 5 million unique visitors monthly play in this, are inside this social world. And it is common. You can play. People play this game from 150 countries. So this is something incredible. And now, some more information about me. I am one of the members inside one of the members of the UniDAO. Today, in the beginning, there was 2 presentations from the members of the UniDAO. They were talking about DeFi and so on. And we have several DAOs. One of it is SaturnDAO, and this DAO is made for investing in the digital land inside the metaverses. So it is some kind of a landlord, so the future landlord, so to say, the decentralized landlord. And as I said in the beginning, I have this presentation inside the metaverse, and now I will share you several links. You can go there by yourself, or you can just watch, because I'm sharing my screen and I will lead the way and show you the same presentation, but inside the world. I suppose it can be interesting for you to see what am I talking about. So one moment. Do you hear me, by the way? Anybody? Soki?
I can hear you. Oh, fine.
Great, great. So this is the link. And also, if it will be convenient, this is the link on this presentation. You can find it there. So now I'm diving. Now you can hear. Suppose you can hear the sounds from the world. Now, 1 second. So this is the building inside the crypto voxels, and we are moving inside this building. This building is made totally by me, and this is the immersive presentation hall. And here you can see that this is just a room, but in this room on the walls there are slides of my presentation. So anyone that can dive also inside the world can just move with me and see the presentation just like in the museum or something, I don't know. So these slides you have already seen. And now several slides that you didn't. So for now we can say that there are four metaverses that can be interesting for investing in lands for some kind of a DAO. So there is Decentraland that already launched several days ago. There is CryptoVoxels that is already opened. There is Somnium Space that has already opened for several weeks ago and has now 2D and 3D clients. And there is Sandbox that is now closed in some kind of a alpha or beta testing. You can see here the maps of these metaverses. This is map of the Decentraland. There will be 90,000 parcels, so 90,000 plots of land where you can build anything you want and make a business of it in advertising, in anything you like, in content, in gameplay, casino, or something else. So this is the cost of the here on the right, but it was for 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was the cheapest plot. Then we are moving to CryptoVoxels. This is the map of CryptoVoxels. And on the right, you can see also the cheapest land that was several weeks ago. And there will be 3,000 parcels, so 3,000 lands in this digital city. If you want to understand how big is CryptoVoxels, if you can, so here on the map, you can see the Decentraland city, Genesis city, and on the left, you can see just the CryptoVoxels. This little white square is CryptoVoxels in comparison to Decentraland. So Decentraland is huge. It's about half of Manhattan for now. Then we are moving to Somnium Space. This is the map of Somnium Space and also the plot of land, the cheapest one for 2 weeks ago. So in Somnium Space there is a water. There is a very beautiful shore and the very beautiful city already with VR. Oh, we have guests. Hello. So next, moving to Sandbox. This is not the whole map of the Sandbox, just a part of it. The green one was after the first pre-sale, and the second one is before the second. The gray one is before the second pre-sale, but for now the second pre-sale is over, and we are waiting for the third one. It will be, I suppose, in the end of the February. They announced it, but I just don't remember the date. So there will be 166,000 lands in Sandbox, and by the way, in Somnium Space there will be more than 3,000 land parcels. So we're moving here. We can see some guy from Tron movie. So we are moving to the Avatar Hall. So what is Avatar, by the way? Avatar is an ancient Hindu concept. It's the concept of the appearance of a god or a deity inside the real world. And just as the ancient gods incarnated inside the real world, we real people incarnating in the virtual space in our avatars. So here you can see avatars that are now that you can already make for yourself. This one is from Decentraland. There is also variables. There are things that you already can buy as an NFT token. for example, some hats or some masks. Here you can see an avatar. By the way, these are my avatars. Here is the avatar from CryptoVoxels, and also with wearables, and you can also buy some names in here. Here are avatars from Somnium Space and a prototype of an avatar from Sandbox. So what is all about in terms of DAO? What are we doing in Saturn DAO inside the UniDAO? So we're trying to make some kind of a company, some kind of I'm building. I am the legal. I'm doing the legal part in this, and I want to do it just as the old school venture capitalists did with the LPGP model. If you know what is it, so there is a managing company with several people that manage the DAO and the vault of the DAO, and there are investors that invest money and give it to the managing company. So this is what we are doing. We are doing it on the technical stack of Aragon. Today we had a talk about it already, and we are using Frame. Frame is the Frame gives us it's a plugin also. It gives us the ability to make deals from the DAO itself after the voting, of course. So I suppose this is my 20 minutes. If I have something, if you have maybe some questions, or I can show you something else while you are questioning if I have several minutes more. So just
maybe
just
give it a couple of seconds so that everybody who wants to ask is able to unmute. So if you have questions, take the chance.
Which one of these metaverses do you think is most likely?
Most likely what? Sorry, I didn't hear the last word.
Most likely to succeed.
I suppose that each of them will succeed, and I suppose that there will be some integration between them in some time. What I'm talking about that there will be one metaverse and different part of this metaverse is integrated in one. It will be something like in first Ready Player One. Do you remember this one?
Yep.
So I think it will be something like that.
They'll fit into the metaverse, yeah.
So this is the great view on the seashore, so to say. Infinite digital ocean. This is so poetic, you know.
How long do you think until we are able to actually really connect different 3D engines and things like that into one?
Oh, this is the very hard question because this is a hard question because I'm not that inside the technical part, but I know that there is a project. I suppose the name of the project is NEOS. They are building the engine for the entire 3D space, interconnected 3D space. So I suppose we are living inside the possibility, the real possibility of the unification of these 3D digital spaces.
Yeah, I think with NEOS still it's only the games that are built with the NEOS engine then, but it's a great step forward because others can now make it inside the same engine.
Yes, everything everything will start, I suppose, from gaming, because gaming will bring the adoption to blockchain. Because, as I said in the beginning, we need something for DAOs as the method to evolve. We need something from the inside of the digital space, something native to digital space. And this is gaming.
Yeah, I agree.
So there are a lot of possibilities for now and here. Oh, video playing. I will just play the video and then I will turn it off because there will be music. I hope.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
So this is it, I suppose.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
And here are the links. Okay, you can also post it to the chat in case anyone wants to take a second look after this talk. And
Okay.
otherwise,
I'm going to bring my AirPod.
Okay, I'm taking that
we'll
medium one.
just waiting until 10:30 to get an introduction to Marketing DAO by Amanda. Are you already here, Amanda? Okay, we'll wait until 10:30.
So I turn it off, yeah? You don't see. So it's okay.
Yeah. Don't forget to stop screen sharing. That's important.
I suppose I did.
Yeah, should be good. Okay, Amanda, you're already there, obviously. Screen sharing works. Amanda, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. All fine.
Oh my goodness, amazing. This thing is working fine.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Brilliant.
And everybody can see my screen all right too?
Yes, it's perfect. Can see you, we can hear you.
Wait, you can see my face?
Wait.
Just the screen.
Well, I'm here. You'll have to take my word for it. All right, why not get started on time? Just confirming that folks can still hear me? Yes.
I
Great.
can hear you.
Amazing.
Great. Yeah.
Well, I will get started chatting about Marketing DAO. I don't think this presentation will take too long to get through, so I guess I'd love to have a conversation and get some feedback, get some questions, whatever you want to do. But I thought I would start with a little bit of history of Marketing DAO. I'm currently the secretary of Marketing DAO. My name is Amanda Cassett. My background in the space is I've been helping with Ethereum since I first found out about it in 2015. I joined Consensus in 2016, where I became Chief Marketing Officer. I was in that role for the past 3.5 or so years. I recently stepped down from that role to explore working with a broader variety of projects building on Ethereum, helping them get mainstream adoption, reach users, wanted to also do some more community projects. I certainly wasn't the person or the only person to have the idea of Marketing DAO. I think a lot of folks from different parts of the space have long wondered whether it would be possible to have a more coordinated mechanism for how we all communicate about Ethereum and to better market or in a more kind of cohesive way market Ethereum, which brings up. Oh, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, sorry, I was in the middle of.
Johnny, you're in the midst of the talk. Yeah. Okay.
If you have a question, I can.
Just go ahead, Amanda.
Let me know if this structure is wrong. Is this structure like the right structure for a virtual conference, going through these slides and telling stories?
Yeah, I think Johnny just jumped in, so he said hi.
Yeah,
great. Okay.
I jumped in prematurely. Sorry. Carry on.
Oh no, totally fine. But definitely jump in and ask questions. Also, tell me to move along if you know any of this. But lots of people have been kind of trying to think, how does a decentralized community promote a decentralized platform? A lot of quote unquote competitors to Ethereum, whether that's like an EOS with a block 1, whether that's like an XRP with a Ripple, they're these centralized entities. And if the platform itself isn't centralized, then the company behind it is, which means that it can have, a marketing department that a company has and controls. And that makes it a lot easier to get things done. It makes it really obvious who is responsible for getting things done, but it might not also bring in the richness and the diversity and the multiplicity of voices that you can get from having a decentralized community marketing something. So the question is, how to do it. Lots of people had this idea. In Osaka at DevCon, a bunch of us got together after the Moloch DAO meetup and just started brainstorming. We started doing a design thinking exercise in Mural, basically trying to figure out, what's the problem that we're trying to solve? What are the solutions that we can offer? And we came up with Marketing DAO. The main problems that Marketing DAO aims to solve, and this obviously, it's a DAO, it's going to be up to the community what we do, but just as a kind of North Star, Ethereum positioning. So Bitcoin has this super strong meme about being digital gold. And once you say the phrase digital gold, it's obvious what you're talking about. And that meme can spread throughout a group of people. And so we have this challenge with the Ethereum meme because Ethereum it does so many things. It's, it's the next internet. It's the biggest blockchain. It's Web3. It's DeFi. It's also highly technical. And so how do we position Ethereum in a way that's going to be mimetically sound and spreadable and consistent? So that's the first one. The second is knowing our audience. So who are we actually talking to, and making sure we're facing in the right direction and getting our messaging out to the people that matter. One thing I noticed, I was working with some folks from the Ethereum Foundation, or working with the Ethereum Foundation on an update to ethereum.org, which I think was done very well. But when we were first having these conversations, we were thinking, what does the community want to see on ethereum.org? Instead of thinking about, what are people looking for when they come to ethereum.org? And it turns out that most of the people, and that website is just one random example, but it turns out that most of the people coming into our community are beginners, and they aren't developers necessarily. Some are. They're beginners that want to just get any information. A lot of them want to know, like, how do I get a wallet? How do I buy ETH? And know really, really basic stuff. So just acknowledging where we really are and who's actually coming looking for us and meeting them where they are. And then the third one is developing a ground game. So when you go to random events around the world, which you probably don't right now, but back when one was doing that, one would see a booth for Bitcoin, and the Bitcoin Foundation was doing that. You'd see a booth for Neo, you'd see a booth for Tron, mostly because those have behind them or are centralized companies that deploy people to go, staff a booth. What you don't see is an Ethereum branded booth with articulate, prepared Ethereum people staffed there explaining Ethereum to folks. So the ground game is the other thing we wanted to really specialize in, because it's just a logistics thing. We have such great people in the community. It's just a matter of deploying them and of having a strategy and executing. Why did we want to use the DAO as a solution? To coordinate different ideas, to generate marketing from a decentralized community, and to be able to bring in diverse perspectives. So, why is it better to have a DAO as your marketing department than a normal corporate marketing department? Well, with the DAO, you can make the marketing department the world by funding and qualifying the best marketing activities, but by having an almost indefinite potential team of collaborators. So we wanted to take advantage of those benefits. We had a question of this is kind of meta, but whether the marketing DAO, wanted to market itself or not. And we decided to not market ourselves. Like, we want to be an artist that doesn't sign our works, so to speak. Our goal isn't to have a giant audience for marketing DAO. Our goal is to support Ethereum and to help there be a giant audience for Ethereum. So the only context in which we do promote ourselves or talk about ourselves are contexts like this, where we are looking for feedback, looking for members, looking for involvement, looking for proposals from the types of communities that would be interested in that. And then it seemed obvious to us that it's a great way to dog food using our own platforms. The best way to help Ethereum grow its brand, further its mission, is the Ethereum way with a DAO. We have all these different stakeholders, and the DAO is a great mechanism to empower funding and fair decision making. We created the marketing DAO, attuned to the Ethereum vision of decentralization, maxing out community participation. We have about 60 people in our members channel. We have over 500 people now on our community channels, and we have I think well over 1,000 now followers on Twitter. So I think people are able to see what we're doing at this point, and then explicitly dogfooding Ethereum as part of our marketing effort for Ethereum. What have we been doing since we all decided back in Osaka to do this thing? We had to elect positions because we ended up structuring ourselves as an LLC, and I'll go into that a little bit. And we needed to have names to put to the formal documentation for the LLC. We wanted to get running as quickly as possible, and we went with kind of the MVP with Mullet contracts and DAO House. So we got up to speed pretty quickly. And we, before taking in pledges, and we actually haven't formally, we've started to have conversations with people about pledging. We've started to get people committing to pledging. Consensus has committed to 150K. We're having great conversations with the Ethereum Foundation and a number of projects and individuals in the space that would be stakeholders in an effort like this to contribute. And we're now ready to take those in. But we waited to take in those pledges because we wanted to ensure that the folks that pledged the marketing DAO would have the maximum liability protection from day one. So we spent a little bit of extra time on the front end with OpenLaw and chose to incorporate our DAO as an LLC, which shields all of the folks that pledge from liability. And we worked with OpenLaw to create a click-in subscription agreement to the LLC. So now when you go through DAO House and you pledge marketing DAO, you instantly, with one click, also subscribe to the LLC. We let in new members through a form of social KYC that we've also sort of pioneered. Our practices around, the way we discuss bringing in new members, bringing in new members that we know, that we trust, and working to define best practices in DAOs. In terms of our goals and our process, we want to bring in, and we're on track to bring in an equivalent of 250K in USD funding around Q1. And we have a pretty robust CRM that we pulled from Ethereum data to identify projects that are stakeholders in Ethereum that hold a bunch of ETH that would be interested in this effort, and also through our network, some individuals that are interested. Members, so our founding members are our major financial backers, funding our DAO operations and our proposals. Our members currently, our contributing members are individuals who supported establishing this DAO, and we all put in one or more WETH. So that's to be an actual member, contributing to the DAO, participating in weekly calls, maybe also submitting proposals, helping to vet proposals, doing all kinds of different internal operations. And our supporters group is our main Telegram group, ongoing communications, community input, involved in basically everything we do, but not formally in the DAO, doesn't have formal governance power, but definitely has a lot of, it's where we get feedback. It's how we understand what the community wants us to do, where we should be headed. We elected these leads. We have fairly short tenures, basically like trimester system, and then we go back for re-election, or we transfer and put new folks in these roles. I think we're going to have a lot of movement and a lot of different folks occupying these spots, and the people in this first group have been taking pains to ensure that these roles are really well defined and fungible so that a new elected person could easily take up the mantle. So I've been in the role of secretary. Alex has been leading membership, Pooja, operations, Megan, finance, William, communications, Ven has been our technical lead, Darren, our creative lead, and James has been leading our fundraising. In terms of ops, we've been working with OpenLaw to set DAO best practices. We are interested in all sorts of various future DAO collaborations. We're very interested in and have been closely following the LAO project. This is our process flow for our proposals and actually taking them to completion, from the proposal going into the queue to voting to a grace period so our funders have time to process, and then, or I mean to think, to decide, and then proposals can be processed by any member, and then the DAO, the final state of all proposals once the process is complete. Our proposals are coming in from all over the world. Right now we are processing our first batch of proposals. We haven't yet taken in the pledges that have been promised, and we have not yet spent any funds. We're going to be fairly conservative about actually spending funds, try to make our funds last a while, make sure we're really deploying them very intelligently, and that we're properly supervising projects and vetting projects before we fund them. So here's kind of where we are, where these are the problems we're trying to solve, how and why we're using the DAO as a solution. And we would love to hear from you. Either ping me, I'm at Amanda Claire on Telegram. It's just AMANDACLAIRE. Ping me there, ping me here, DM me on Twitter, any of the above. Or if you want to go through this channel, this is great too, founders@marketingdao.org. If you know someone on this list or someone else that you know is involved in Marketing DAO and would prefer to chat with them, please do. Alex has been having a lot of these conversations. He's been our membership lead. And then if you want to go to marketingdao.org, there's some more info there. Follow our Twitter and join our supporters Telegram channel. And that's all I got for now. Would love to take any questions.
Great, thanks a lot, Amanda. Questions?
Yeah. So at one point you mentioned that you guys have a CRM. How do you guys do a decentralized CRM or a CRM in a decentralized community? Like, how do you guys manage that?
Yeah, that's interesting. So so the actual CRM is, so we pulled it from like actual Ethereum on-chain data about known startups that have a certain amount of ETH, and we rank them by how much ETH that they hold, and we figure that the ones that hold more ETH are going to be more interested in this project because this project is going to be supportive of Ethereum, and hopefully, I mean, it's not a project to pump Ethereum or to pump ETH, but should be supportive. And so we ranked those. We had an open call for folks to add groups or individuals that they knew, and then we had an open call for all of our members to put their names next to the companies that we had listed and see who knew someone there, and then we provided templates for our members to reach out to the people that they knew at those places, and then a way for everyone to indicate where we are along the funnel with each project. So basically, you make a list. You have people own the items on the list based on their relationships. You tee those people up with templated outreach materials that obviously they can customize based on their relationship. And then you bring people down like a fundraising funnel that can end in meetings with James, our fundraising lead, that can end in meetings with me, or that can end in, if they need technical support actually pledging the DAO. Ben's been doing some of that and showing people how to actually pledge if they're having trouble. So that's how we've been running it. So far, so good. Does that help?
Okay, cool. Yeah, kind of. So it sounds like the DAO itself kind of more manages the funds, more like the treasury, and allows members to vote on stuff. But then for the actual like data management of more complex things like a CRM or a pipeline or outreach or whatnot, then you guys have like a centralized database where all the members have access to it, and you guys kind of manage that stuff. And the DAO itself is just more for treasury management and voting. Is that kind of how it works?
That's absolutely correct. And we have not been using. Yeah, I understand the question better now. We're using like standard platforms for maintaining that CRM, as opposed to having that CRM exist within the DAO itself.
Cool. Yeah. Because one of the things that's really interesting with DAOs is they're really awesome for on-chain stuff, but like 80 to 90 to 95 to 99% of all the coordination of all the people usually happens off-chain. So figuring out that like balance of how to get people to actually be effective and use tools to coordinate, but then also have the DAO as like the heart of it is an ongoing struggle. So yeah, just really curious how you guys are doing that.
Yeah, I mean that's something that we talk about all the time. I guess like the one thing that we do is we're really careful to have checks and balances around who owns which channel, considering that the channels are centralized. So we wouldn't have like one person as the only admin of the Telegram channel, for example, because if that person did something or left the channel or destroyed the channel, that wouldn't be ideal. So we just try to kind of, in the spirit of a DAO, though obviously not on chain, we try to just balance things out so that nobody has a disproportionate ability to like take out the whole project.
Cool. Yeah, makes sense.
I have one also. Maybe I just missed it. Can you just please name the platform for your DAO? Is it DAO Stack? I just remember the marketing DAO. Is this one?
Yeah. So we're enabled by Moloch contracts and DAO House.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, thoughts? If there are no more questions, there's something that I want feedback on that I'd love to run by people. If I can just do that, just like to bring you in on a conversation that we're having internally in Marketing DAO right now. And that's actually been really amusing. So we've been thinking about how to balance. We've been thinking like, if we want to think of ourselves as a moment as like the decentralized like CMO of Ethereum, like if we were actually in charge of running marketing for Ethereum, which we have to kind of take responsibility for or imagine ourselves as taking responsibility for, what would we do? And a lot of what we would do is, bottoms up community supporting efforts, creating a fund so that people can start a blog or start a podcast and then get more and more funding as they can prove that they have more audience and distribution. And we would do the same thing for events, enable people to start a meetup with the resources that they needed, with some basic funding. And then as they prove they had traction, to be able to scale up more and more. So we're thinking these like community bottoms up things, but we're also starting to think about are there top down measures that would be useful? Like how EOS through Block One and like Ripple, like XRP through Ripple have hired something like Edelman Global PR, and they have best-in-class global PR firms, best-in-class global like branding and positioning firms taking care of their projects. And we're thinking, how interesting would it be if a unit like a DAO, a governance unit like a DAO, were to hire like a best-class, like world-class, like best-in-class centralized agency. So that's something that we've been toying with. Feedback on that. Feedback on having a balance of bottoms up and top down activities.
So I would say like the bottoms up stuff is definitely awesome because obviously we're all here at Intercon, right? So more of that would be great, especially like ELI 5s for everything. If you just would fund someone to ELI 5, literally every Ethereum thing, that would be huge. And for the top down part, I think it would be more like, what exactly would they be doing? Because I think just to say like, oh, we'll just hire someone and then great. It's pretty vague. It's hard to provide feedback on that. But if you're like, here's our clear goal. We need to make Ethereum more accessible to blah 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 audience, and this is like what Ethereum is. Here's how we want to reach people. We're going to hire a firm to help optimize that message. Then it'd be more easy to provide feedback on that. But just saying, we'll just hire someone. It's hard to really think that through more critically. But I would say though, bottoms up stuff is awesome, and more ELI 5 resources for everyone would be great.
Yeah, that's great feedback. I totally agree with that about specificity. But I mean, from my perspective, this is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor, and I think it's pretty unprecedented that a multi-billion-dollar endeavor wouldn't have coordinated representation that can ensure that how it's covered in the media, especially like the international mainstream media, is in accordance with its messaging strategy. So making sure that the way Ethereum is spoken about in the global press is appropriate, is in line with what we want to see. I think it's that macro what a firm like that would be doing.
But so there's the question: what is it that you want to see? Because if you hire a firm and say for them to represent us and to have what we want to see, what is that? What is that vision? What does that look like?
Yeah, of course, and that's the kind of thing that we would be developing with representatives from our various pledgers and from the community, the people that funded Marketing DAO, sitting down and engaging. So I don't know if you've ever hired a PR firm before, but it's a process of building out that messaging together. It's not like you hand someone off. Like at that level, at this extremely high expert level, you don't just hand off, this is what we want people to think, or this is what we want to say, and they go do it. It's about developing positioning, and then bringing that into the market, and then having points of responsibility for, where do reporters go if they're going to be covering Ethereum? Where do we want to push an Ethereum story to? Like right now, we don't have that function as a community.
Yeah, I mean, if you could somehow magically act as the glue between all of the bottom-up community efforts and then synergizing all of that kind of data and input into something that then a higher level, more professional PR firm could like distill into a really clear message to people, and you could build that bridge and have both of those there, that could potentially be really cool. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you're open to it. I'm not even totally sold on it, but it's like it's a fun debate that we've been having almost exactly in these terms within our Marketing DAO community. So that's something that's on our mind.
Yeah, I think as long as there's a lot of communication between the higher level strategy and then the bottom up grassroots strategy, and there's like both can engage with each other and have positive sum collaboration, I think it could be fruitful. If they're disconnected, it would be super weird. But if they're actually collaborating and synergizing, then it'd be great.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we as a community, like we're good at community. We're good at building bottoms up stuff, and we need to do that more. And that's our core value add as a community, and we need to keep doing it. But I think a lot of people feel like we could benefit from more polish, more coordination, especially as we're getting out to people that, most people when they start adopting or using a new technology, they don't join a community. Like all the other technologies that I found until Ethereum, which just blew me away. I never joined a community around a technology before. And, I imagine in the future, most of the new things I adopt, I won't join the community for them. So how do we get people using Ethereum, understanding Ethereum, acknowledging that they're probably not going to, jump in and be part of this grassroots thing we've started? That's something that's interesting to me because that's a much bigger group of people.
Yeah. Well, that is interesting. Yeah, if that could synergize in a positive some way, that could potentially add a lot of value to the current community and a broader new community. So, yeah, it could be cool.
Any other comments on that? No, not at the moment. So maybe Amanda, you can also post your contact data into the chat in case someone wants to reach out.
Yes, of course. So my Telegram is Amanda Claire. Twitter is Amanda Cassett, and email is amanda@cassett.net. Feel free to reach out. Would love to talk to you about marketing DAO, ideas for marketing in the Ethereum space, what you're up to, any of the above.
Yeah, I actually have a question still.
Brilliant.
I don't
Oh,
know,
yeah.
maybe you didn't hear it, but I would like to hear about the projects that you're considering to fund.
Yes. So we started, we had an open call for proposals that we did in January. Toward the end of the month, we spent some time in February going over our the proposals that came in. We had something like 100, and then reaching out to about 30, 40 projects that we felt were some of the strongest. We had those projects create videos about what they are that are all in Peppo. So if you go to the Marketing DAO channel in the Peppo app, you can see all of the projects and you can hear a 30-second pitch from each one about why you should join Marketing DAO to vote for their project. So those should all be public and available.
Okay, that's pretty cool, the way you did it. Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we were hoping that it would help. It would help also promote pledging Marketing DAO by getting people excited to vote for the various projects.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Great. Well, my contact is in there. This has been such a great experience. Thanks for having me, and thanks for the great moderation.
Thanks for being here, Amanda. It was super cool and interesting. Thanks for your talk.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
See you around.
Bye now.
Okay. Our next talk is what the Swedish Pirate Party can teach us about scaling DAOs. Do we already have the speaker in our call?
Cool.
Speaker for our next talk starting at 11. Hello. Okay. We might need to wait for a couple of minutes.
I just messaged him.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Seth. Oh, there he is.
Is this maybe Pete had asked me to fill a slot that he needed filled? Is this maybe that slot? Is the person maybe not showing up?
Okay.
No,
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Hey there. Yeah, sorry for the delay. It took me a second to find the right room.
Okay, 3 minutes. That's okay. Okay, you're going to give the talk about this Swedish Pirate Party?
Yes.
Yes,
yeah,
okay,
go ahead and
cool.
get started. Let me figure out how to share my screen and I'll be good to go.
Yeah.
Bottom left corner, there's 3 buttons. The one left from the raise your hand.
Cool.
Perfect.
All right, looks good.
All right. Yeah, so this talk is what the Swedish Pirate Party teaches us about scaling DAOs. My name's Seth Goldfarb. I'm a Seattle-based marketing professional. I've spent the last 3 years helping startups in the space tell better stories about what they're doing. I was a part of a team that was at ETH Denver working on a project called Alfred. Sorry, are there problems with the audio?
We can hear you and understand you pretty well. There seems to be some background noise.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm just...
So please,
right,
everyone, mute yourself.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so like I said, lucky enough to attend ETH Denver for the first time this last year. A group of friends and I worked on a project for crypto inheritance. We were lucky enough to get a prize get a bounty from Kyber for that, and decided that we want to keep working on it. So we've been experimenting with Aragon DAO and a product called Etherize that allows you to create a LLC. It combines a legal framework with a DAO framework, so you can use the Aragon DAO and have a LLC for your project. And one of the things that we've quickly realized as we've been digging into this, the functions that we want our DAO to incorporate really depend on the scale that we're going to be working at. So obviously early on, we intend to keep things pretty simple and use the DAO just to track equity and vote on proposals between the small group of us privately. But as we expand, we'd like to be able to use this to onboard new members into different roles and coordinate groups based on different verticals.
Just a second.
Yes.
We can't see your whole screen because your notes are. Yeah, now it's great.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Weird. Let's see if I can.
It's perfect.
Let's see if I can full screen this, and then it should make those.
Okay.
It should hide the notes.
You should have them, yes.
Yeah. Let me see if this will.
Somebody, maybe please check if everybody is muted. We can hear background noises.
Okay, are the speaker notes still visible?
Yeah, I mean, it's hiding your screen to some extent.
Okay, yeah, I'll just keep this off to the side and try to keep it as I go.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're trying to figure out how to accomplish what we want to at different scales. And yeah, so we're happy with what we've got right now, but trying to think about how this is going to work in the future leaves us with a lot of options. And there's a really great case study I came across a while back called Swarmwise. You can see the link. I'll pull it into the screen, or the title at least. Swarmwise, the tactical manual to changing the world. It was published by a gentleman named Rick Falkenbinge, who's one of the founders of the Pirate Party, and I thought it provided a lot of great insight into how they started basically from nothing, and in less than 3 years generated a movement that got enough people together to elect a member to their parliament, the Swedish Parliament. So throughout this talk, throughout this presentation, I'm going to talk about how the principles from that have helped give us some insight into how we want to scale our DAO. First thing I want to throw out is the definition that they gave in the book, which said a swarm is a decentralized collaborative effort of volunteers that looks like a hierarchical traditional organization from the outside, built by a small core of people that construct a scaffolding of go-to people, enabling a large number of volunteers to cooperate on a common goal in quantities of people not possible before the net was available. So the first, I probably discovered this a little over a year ago, and the second I read that, I thought, DAOs was the first thing that came to my mind. Learning about, at the time, it was mostly Dash and Decred and DDAO, but now, obviously, the DAO ecosystem has expanded a lot.
So you mean for
on January 1st, 2000,
that program? Yeah, so I'm planning on doing that every month.
So on January 1st, 2006, the Swedish Pirate Party launched with a simple website. They posted 2 lines on a file sharing hub.
My thought was like after the launch, there would probably be like
Seth, excuse me.
feedback. I mean, they're super positive, so it'd be cool to kind of have a post-mortem after our initial launch with them, and that would be a perfect forum for the whole team to jump on. And,
Mike, please.
like if any questions were there, like everyone could respond to it.
Actually. Okay. It should be good, Seth.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, so the Swedish Pirate Party launched January 1st, 2006. It was as simple as loading up. They had a landing page and put up 2 lines of intro on a file sharing hub. Hey, look, the Pirate Party has its website up and a link to the site.
And Cam, we might want to check the wallet situation for settlement. There may have been something that got gunked up yesterday because of Ethereum shutting down or whatever. Yeah, I think our settlement.
Seth, can you give us a minute to sort this out? Unfortunately, I can't just kick him out or mute him, but let us try to get rid of this.
Sweet. Later, boys.
Okay. I
All
hope
right,
it's
cool.
fine now.
Yeah, thanks again. Yeah, we'll get back to this. Yeah, so there's a famous TED Talk a lot of you may have seen that was given by a gentleman named Derek Sievers, who talks about a viral YouTube video that you may have seen a very long time ago. There's a picture of it here. It opens up with someone dancing at a concert or music festival pretty wildly by themselves in a field. And you see a bunch of people around them take notice, but mostly just carry on about, they might laugh and point or whatever, but they mostly carry on about their business. And then eventually a second individual comes up and decides to start dancing with the first person. And it's interesting to note, it's really interesting how clear the shift is in the video, where the people who were kind of just checking them out before, instead of ignoring them and looking at or directing their attention elsewhere, suddenly people decide to go join them. So the point being that the individual who had the biggest impact on the formation of the group wasn't the first person who was doing their thing alone. It was the second person who joined and gave legitimacy to the first one in the eyes of everybody else who was looking. So the day after Falkenbach dropped that message on the file sharing hub, he was contacted by a reporter at one of Sweden's largest newspapers who wanted a brief interview that they published that evening, along with a poll showing that 61% of the people who responded would be willing to vote for the new Pirate Party if given the chance. So obviously they had gone, this was just a lone crazy who dropped a link on a file sharing hub, and a day later, not only had a crowd of people who were talking about him, but the news reached out to see what was going on and help broadcast the message. So the main advice that Falkenbach gives when reflecting on this is to just mention, whenever you're trying to get something going, just mention your idea and plan in a couple of places where your intended activists would typically hang out. That's enough. If it's good, people will pick it up and talk to their friends in turn. If your idea is good and people can contribute, change the world, and see how it can be done, then you'll have the first wave of volunteers in less than a day. I think that's been particularly interesting to see within the Ethereum community, where initiatives pop up and people, we have a very experimental climate, and people are willing to try a lot of different things and iterate. And sometimes, cool things pop up and go away, and sometimes people really latch on to them and they become cornerstones of the community. So once you put a message out there and you get people responding, if you want this to go anywhere, one of the important things to do is provide some structure for your swarm or DAO or movement or what you're trying to do. This graph gives this graphic gives a great demonstration of why social complexity matters. It's easy to think that, if you go from a group of 3 people to a group of 6 people, you're just doubling the complexity of the group. But as the picture demonstrates, even just in a group of 5, what you really have to consider is the number of relationships involved in a group. And that grows a lot faster than the number of people simply involved in a group. So in the case study, they note 7, 30, and 150 as helpful benchmarks when you're trying to build an organization. To quote the case study, initially you will be able to coordinate at most 30 groups. So create a discussion forum with at most that number of subgroups. Try to pick your geographical decision. So the typical size is about 7, and no subgroup has more than 30. For the Pirate Party, it made sense to divide geographically. We'll talk a little bit more why in the next slide. But in a virtual space, there's all kinds of different ways you could think about dividing people. I think in a lot of cases with DAOs, it makes sense to divide by the different verticals like marketing or design or development. But it really just depends on what you're doing and what makes sense for your organization. So as your group grows, they suggest when you get to around 150 members, you hit Dunbar's number. This is another thing I'm sure a lot of us may have heard of before, or at least be familiar with. Dunbar's number refers to the maximum number of relationships a person can comfortably sustain according to science. So the idea there is that once you hit that benchmark of around 150 members, the leadership of the team wants to have some plans in place to be able to organize your members into smaller groups of around 7 to 30, with a maximum of 30-ish groups. And then that sort of provides a framework that you can use. If you have a group of 30 and it grows large, that group grows larger than you. It helps. I feel like that helps the leadership keep an eye on when they might need to consider breaking groups into smaller ones, or figuring out how to keep them effective. So as these groups form, it's also critical that you have what Falkenbach calls the lowest level of activation in the movement. The return to what I was talking about before, part of the reason it made sense for the Swedish Pirate Party to divide themselves geographically was because the first goal for everybody in the group was to collect 2,000 signatures so the party could get registered with the election authority. And having a goal like that is really critical to give people a way to really engage with the project. It's something that I found a lot in my community management efforts, is that it can be really frustrating for people who want to support a project to come in and be told, hey, we're really excited to have you here, we really value your input, but we don't really have anything for you to do. So if you can find ways to give people stuff to do, a lot of times people are willing to help, whether there's whether there's money available or not, if the cause is right. So it's important to consider what that lowest level of activation is for your organization. And there's a lot of takeaways for us as an organization trying to form a business. Obviously, that's different. Forming a business is different. Is a little bit different than starting a movement. We are concerned about making money at some point, and Whereas with a movement, you're generally more concerned about accomplishing a specific goal. So like with the Swedish Pirate Party, they wanted to reform copyright laws, and the general laws around government surveillance and rights to privacy. So for us, we require a bit more of a flexible power structure might work for better for a movement. One of the things that they talk about in Swarmwise is they have a 3 pirate rule. So if they have 3 activists who are together, say they have an opportunity to speak to a journalist or something, they have the blessing of the organization to speak on behalf of the organization as long as 3 people decide that it's a good idea and they're all okay with it. So I think that's an interesting example of governance in a movement, but that's something we might consider as we scale a community. But for us, just trying to manage a DAO on a small scale as a business, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But the biggest takeaway for me personally was having the numbers I threw out earlier, the 7, 30, and 150. I think that's a really interesting way to think about scaling, both for mostly for leaders. There's one thing that we see with a lot of autonomous, decentralized, with a lot of DAOs are attempts at holacracy or just trying to build more flat organizations. And while I think that's a really noble cause, I do think that there has to be a balance between distributing power and empowering people and empowering individuals in ways that are able to move whatever you're trying to do forward. So a few things that we want to see eventually, or that we're trying to figure out how to incorporate, are support for ongoing creation of subgroups with different customizable rules and friendlier interfaces to help develop the culture of the organization. That's one thing that we've identified that we feel is lacking in the DAO platforms that are currently available. And yeah, as I said, the Swedish Pirate Party was lucky enough to successfully win an election just 3 years after their launch. That took 225,000 votes. So if we're able to do anything similar in terms of scaling a startup with a DAO, I would call that a job well done. Yeah, that's my presentation. I wanted to say thank you to the organizers of Intercon. Thank you to my East Denver team, Ken, Morgan, and Aaron. Thank you again to Kyber for the bounty. And shout out to Any Block Analytics for helping us out with access to their archive node, RPC. So we have time for questions. I'm happy to take them.
Yeah, cool. Thank you so much. Questions?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you.
Any questions on Seth's talk? No question?
Cool, easy enough. Do we have, is there talking here up next?
There is a talk, but we have still 8 minutes left.
Okay. Well, yeah, thank you everybody for listening, and I guess we can hang out until then.
Thank you too. Okay, our next talk is going to be Raid Guild. It starts at 11:30. So we'll wait for a couple of minutes and then see you again at 11:30 with Raid Guild.
There he is.
Bio break.
Bio break, yeah.
Ooh.
You got the No game here. This is my bat toy, so. Hey, there's a bump.
That's exactly what we need. The octopus.
Oh
Nice
my
pet,
God,
bro.
what happened?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
shaved his head for the.
So you obviously didn't stop until now.
Yeah.
You get that back cleaned up,
I
man?
don't know. You tell me. Looks pretty bad.
Few spots you missed. Looks good.
Just a side note, the that NFT personal token thing, like she's down to like help integrate it for Raid Guilds.
Oh, which one is that?
Micro sponsors. Micro sponsors?
Oh yeah, yeah. That did sound pretty cool.
Yeah. Be a nice experiment.
One thing I thought was really interesting on that last talk was this idea of once you're growing to a certain size, splitting, like cloning yourself or becoming more specific in what you're doing in your DAO. And we've kind of talked about that at Raid Guild as well. That would be something that eventually we would get more specificity into our groups, and split into a designer DAO, a more back-end DAO.
Yeah, I like that idea too. It becomes like a multi-core processor where even if we have a front-end DAO, at one point the front-end DAO would get big enough that you need to split up into multiple different front-end DAOs. So you just have like a unified framework to operate, but like there's kind of multiple units operating with that same framework, but in parallel, rather than one monolithic thing.
Yeah, it also like starts creating this kind of market of between DAOs, right? So it's like different DAOs offering different services, and so you have this like services offered market, totally decentralized and flat. That's really interesting when a backend dev can reach over to like the backend dev DAO, can go talk to the front end dev DAO, who would then maybe go hire a designer DAO, and maybe initially we have our front tavern DAO that is sourcing projects, and it'd be really interesting.
Yeah, I think it'd be important to like keep those borders between the groups fluid and amorphous still, so people can like move around. Not just like just to like fight that segmentation. You don't really want the groups to like segment themselves from one another, but just maintain their own agility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like keeping like you don't want to create more silos, but like still allow people to turn into like individual like groups of units, but all the units kind of moving in sync and moving with the same kind of end goals and general direction, with this kind of like one monolithic.
Yeah, because you want to be kind of liquid in your membership even, I guess, and how like not only is there going to be like we don't want the silos, but we want things to be kind of merged together that way, especially when forming smaller teams. So it'd almost be like if you're a project manager, you're walking in like in a shopping experience, and let's grab some guys here from here. We know they work together from these different DAOs, build this team.
Yeah.
Well, I guess should I go ahead and get started?
Sure.
29.
Okay.
Yes, you can go.
Well, I mean, that was mainly Raid Guild members just talking there. So, well, this will probably be pretty lax and kind of a view into our roundtables. So if you guys ever want to speak up, then go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so first off, thanks to the MetaFam. Like, this is pretty amazing that you guys were able to pull this off. Peeth, MetaDreamer, Yaler, all the mods, all the other people that have been contributing. It's been an epic day. Over 24 hours of content on YouTube. 30, 40, 50 members or 50 people in different meetups, YouTube streams. Epic, guys. Good work. So my name's Deacon. I am a co-founder of Odyssey Automation, a Web3 dev shop. Early member, one of the first members of Metacartel, and now currently in a collaboration called Raid Guild. So that's kind of what we're going to talk about today is Raid Guild. Initially, let's see. So a little history with like where Raid Guild came from. So Metacartel was initially just kind of like a crazy idea, getting a lot of people together with similar interests, using Moloch DAO to kind of unite them, bring them together through skin in the game, building up kind of a web of trust and this relationship between everyone kind of instantly using the DAO. We had a very early meeting called MCon where we all came together, and so these are people from all over the world. We all met in Denver, Colorado, and just had a working session. And what was really interesting is, all these people are all now so aligned, and they're friends, right? And we're all in a room, and we're talking about problems that you would usually talk about in some like in a company trying to solve problems, but we're just like working together, and it was really cool. And we started noticing a few things, and not only was our ethos aligned, we started noticing kind of like we're talking about what our kind of core things were, and really we wanted to keep things simple. We wanted to have fun, experiment, ship, do things like that we liked doing, and we wanted to do it in Ethereum, and we wanted to experiment with application layer of dApps and the Ethereum. We started seeing that there was a lot of talent in our group, and from all different spectrums, and so we started working on different projects together, started making smaller teams, and it's kind of like actually what we were just talking about. Metacartel split off the Raid Guild, which was a team of developers and designers, product people, to start working on projects. This was kind of just a small idea at first, and then it kind of slowly grew. Over the last 2 months, or even month and a half, we really kind of got legitimate. We started taking in new members. At ETH Denver, we got T-shirts, and we just started like talking to other devs in the space that were interested, and the reception we got was super cool. Doing this kind of thing, like a worker-owned community, a co-op kind of thing, like really struck a nerve with a lot of people, and a lot of people I think are seeing it as a way of potentially changing the future of work. So the name of Raid Guild spun off. We have our own DAO now, also a Moloch DAO. There's a 1 WETH membership fee, which right now is actually pretty cheap. But the importance of having that membership fee, which it's not necessarily a fee, you're actually getting shares in return. Your shares aren't ever going to go up in value because this is basically a grant-giving DAO. But we're a community that's sharing a purpose, and we have value that we can deploy to things very fast, which is super powerful, especially when making these like little micro grants, and being able to take these experiments, like things that we just want to do as devs, without any huge market research or anything, just maybe something that's inside that we know there's a need inside of our community or inside of Metacartel. Just like throwing a little bit of money at it so we can pursue it. And then you never know actually what you might get. Sometimes just a fun week of work, sometimes something that can bloom into something more. So that's why this talk, I called it a Raid Guild Tanstoffel, which if you're a Heinlein reader, you might recognize that term. But basically what it means is there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. And it goes to both a skin in the game reference and also to opportunity cost. So, everything you do, there's some cost to it. And if a community is free to join, then it's not actually free. You're losing you're spending opportunity time that you could be doing something else, basically. But putting actual funds into it like really legitimizes that your skin is in the game. It unites people right away. It's important. So yeah, let me actually share my screen for a little bit. So this is the Raid Guild webpage. This is kind of a good place if you want to come find out some more information about Raid Guild. You can either join us, become a member if you're a dev or designer or someone in the product space. Then we probably would like to hear from you. And if it sounds like something interesting, that's cool. I mean, really what we are is we're this collective. We're a community of people. We're not necessarily a company. We're a way to try to like leverage network, which if you're a freelancer, you know that leveraging your network is super important. So this is a way to come into the space. If you have a potential client, you can build a team of some of the best developers and designers in the space and work together, share each other's knowledge, share each other's input. So let's see. This is our kind of a D&D feel because it is kind of like a campaign that we're on. We're like trying to push these experiments forward. It's very much an experiment. So right now we have about 30 members and about another 30 or 40 on deck. We just finished our first wave of new member entries, and they were after ETH Denver. We got such an awesome interest, and that we kind of started to notice some struggles of having something that is so decentralized and really chaotic at sometimes. There's some nice things about that. I think it allows people to be very creative and free and self-sovereign and doing things that they want to do. But the hard parts about that is on the upside of how do we handle like a big amount of interest all of a sudden? how do we make sure we're getting people in and reviewing their join forms and make sure that any new clients that are trying to contact us are handled okay. One of the things we did was we split off into two parts, a front tavern and a back tavern. And the front tavern basically is like our client-facing people, the ones that are willing to talk to the client, find out what their problems is, do an initial spec on a project, and then hand it over to a project manager that can build a team and start working on this project. And so that team is actually the back tavern. So the PM kind of people we call the rogues. They're the ones that kind of flow between the front tavern and the back tavern. Front end developers are our warriors. Back end devs and Solidity devs are dark mages. I believe we have a treasury guy. He's our angry dwarf. And so we meet once a week, and we're bringing in new members. We just got our first wave of new members. And one thing we were worried about, and we may still see how this goes, is that when a new member comes on, like, how do we point them to do something? Like, how do we get them engaged in the community? But what's interesting is, and I think it goes back to the skin in the game thing, that when people join, they're start engaging and they start looking for projects together. They start hopping into our Discord and just talking to potential clients that have also hopped in and asking questions. And that wasn't something we initially expected. Like one of our newest members, Jalil, this last week just stepped in and was like, "Oh, this is a cool project. Yeah, let me see if I can check it out and see how it works." So this is like just unexpected, a problem that we thought would be worse, but actually is turning out to be not as bad. So we are still learning. This is experiment. There's a lot of things we're trying to get done. And eventually, as we continue to grow, I think we will probably divide, like we were talking about before the talk. So some of our other current projects, like Pokemon DAO House is a big one. That one was actually started with Metacartel, but I kind of consider it the first Raid Guild project because it was Metacartel people, and we decided to do a tool that allowed us to work with our Moloch contract a little better.
That was literally called Raid Party Zero.
Yeah,
also.
Yeah, totally. And so we and it was an internal project. It was just like, oh, cool, let's take this contract, let's put a little interface on it. We worked with the Abridged guys, put in a contract wallet, and just started experimenting. We did like a 2-week sprint, got something up, and from there it's kind of evolved because we started getting requests from other people. The first one was Makoto with the Orochi DAO, that they wanted to actually kind of clone what we were doing, and they wanted an interface too. Initially, we just had like a repo and some serverless YAML files that would be deployed, and it was a super pain. But we've got to a point now where everything's kind of not everything. Like, we're still split between this DAO House and Pokemon kind of interface because they were both built through hackathons and super small grants. But now you can launch your own DAO, and you can also have your own interface for whatever, and even Moloch V2s now. So over the last week or 2 weeks, really, since ETH Denver, we updated and we got it so that you can now summon Moloch V2 DAO. So you can just switch over here, switch to Moloch V2, and summon your DAO. Then you can come in and, like, once you get your DAO summoned, let's see. Come into your Pokemon, and this is kind of the voting interface, the proposal interface. So you can see all the past proposals. A great talk earlier with Juliana that they've started a DAO, and they actually used other people's DAOs as like a starting off place to look at and see what kind of things people were doing. So here's a list of our proposals. It's new member proposals. It's projects, internal projects that we've been working on. It's a request for shares. Raid Guild uses shares in a little different way, more as like a proof of work. There's some changes in Moloch v2 from Moloch v1, and they're all pretty good. They're actually very cool. So I think if you guys want to know more about Moloch v2, then hit me up. There's some really interesting things there. Let's see what else. So this was our raid ship for the week, was Coletta XP. This was the one-up sort of been kind of going around, or if you made it into the other forum. Basically, a Telegram bot that you can do a one-up. You know, this was just like a project that Eric started a long time ago, and we called it Pepper 4D. And then we've just decided this week to strip it way down and just get something kind of fun to play with during this, and hopefully evolve it into more of a social accounting kind of system, integrate things like SourceCred and DAO memberships, NFT kind of rewards, but more linked into where we all hang out in Telegram or Discord. MetaGame, you know, that's another project we're going to be starting. Another Moloch project we've recently started is called Minions, which is going to allow Molochs to vote on arbitrary external contract calls. So, you know, that could be used, a DAO could own an ERC20, and the DAO could manage how it's minted or burned. You know, a DAO could mint some NFTs for people. That there's, you know, so that's another kind of fun one. We, one of our members, Nick Ward, just wrote up a contract, and Tommy, or Proof of Tom, is working on a front end for that. We got a lot of different cool things happening, and a lot of things in the pipeline, a lot of different things we're talking about doing, and so it's just been really fun right now. I think that's basically what I want to say. Do you guys have anything you want to add?
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to say is like the biggest part about Raid Guild, I think, is just like the network effects of, you know, being in touch and like all like the cross pollination between the members. Like all of us are working on, you know, various different things in the ecosystem, and, you know, just being able to connect with and, you know, band together with other people building in the ecosystem, I think is like super powerful, and we can kind of share resources and then, you know, share our learnings with the rest of the wider ecosystem and kind of grow it that way. Like even MetaGame, for example, you know, like this Intercon could be considered a Raid Guild project because all the members of MetaGame, or like the main members of MetaGame who put this together, are members of Raid Guild, and Raid Guild is going to be building MetaGame. So you know, everything becomes like super interconnected, and that's how we, you know, take these communities to the next level, where instead of like siloed projects and, you know, a bunch of different things, we have like a network of value creation, and we build just one piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I'd second that.
Yep.
I think it's really emerged. I think it's really emerged that way also, which is nice, because it's just you know, nature taking its course, so to speak, instead of someone trying to like prescribe a process. It's just kind of what happened.
Yeah, and that's a good point. That's something that's like really core in the way we make decisions, is that we don't want to build processes that are too restrictive, basically. Even though that can help, I think, in ways, but especially with some of our ops problems and things like that, we still want this emergent stuff to be able to happen. Like the emergent things is where like the real money is, you know. Meaning, I mean, that's just where the real fire is.
Yeah, for sure. And like that's the funny thing is like nature pretty much always knows the best way to design things. So the more we can just kind of follow what nature is guiding us to, the better off. That's kind of been a core part of MetaGame. Like it just kind of like happened, right? No one really tried to make it happen, force it to happen. It just, you know, the certain people were at a certain place in time and certain things happen. You know, these things kind of coagulated in this really nice way.
Do we got any questions? Let's see, is there any?
Yeah, hey, my name's John Tompkins. Been kind of lurking around the Meta Cartel, Raid Guild, all that stuff for a while. More of a product economics guy, and I'm working on a couple kind of main projects myself in the Ethereum DeFi kind of space, but interested in, I think I kind of want to do more freelance, less structured stuff going forward. I guess like maybe quick high level for, you know, idea pops up, people kind of come around it, then like something gets built, then like what happens with it? Like do some of them spur off into like actual companies that people have stake in? Does like the Raid Guild have stake in things, or is it mostly focused more on just kind of tools for the community right now that kind of, you know, bolster other projects? More, I guess, like how things form into, you know, functional either, you know, for profit or not for profit, but who's supporting things as they go forward. Like, you know, how do you transition from idea to, you know, existing product and like that next phase, I guess is one of the main questions.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and so that's something we've actually been talking about. We have some pretty cool partnerships possibly coming up soon. We've been working with Consensus, 1 million devs, with some really interesting things that may be coming out over the next few months, which is basically what you're saying in a way, because it's we're going to be creating kind of a wayfinding system for founders and funders and talent to kind of find each other, build these teams, go on, do proofs of concepts on some ideas, do real user testing, and try to push it into an MVP. And, you know, these projects are going to be ones that we're pushing towards revenue generation. And so there's a lot of interesting things that could happen there with even some experiments like what MetaCartel Ventures is doing. But basically, with revenue tokens, equity shares, things like that, where all the teams involved, even in this more flat, decentralized kind of manner, could have some stake in the project. And I think that's really interesting on a way to incentivize all the teams and not just have a bunch of robots writing code. So
I agree that like having that upside availability is there, is you know, needs to be there, but then you have these issues where if it's like a governance and liquidity pool based kind of product, which a lot of these things are, if you want to eventually hand over like the protocol portion of it to eventually be kind of token driven or some other governance driven, you know, if you're selling, if you're getting a couple $1 million of investment from some VC fund or whatever, they probably want a decent stake of that, and then does that put the decentralization of it, you know, at risk? So I'm thinking about that.
Yeah. So, you know, I think products can evolve in different ways, and they don't always have to be completely decentralized. And if an investor puts a lot of money in it, then they should have a lot of stake in it, and so, you know, but sharing a little bit of that across the teams, I think, is something worth exploring more.
Cool.
Yeah, I think TLDR too in response is like, I mean, that whole point that you're talking about is a thing that the guild is like seeking. It is one of our side missions or whatever. Like, how do we build sustainable product development going forward? You know, like, and how do we build sustainable products and sustainable sustainability across the entire ecosystem as far as that concerned. So this is one of our side missions also. So we're something that we're going towards, even though there's no answer for it today.
Yep. Yeah, and to talk on some of these partnerships, I mean, we're getting, we've been talking with Aragon on a cool project. We've been talking with Relays and 1 Million Devs. We're starting to build a pretty good and powerful network together.
Awesome.
And I think there's, like, to even talk a little bit more about Web3 and kind of like this space is a little different than Web2 because because it is so community strong and open source strong, and there's modularity between different things, and there's these Lego blocks. So we may be like trying to think of a different way of like how can we get new projects to actually think about up front and how they can grow together and align their incentives instead of everyone just trying to beat each other to market. Maybe there's more collaboration that could happen there.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's very interesting. All right, last thing from my end is like a more of a product on a dev guy. I mean, what's to get involved? I guess just throw in a proposal, or is there things you recommend doing before you kind of put in a proposal to join?
Yeah, just go to the website, do the join form, and it's just a type form that has some things like just to kind of let us scan it quickly. Yeah, and then just dive into the Discord and start talking about ideas and get to know, introduce yourself. So sorry to some of the people that are like waiting in the queue. We got through the first wave. We added about 10 new members. And we're just trying to do this a little kind of organically and slow so we're not just rushed with everyone. But if you're interested, definitely just start participating.
Cool.
Any other questions?
No more question.
Raid Guild for the win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming to the talk. Thanks for the questions, and thanks for jumping in, MetaDreamer and Lil Chili there. Yeah, if come to our Discord, come check us out on our webpage, raidguild.org, and if you'd like to learn more, or just hit me up. Cool. Thanks a lot.
Okay, cool. Thanks a lot.
Okay,
Thanks,
in
later.
4 minutes there'll be the next talk, and this is going to be DAO shares are tokens, and tokens are DAO shares. Cool talk. Looking forward, and I'll hand over moderating to.
Hey, yeah, I'm Cheyenne. Thanks,
Cheyenne.
Angela. You had a pretty busy day today. So yeah, I guess we have 5 minutes to 4 minutes if anyone.
For so long.
Go for it.
And,
See you at NonCon, I'd say.
See you around. And welcome on board.
So you have like. Oh, thank you. I guess we don't have mute, so we have to just listen to the air sound.
Yo.
Oh, Adrian, hello.
How are you guys?
Very good. So we have to talk in 4 minutes, in 3 minutes by James Wow. Whoa, I don't know if I'm saying the family name right.
Yeah, I think
but is he here or should I ping him?
Wow.
Okay.
I don't think he's here.
What up, James? Is James on?
Yo.
Let me just get him.
Still trying to come up to me. Is this quarantine being fun for you guys?
Corona snow day.
Oh, where is James?
Do we get this from another room again? This is, yeah, this.
So apparently he's in House of Defiance doing live music now. So if while he's back, is there anyone that wants to like talk about shortly about any project they're working on or any cool things? Nothing about Corona though.
Well, I would like to say something about Corona, but it's very recent and related to Ethereum. So I just saw that Gitcoin announced like grants route dedicated to Corona. I think what is really great. So they will have a matching fund, and on the in the middle like projects, and then all the wallets on Ethereum can like contribute DAI to fund research on like I don't know vaccines and stuff. I think we should spread that in the world. It's really great.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Do you have the link? Can you send it in the chat too?
Yeah, sure. I will do that. I mean, this is a perfect use case basically for quadratic funding. I mean, which is just a like mechanism to fund public goods. So I mean, so far it was just for open source software, but now we're actually getting to healthcare, or at least health.
Yeah, there's a lot of money being thrown out at this, even in centralized or CFI, as they say. But it's one of the problems that like short-term money might not be able to solve it that much. But
yeah,
we can for sure like make it better, but it's really hard. Yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah. That's that one. I just posted the link.
So we still don't have James. Have you guys tried the virtual hub?
I haven't.
That's cool. I actually made the contest diligence avatar with a logo. I couldn't sleep last night, so I was making avatars. It's really hard at this, but like when you get the whole gist of it, it's not that bad. But it looks scary, as my girlfriend was saying. She was like, "This is the scariest thing I've seen." So we're still, Peth came by here, right? So is there anything anyone else wants to share till we have James here?
Hello. James is not here.
No, he's still not here.
Still not here.
I'll join the hunt.
We can always try and play a game while we wait.
What game do you have in mind?
So, choose a category. Anything goes.
What?
Like,
Oh, it seems sorry, Gonzalo. It seems like he's what? It's House of Dao. It seems like he's presenting in House of the Finance. So, like, let me see what's going on. So go ahead. Like, you go ahead. I'll figure this out.
I was gonna say we can choose like a category. Any category goes. We all write in the chat at the same time. The first thing that comes to mind. The more similar answers we get, the more points we get. It's a cooperative game. It's a beauty contest too. You gotta try to guess what other people are thinking of. So we want to get the biggest amount of answers to be the same. So if I say sports brands, we should all say Nike in the chat at the same time. If we're struggling for, if we're struggling for a presenter.
And the largest group of same response wins, basically.
Yeah, we want to get as much points as possible.
Okay.
So, I don't know how many of us there are in this room.
I'd be down to.
We're at like 15, 20.
Joins in.
Yeah. I wish I could get my head.
A lot of these people timed out.
The best DAO.
The best DAO? Okay, that's a good one. I can. The best DAO. Let's all write at the same time. So, no. Don't write yet. We need to do the countdown and then we submit our answers. So write your stuff on the chat. And then I can count down.
All right.
From 3. So 3, 2, 1, go. Okay.
Yeah. So by Moloch, you mean Moloch version 1 or version 2?
Yeah, I think version 1.
That's DAO framework.
Best Moloch. Yeah, I like version 2 more because of the rage create. Like, it's pretty cool thing to have. Do you know about it, or you can talk about that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would just wrote Moloch because it was the thing that came to my mind.
Yeah, like one of the main, like, there are a few differences. Yeah, like there are a few differences with version 2 versus version 1. Like version 2 has like multi-token support. You can have multiple tokens. I think the tests for like up to 200 tokens can be supported, and
Moloch 1 is just
you'll see. The other ones is like the rage quit and
Moloch 1 is just ETH. No.
Yeah.
The other benefits?
The other thing is, I think it's either ETH, there was a fork that they were supporting some tokens too, but just one. The main other thing that I like is there's the whole social aspect that like every member should be sponsored with someone else, but then anyone that doesn't like what the DAO is doing, they can rage quit and just like go out and withdraw all the money. They don't get any shares, any voting anymore. Like they have to apply to be a member again, but they can just rage quit. Or if someone's like being an asshole, people can propose to rage kick them, and they need to like get sufficient votes from the other members to kick someone out. So those things didn't exist before. So, and this is really cool. And there was one more thing. I don't remember what was the other change, but there was one more.
Talking about Moloch V2 updates?
Yeah.
Would you list so far? Guild kick?
Yeah, like guild kick, like rage quit,
Rage quit was in V1.
Multi-token support. Oh, was it? Like, okay.
Yeah, Rage quit was, but guild kick was.
This is a proposal, right?
Yeah. Then there's also in V1 you had to have a member submit the proposal for you, but in V2 anybody can submit their own proposal, but it takes a DAO member to sponsor that proposal, which sends it into the voting period. But which is super cool. I think it just makes it more open, and you don't have to like find a member to do it for you. You can just submit your own proposals, which is really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they have loots too. I'm not sure if it was on V1 too. I'm not sure. 'Cause it's like non-voting shares.
Yeah, loot is non-voting. One of the big things is on grants you would receive shares, and then you would rage quit in V1, which is sounds a little weird because you're actually expected to rage quit. Now there's actually this idea of a payment, which will go on a passing proposal. We'll go into the member's internal balance, and then it's a pull pattern kind of thing where a member can pull out any, or a member or non-member can receive a grant and pull that out.
Yeah, so instead of having to send shares, you just send actual whatever, like 1,200 DAI or 6 ETH, or you just send the actual assets instead of having to have them go rage quit the shares, which is annoying.
Yeah.
But in some cases in the Moloch V1s, that was like okay, I'm a grantee and I received shares, so now I'm going to like rage quit. Say I received 40 shares, now I'll like rage quit 39, so I have 1 share so that I can stay here and like hang out with you guys and like social signal with just my 1 little baby share. But that was like kind of like a common thing that happened through Metacartel and Moloch, which I think is cool. But if it's it forces a thing on the grantee though to go and have to rage quit if they want. So just being able to send in direct assets is like way better.
And did you guys talk about guild kick?
Yeah. Yeah, guild kick's awesome too. Again, I don't think that's a thing that's happened yet in any DAOs. Like nobody wanted to kick anybody out, at least on the Molochs. But we all know that we'll have to at some point, right? So being able to force a member to rage quit is, they get their funds back still. All you're doing is burning their shares and distributing their proportionate funds to them. So it's basically the same. It is the exact same thing as if they rage quit themselves. But yeah, eventually we're going to need that at some point. Somebody's going to piss somebody off. So.
Yeah, one of the cool things I liked when we were talking about like DAO was so there are some kind of attacks. Like there's a grace period usually, and there's some kind of attacks that Amin was saying. They call them like Burning Man attacks. I really like that term. That means like everyone in the whole development team at Burning Man for like 1 whole week, and everyone misses the grace period.
Yeah.
It was like funny like expression thing like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, well, it's full of great expressions.
Yeah, the grace period is important for the rage quit mechanic, right? So it's a way for members to show dissent to a project. If you voted yes on anything, though, you can't rage quit. If anything that you voted yes on is in still in the voting period or in grace. But if you voted no on something and you haven't voted yes on something, then you could rage quit to signal.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing because we talked about that a bit. That so basically you can say no to anything you want, even though you want to rage quit. Like if you want to rage quit, you can just go say no to everything. But the justification or the vision is like it's better to fail and retry than to like get stuck, like have funds stuck in like proposals. So if they say no and rage quit, it's okay because it might be rejected at the end, and they can propose again. It's good for the miners.
Yeah, good point.
Anyone coming with a FOMO DAO or something like that? You remember FOMO 3D? Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. It's really cool to see something from a DAO or
We've
some
talked
kind of
about
DAO version of that.
we've talked about interesting ways you could build a DAO and use like either like put the share prices on a curve, or even do like a pyramid kind of thing. But the DAO would have to manage it, right? And so they would have to kind of like say, okay, our next member, the price is going to be this much, and if someone tries to do a different price, we vote no. But you know, and so you could dilute, you could give more shares to the original members and slowly dilute all new members, or do less shares for more price, basically. So you have an incentive to get as many members to join as possible after you. So it's kind of a FOMO style.
Yeah, also including like the multi-token support of like the Moloch DAO 2 version 2, we can get members, get them to invest in the new tokens, or even it's a double-sided market, right? We can get tokens to be included in here by proposing there and giving grants or whatever, and advertising for, you know, like you can make a double-sided market for tokens to be listed here and users to come in and get some kind of incentives for, like, we can do like interests in like do like, I don't know, like we have so many DeFi that pays interest, right?
Yeah, and it's interesting
Anyways.
even like on doing grants for a project. If a project has a revenue, like a claims token or something, they could trade their claims token for some shares. And now all the DAO members now have a stake in that project through these revenue claims tokens. You can also just do a straight up trade in the Molochs. So you could trade one type of token and get a payment in another type of token.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Like, just like the DAO itself is trading.
So wait, this turned from a talk into a group discussion.
Yeah,
what up? What up?
Hey. Oh, yeah, you talk,
Eric, you need to mute.
Yeah, Eric, you'll need to do something about that shit.
So yeah, the House of DAOs actually did what it's supposed to do, like turning talks, centralized talks to like conversations.
Emergent.
Should we start a DAO right here? We should spin up an Aragon DAO super quick.
Actually, I'm just thinking you could turn this game that we just played, you know, with the word game into a DAO. So say every member has a period to submit a word on like an issue, and the largest congruent group sort of wins money that was staked by every member, you know? I mean, that definitely implies
that'd be dope.
But it's a very simple game, I think.
That's actually a cool
That'd
idea.
be really, really dope.
Yeah,
we're doing something, guys.
They have to be managed by the DAO.
To make it happen.
To launch a Moloch V2.
That's kind of neat part about this whole thing, that like you can basically do this kind of game, like financial games, that before it was impossible. Like even 2 years ago, it was almost like 5 years ago, it was impossible, and now we're like talking about this global financial system that you can just like play around with, right? It's fast. Yeah, there was some talks about, I didn't see any implementation, but talk about like the Corona coin, which is like basically gets on the bonding curve of like, not the bonding curve, but like how many people actually get the virus. It has like more value. It's similar to like the word. Also, like there is some kind of funds that is similar to traditional finance, but they were talking about this. Have you guys heard of this?
Yeah, that sounded familiar.
Like prediction markets for total corona cases.
Yeah, there was the Corona
Yeah, it was
coin,
basically
right?
like that. Yeah, do you know about like if it was actual implementation or it was just like a news thingy?
I think it was just a troll move by Peter Pan, probably, but the proof of that.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, I still hadn't thought of that. Like a sufficiently malicious actor could just like start spreading this a lot faster with the prediction market.
Yeah, so I sent that link. It's actually Reuters. Like it's not like a cheesy website, like a yellow website. It says like that people can traders to bet on coronavirus epidemic based on how many people fall ill or die. Oh, that's something.
Yeah, so that's like game theory based solely on like increasing corona chances or corona cases, right? The price should go down on the
But what oracles did they use? Where's the source of truth? Any other interesting things anyone wants to talk about?
We will offer a free security audit to whoever makes that game. I will fucking audit it myself. I'm really stoked about it.
So what would be the incentive of playing that game? There's a like pull, like a chunk of it, or
Yeah, it's
how would that
really
work?
it's exactly like the game theoretical example of a beauty contest. You win the pot if you're in the most answered the most repetitive answer. I don't know how to say this. In the most
Yeah.
Something like that. You got the point.
So I'm not sure how would this work. So I'm supposed to moderate playing testing Axie Infinity on like stress test arena. Like I have to look at that room, see what's going on. It's gonna be a jumping around. I'll just go there for a second, see what's going on there.
Has everyone tried going into the virtual hubs?
Not yet.
I went in a little bit, but I was the only one there. I watched a talk earlier. It was actually kind of cool. You get a little avatar.
Do you have a VR headset, or did you just go like on your browser?
I just went in with through the browser, and it worked pretty well. Once you get the controls kind of figured out. I have a VR headset, but it's a Rift, and I don't think that would work. I think it's only Quest.
Right.
I'm in there now. There's just a little bit of a delay is the problem.
Oh, you get a delay from on the streaming?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm a bit confused here. Is Eric talking here in this room?
Yeah.
Yep. So I just get started. I don't know. I was I guess I'll get started.
Yeah, but whatever you are is no bueno.
No bueno. Well, I can't do anything about that, unfortunately. Can you hear me, or is it just the background?
There's some background music.
Well,
are you at Starbucks?
Yeah, coffee shop. Should I turn him, ask him to turn it off? Anyways, so it is what it is.
Oh, shit.
Is it really bad?
It's pretty bad. Now it's okay, but it's pretty
It
bad.
sounds like someone dropped like a big thing of silverware or something.
Oh shit! Really? That's weird.
Must be a bit of a delay. We're just at 40 minutes, you know?
Yeah, maybe that's why. I'm not sure. All right, should I just get started?
Yeah, like you can start anytime. You can share your screen for the slides.
All right.
Start. Yeah, go for it.
All right. So today I'm going to be talking about a little project that we started called Coletta XP. So what is Coletta XP? It's just a really simple tool that tracks contributions from different communities using a bot without any Web3 or anything like that. And so it's probably best to just show kind of what it is, just in action. So maybe I'll just create a group. Let Deacon and
Maybe we all like within the share, so the same.
So let's just do that. And then the thing you do to add to the group is you just add the Coletta XP bot. And once the bot's added to your group, you can start using the bot to claim points for your community. So you just do a simple command, one up, and you just do something like this where you put a name, and then the person gets a point. And basically that's it. So this bot can be added to any community. It's super easy to add, and then the points get compiled on this website that just basically compiles all the points that people have. Oh, sorry, it's pretty loud in the background. But it just compiles all the points that people get from the various communities. You can see these are the latest claims we had. You can click on your individual high scores. So if I go to my profile here, I can see all the different points I've gotten from the different chat rooms. And the idea is to eventually be able to connect my Telegram account to my Web3 address, and then as well integrate with this with Daos, so that you can basically just submit it directly to the DAO.
and claim reputation or points or shares or whatever it is, or tokens straight to the DAO based on points that you've gotten in these chats. So that's kind of the high level overview of what the concept is. Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, so what's next? Basically, we want to associate the Telegram handle with the Ethereum address. We want to hook up a DAO to the whole concept. And, you know, maybe it's one-up DAO, we don't know. But the idea is, okay, feed this information into a DAO. It almost acts like a reputation system in a way. We can deploy this to basically any community that wants. So if you have a community, you want to test this out, go ahead. You can try it today. And then the next step would also be to modify Coletta XP to have multiple games running. So right now we just have one game, but you could imagine doing this for various different games. Maybe MetaGame is going to have one. Maybe you know, various communities could have these and gamify actions and keep track of their reputation and one-ups separately. So it's kind of next phase as well. You know, maybe these are some examples of maybe some DAOs that would want to keep track of this in some way. But the nice thing is as well, because there's no Web3 onboarding, you could apply this to Web2 communities, Facebook group or Twitter, anything like that, and kind of kick the can of Web3 onboarding down the road, so that people start getting points, and then they can just onboard themselves after the fact. Yeah, and then what to do with XP and points. You know, once you submit it to the DAO, that's basically at the point where it's up to the DAO to figure out what to do with that. It really depends on the DAO. You know, maybe there's some reward programs type thing. Maybe you know, like if it was a DAO for 1 million devs, for example, maybe it was sponsored rewards. Maybe Microsoft would have rewards or something like that. Maybe if it was an events DAO, they'd have swags or tickets that people could get. Lots of opportunities there. So that's basically you know, a high level concept. But I guess I wanted to ask you guys kind of what were your thoughts on this? What could this be used for? Just generally, we're at the early stages of this, and I think we're just looking for feedback and thoughts and how this could be used for, things like that. And Deacon is also on the call. He's played a big role in kind of developing this. So yeah, if you guys have questions, or Deacon, you have anything to add, we can just open it up and have a little bit of a chat.
Yeah, just like a little background on the code. We did this all basically in like a proof of concept, super fast sprint. It's done mainly in Node-RED, which is a low-code flow kind of platform, and Airtable. And it stems, actually, maybe you could talk more about like the history behind Pepper4D and Metacartel. But yeah, so simple project, just kind of gauging how people like it right now.
Yeah, so what do you guys think? Where could this be used for? I guess might be an interesting question.
So I have a question, but I feel it's a little bit of a controversial question, but it seems like there's a lot of emphasis on creating new DAOs, where I don't know, it kind of feels like it dilutes like the entire work and spreads us even further apart. Where something like the MetaGame and the MetaFam, where we're trying to like bring everyone together and like support good DAOs and bring together like the best kind of tech people. Do you think that a lot of the education and info is based on like creating DAOs because they're still so new and we're in like the education phase, or do you think that everyone should kind of make their own organization and build from there? Like,
I don't necessarily see it as being so controversial. I mean, I see a world where there's going to be like millions of DAOs, where a DAO is just a community, and right now you have Facebook groups and probably millions of Facebook groups. So similarly, I think DAOs are going to kind of play a similar role in society. So yeah, I mean, I think that the more DAOs, the better. I think the nice thing about community is that it's not like binary. You can participate in 10 different communities, and so yeah, I think there's space for like everyone. Yeah.
Thank you.
But that's just my perspective. I don't know. Maybe other people have different perspective, but. Who's around?
Do you have any of the old?
I have a question, maybe for like just to say like how the story began. Like, what made you, like, what was the initial motivation, and like what made you click on like this idea of making this DAO? What's the story?
Well, the idea originally was to create a rewards program for the Metacartel DAO, where contributions would be rewarded, and then you'd be able to kind of buy weapons and items and bling with the rewards that you get. So that was kind of a pilot that we ran back in September, October, and it was pretty successful just at generating excitement and engagement. And then this MVP was really kind of the first phase of like actually trying to build that project and do it properly. Is just like the ability to dish out points. And so that's phase one, and then phase two is just building the rest of it, which is going to come later. But this is kind of the first step of all that. So that was the motivation. It's just kind of like creating a game, an easy way to play like a social game, similar to MetaGame, but like a different take on the similar concept.
Yeah, and it's like the idea of reputation and identity and these things that like MetaGame or different systems are trying to solve. Like I think in the future, it's not going to just be one giant system. Like the communities that you're a part of, the different ways that you're tracking your reputation, all these things are going to be like part of a larger tapestry of who you are, and that's what creates your identity, and that's what you can share. And as long as you can control that, like what is publicly viewable on your profile, which I think MetaGame and the MetaGame character creation stuff is really like fits perfectly in this. But showing which DAOs you're a member of and which things you have skin in the game into can tell a lot, or can tell a story about who you are. Yeah. So things like SourceCred, character creation, things like fun experiments, like Coletta XP, all these things I think will build a bigger picture.
Yeah, and I definitely see this working very well with MetaGame and all these different efforts. So yeah, I think it's just another piece of the puzzle.
Any other questions? Or similar projects as part of the discussion point?
It's been a long day, right? I feel like some people are fucking exhausted in here.
Yeah, there's like
Even bots are excited. Are tired here. What I want to say, like, why? So why none of the already existing DAOs could work? That, like, what made you decide to like make a new DAO and not use any of the fork any of the current DAOs and just like work on that?
I don't know why not. I mean, it's a slightly, I think everyone should start a DAO. I don't know why not. I mean, any effort that has like a vision or like a direction they want to go. I mean, why not just launch a DAO? I mean, you can work with other DAOs. I think that's the beauty. So there's no borders.
Easy answer that, like, why not? Like, it reminds me of like the Big Bang Theory, that they connected the lights to like the China, so first someone from China over internet could turn on the lights off and on, and then you ask like why? Like, why not? We can do this. So that was like the exact answer. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, another reason might be like if let's say Coletta XP wanted to like somehow generate revenue from our efforts, like there was a business model there, like it's much easier to deal with that in like a separate DAO. You can design the DAO, have like tokenomics and business model for the DAO. So it just makes it much easier to deal with business models if you're kind of isolated and you can control everything. So I think there's good reasons to kind of break off if it makes sense.
Like, regarding the same subject, it might be a bit sidetracked, but like, do you see any like sharded DAOs? That means that like they can be separated and come back together. That might be an interesting concept to even talk about, because I haven't seen anyone talking about it.
It's the DAO spooning.
Actually, like I've read a little bit about fractalization of DAOs. I think that's like something that happens is when a DAO gets too large, it like breaks off like a organism, and I think that there's a point where like it doesn't make sense to have like 1,000 people in a DAO. It's probably just gets chaotic, and so it makes a lot more sense to just fractalize into many different pods and operate more effectively as like little separate organisms. So yeah, I mean, I think that's like the natural evolution probably of many DAOs is to get to that stage.
Yeah, like even technical aspects, like you can have like that much. Let's say if there is an array of members or array of proposals, like on Solidity, it's really hard to like on a block. Like you would hit like block gas limits like really fast. But like I'm still trying to like come up with like how would that happen? Like, because you would just abandon one DAO and move to the other ones, or is there any possibility to do similar to like child DAOs that it was before, but more organic, as you were saying? I think I'm getting a bit like philosophical here, but like I just want to like continue the conversation.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the specific use case. Like for some models, I don't think it's going to make sense, but for some, it could easily make sense to split off and have different interests. I mean, even like within Metacartel, that kind of started happening with different groups and things like that. And so I think it's kind of a natural process. And Metacartel DAO still exists. There's still people in there, and then there's people in different groups that coexist, right? And I think that's kind of the beauty, is that there's no borders. You can add value anywhere you want. You can participate in any community. But in some cases, it doesn't make sense. Specifically, probably like DAOs that have business models and assets, and where you can't really like split like an asset into, or at least not all assets.
Thanks, Eric. So if anyone has any questions, please ask now. If not, we can just start the after party, I guess.
Are people even around
Sound
still?
good. Yeah.
All right, some people are here.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up, dude? So are we starting this party or what's going on?
The party.
Yeah, this is it. You guys hear the music?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So bad.
in here. He's got some music.
Oh, there's music in the interspace, the Loft Radio.
Can we like plug the interspace into these chats?
What?
Can we plug the radio into these chats?
I don't know, but you can just start the radio for yourself and it plays. Does it?
So is that the end of the event besides the party? That's everything?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right.
That's pretty much it.
Well, thanks,
Oh
dude.
man.
Yeah, it seems like there were like a few. They wanted to talk, but like it's not happening now.
What?
So, yeah, thanks everyone for making this happen.
Yeah, thank you everyone.
No, the schedule changed, so there's no talks there.
Oh, it was fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, when I woke up in the morning and saw the streams broke even before we got started, like I thought, okay, we're fucked. This is gonna work. But it ended up okay. It's not so bad.
Yeah, there were a few things like muting by moderators that was like really annoying during the day. I saw that moderators were like, I really want to mute this person, but I can't. That was like funny to watch, but when gladly it didn't happen to me. So
Yeah, that was annoying a few times.
So for the next one, are we changing stuff up after some of the things we learned today? Or like what's any thoughts towards the next Intercon? Is it going to be through Jitsi type thing? Has hubs been used at all? Like, have people been using hubs?
I don't think so. I think we can easily.
I tried it. I even made a like avatar, but there was like one person there, and it was playing music, so it was like walking toward me, and I couldn't hear the speaker talking. It was fun just walking around, but it's not there yet. I didn't have like VR set. Like I wanted to like try the VR set and see how that feels like. But couldn't get that.
Okay. Do you think we need hubs at all?
Probably not.
It was cool for a screenshot.
It's cool.
Like,
yeah, Jitsi worked okay after we self-hosted. I mean, I wonder what happens if we got like 10, 20 more people, but for what we got, it worked well.
what was the maximum people that joined in? I saw like 42, 43, but didn't see more.
Yeah, but those 40 already, like a lot were timed out. Yeah, it says 36 people are here, but it's probably like 4 of us.
That joined in. I saw like 42, 43, but didn't see more.
Yeah, but those 40 already, like a lot were timed out. Yeah, it says 36 people are here, but it's pro.
Is that if they're all gray? They're timed out?
Yeah, there's a lot of these gray people. There's 1,
Oh yeah, there's a multiple
4,
Cheyennes.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people that aren't.
We should all collectively just get drunk or high or something.
I mean,
I've started.
What was that Pete? Was Pete saying I have been?
fucking pajamas. I've been here for fucking 14 hours.
How was the day for everyone?
I think it's great, man. You guys did a great job.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I was expecting it to go a lot worse, I'll admit.
Yeah, exactly. A lot worse.
Yeah, like I think there's over 30 hours of content now recorded on YouTube.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I just saw that Ethereal is also going to be virtual. I wonder how they do it.
Yeah, I would say like we're gonna see a lot more on this, and one of the reasons I was super excited about this metagame was because I see this as like the first of many, and I'm super happy that I could join in last minute. And thanks for
Yeah,
like doing everything.
We are going to be able to say, we were the first one. Yeah. It's only going to get saturated if Corona keeps on going.
I think like it would be really cool if MetaGame offered like Intercon as a service, where like people paid us to set up and organize and run Intercon for them for like their organizations or whatever. If we like, can use that money to like actually pay for dedicated servers and, a better setup. Like overall, I think like for being done completely for free, it was like a pretty good setup. Like we got everything recorded nicely. Most presenters were able to give their talks. There was just minor hiccups, but like the one big thing was just the moderator stuff. Like people couldn't mute others, but if we figure that one out, then like I think it's pretty solid overall.
Yeah, and I feel like you could charge like 50 grand for something like that, like for a decent event, like it'd be pretty profitable.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I think
even if sorry, go ahead.
I think I have a pretty bad delay, but I think like if you wrote a post down and like a post-mortem about things that went wrong and things that went right and lessons learned, and then if there was a way to highlight sponsors a little more, and if we did some interesting things like the chat roulette or whatever, like for network building, then we're like starting to cover all the bases.
Yeah,
right?
I think like one other thing I would change is like have like it was really kind of like rapid fire with like back-to-back talks for like 12 hours straight, but just add in a bit more of like the casual conference stuff, or like just have these games or like things kind of play. Yeah, panels, like even just like side stuff where people can just like,
the guitar live performances. I think that was dope.
Yeah, that
thing
was
that
fucking
came
cool.
out.
Yeah, we actually got a few different concerts. I heard at least 2 different musicians that gave us some great content.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like we need to really like like these are just people within the community, but like there's so much talent and so much other stuff outside of just the tech. And like I think we can like create a pretty like amazing for people for even non-tech stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking for the next one. We should definitely try to get in like at least one community that's outside crypto.
What's up, guys? I have one piece of feedback. I don't think any of you guys know me, but Eric just gave me the link. It would be really helpful if the rooms were like labeled with what's going on in the room when it's happening, you know? So like the schedule was like super confusing. Like I had no idea what was going on. Like I asked Eric, I was like, "Oh, so what's going on?" And he like links me this document. It's like 100 things on it, and then like you know, you go to the website. The website's awesome. It's like very clear. Like, oh, you have these different rooms you can go into, but you have no idea what's going on in the rooms. So it's hard to navigate. So that would be like one simple thing. I think that would make a huge difference.
Yeah, it would be really cool to have like, you know, a dedicated UI within the website itself to integrate with the schedule, and just make things a lot more clear.
Even just to have a ticker line on the website that says what's going on.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, just
anything.
auto
super simple.
Make
Even
make
if
a
there
pull
was a way
request.
for whoever's talking to just like set a little caption for the room or something, you know. Don't even bother integrating it with the schedule.
This is a really cool thing about Innerspace is like it was all built by like 6-7 random people who like don't know each other. It's like randomly just make it on GitHub. So like that's the thing. Everyone's welcome to just contribute and build features into Innerspace. That's kind of how MetaGame like works. Is just people like showing up doing stuff. So I think like through the power of like making open to anyone, you know, like you don't have to know anyone here. You can just show up and do anything, and like as long as it creates value, it'll be rewarded, you know. So I think we can really create powerful experiences that way, you know, with very little funding and money, and actually, you know, which is going to be important in the next many months, I believe.
Yeah, cool.
Does anyone
Yeah,
know
like,
if
yeah, we work on
Exiled
it.
Surfer was
We
actually
get-
around?
He was in the beginning.
Hmm.
Yeah, what happened to Kames as well?
Oh, we
Is that
need
how you
to-
pronounce it?
Those guys, dude. I don't know about that. Are we recording this?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's being streamed on
No.
YouTube too. Like, should we
No
stop
comment.
that?
No comment.
Can we,
No comment.
Stop that?
Yeah, we're still live on YouTube.
Yes, we are.
Talk about that later. Overall, though, I felt really good. Like House of Adoption rocked. A lot of good, like wide-ranging talks. I just tuned in on the last part of it, though. People were saying definitely get some communities outside of crypto. 100% with it. Could get like a few other people talking from different perspectives, or just like the crossover, right? Like communities. It's kind of like, I know this is super unrelated, but like Spank Chain had a lot of like community members that were not like related to Web3 development or blockchain specifically. They were more about like social rights and empowerment for sex workers and stuff like this. But it's like they brought another